Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, Hundredfold Comprehension. Martial arts are the future, and power is the guardian. If you want to protect Blue Star and our home, you must strive to improve, sweat the last drop, and expend the last bit of heat. There are only 7 days left before martial arts college entrance exam. As the saying goes, grinding an axe on the eve of battle is not fast enough, let alone you still have 7 days. Use these 7 days as if they were 7 years. If you fail the martial exam, you can only take the literary exam. Think about it, when your classmates glow around the world, when they enter the gate of 10,000 worlds, when they roam the cosmos, when they achieve immortality, you are still working overtime and worrying about food, salt, and tea. Jiang Ming was still lost in thought, but the head teacher's impassioned scene of waving his fists and spittle flying around before school dismissal echoed in his mind. He had transmigrated. After absorbing the memories, he was shocked. This was an ultramodern world, but martial arts were popular and practiced by everyone. There were powerful martial artists who opened up pocket worlds and transformed stars. There were powerful martial artists who entered the 10,000 realms battlefield to conquer the universe. And so on. It was incredible. Take the college entrance exam, for example, which was divided into martial exam and literary exam. The martial exam came first, and the literary exam came second. If you failed the martial exam, you could only take the literary exam and become just another cog in the wheel of society. Martial exam was also a national carnival, because it was broadcast live on TV, and the city top scorers, province top scorers, and federal top scorers were determined. Not to mention becoming the world's only federal champion. Just becoming a city champion was enough to skyrocket one's career. Hee, Ming, the big white legs, right? Wang Fatty laughed beside him. Big white legs? Jiang Ming couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at the virtual screen in front of a foot-washing city, where a big white leg was advertising, during the martial exam, the discount is 50%, for the first 100 students, it's free for 1 month. Hee, that's a man's dream. Ming, work hard to be within the top 100 in the city, and enjoy yourself at that time. Fatty winked. Do you want me to take you to try it now? Get familiar with the routine first? Get lost, I have to save my virginity for my future wife. Come on. Men, who doesn't know who? The two were desk mates and good friends. At the intersection, the two parted ways. Ming, are you going tomorrow? No, I'll practice at home. Keep it up. Keep it up. Jiang Ming walked silently. According to his memory, he had average talent in martial arts, only considered average in the class. After practicing for so many years, he still hadn't reached the state of muscle and bone resonance. Even if he participated in the martial exam, he could only enter an ordinary martial arts school. Jiang Ming scratched his head, but at this moment, a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! System activated. Ding. Talent loading. Ding. Talent loading completed. Ding. The martial arts talent system is fully activated. It is detected that the host is currently in the martial arts first layer realm, temporarily solidifying the 100-fold comprehension talent. Ding. Step into the martial arts second realm within 7 days, and the temporary talent will be permanently solidified, otherwise, the talent will disappear. Ding. Temporary talent solidification in progress. Ding. Solidification completed. Jiang Ming was stunned, and a barrage of information rushed at him. At the same time, he felt his soul as if it had been cleansed of dust. In an instant, the world in front of him seemed to become 100 times clearer. His thoughts raced, and all the memories of his previous life and even past life surfaced in his heart. His mind seemed to have left his body, merged with heaven and earth, and gained insight into the essence of the world and the mystery of the void. This. Jiang Ming was astonished and then overjoyed. Is this the legendary benefit for transmigrators? He took a deep breath, suppressed the waves in his heart, and carefully sorted through the information. This was the martial arts talent system, and every time he entered a realm, he would be given a temporary talent and a limited time mission. Only by completing the mission would the talent be permanently solidified and become his genuine ability. Talent should be innate, born from bloodlines. But now it's been granted. I must be defying the heavens. Jiang Ming leaned against the wall and pondered. He had a detailed understanding of 100-fold comprehension. It was the ability to comprehend cultivation skills, with anything being 100 times more effective. Moreover, it also granted him a photographic memory. 100-fold comprehension is equivalent to greatly enhancing my understanding, logic, reasoning abilities, and so on. But now I need to undergo body refinement, and reach the next realm in 7 days. It's not going to be easy. The first layer of martial arts is the bone forging realm. There is no specific strength requirement. Simply put, one needs to temper one's body, then force the strength into the bones. When the bones have a tingling sensation and the muscles and bones resonate, this would be considered great success in bone forging. Going further, one needs to integrate the strength, twisting it into one, mastering it like an extension of one's arm. In short, this means refining the strength and achieving perfection. Once one reaches this level, one needs to sense the heaven and earth, draw chi into the body, and open the Danshan Sea of Chi. This is the second realm of martial arts, the Chi Sea realm. Jiang Ming didn't think too much, and quickly headed home. He lived in Jinhua community, which was very ordinary. Arriving at the 3rd floor, he opened the door and walked into the apartment. It had 3 rooms and a living room, not small, but very quiet. He let out an inexplicable sigh. He was the only one living in the home now. He took a quick look around, then sat down on the sofa, considering his next arrangement. Stepping into the second realm of martial arts within 7 days, although the chances were slim, he decided to give it his all. If he succeeded, just the permanent solidification of the 100-fold comprehension talent alone would make his martial arts path go smoothly and ease his life. To temper the body, cultivate chi and blood, and forge muscles and bones, I need proper nutrition, meaning I need money. Additionally, I need a cultivation method. Jiang Ming thought about it, and a screen also appeared before his eyes. Name: Jiang Ming Cultivation Level, Bone Forging Realm, Martial Arts First Layer, Cultivation Skills, Soft Fist, Military Boxing, Shock Fist, Thunderstorm 9 Slashes Talent, 100-fold Comprehension, Temporary Solidification, Mission, Breakthrough to the second realm of martial arts within 7 days. The information was simple. Thunderstorm 9 Slashes was a blade technique and also a killing technique. The martial exam inevitably included combat assessment. His predecessor had only just managed minor success. Soft Fist was a body tempering method taught since elementary school. It was meant for the general population, simple and easy to learn, without causing bodily harm. However, its body tempering effect was much worse. It was a foundational method. In high school, students were taught military boxing, a cultivation method suitable for widespread promotion among the general population. But it was extremely domineering, and if practiced improperly, could easily harm their body, which is why it was introduced at the high school stage. High school students had abundant chi and blood, well-developed physique, and strong comprehension, making it more suitable than ever. As for Shock Fist, this was a deeper body refinement method, and difficult to learn at the entry level. However, once practiced successfully, its body refinement effect was excellent. Apart from Soft Fist and military boxing, high school students also have the right to choose one additional method to practice. The vast majority of students choose this method, but ultimately, few can enter it, most stick to military boxing. Cultivation methods are divided into entering, minor success, great success, and perfection. According to the memories of his predecessor, Soft Fist had been practiced to the stage of great success, while military boxing had only reached minor success. Jiang Ming pondered, and the content of Soft Fist emerged in his mind. After thinking it through and refining it slightly, he understood its essence. He stood up, took a stance, and began practicing. Soft Fist was named for its softness, like water. Water is the softest thing and has the good quality of flowing into everything. Water benefits all things without competing, nourishing all things in silence and being soft and pliable. 1 pass integrated the predecessor's cultivation achievements, 2 passes fully mastered the great success practice, 3 passes, subtle movements, pinpoint strength, understanding its essence, perfectly interpreting the essence of Soft Fist. His body trembled slightly, and a surge of strength emerged from deep within his body, circulated throughout his body, and then subsided. He felt an increase in strength. Is this the horror of the 100-fold comprehension? Jiang Ming was shocked and then showed a smile. At the same time, he thought of another point. When practicing Soft Fist to the state of perfection, it will trigger one's potential once, and it turns out to be true. He exhaled a turbid breath, and felt a bit more relaxed. Chapter 2, Perfection. Once again, after practicing Soft Fist a few more times, the improvement was minimal. This fist technique is only for building a foundation and promoting vigorous blood and chi circulation. Jiang Ming shook his head, sat down for a drink of water, and began to delve into the essence of military boxing. In his mind, it seemed as if countless tiny figures were practicing boxing and comparing it with his previous life's cultivation experience, pondering every movement and variation, and unraveling the mysteries behind each move and form. As the figures dwindled, they eventually merged into one. Jiang Ming opened his eyes, now enlightened. Military boxing is all about dominance. The techniques are simple and efficient, heavy and powerful. Practicing it not only hones one's character but also forges unwavering confidence. He stood up, moved to the center of the living room, and assumed the stance once more. My teacher once said that whether it's Soft Fist, military boxing, or Shock Fist, mastering them to the realm of perfection will trigger a cleansing marrow process. This is the profound wisdom and truth contained in these techniques, which is why they are widely promoted, and it is also my hope. With steady steps and whistling fists, he performed the moves. Once finished, he had fully grasped the minor success level of military boxing. Jiang Ming didn't stop. He continued, his boxing like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain and a never-ending torrential river. After 3 more sessions, I've reached the great success level. I can feel tingling in my bones too. Jiang Ming stopped and revealed a delighted expression, but then he rubbed his belly. He was hungry. Cultivation improvement came from food. Without enough food, even the best comprehension would be useless. Opening the refrigerator, he found a pork knuckle and a few cans of meat, which he heated up in the microwave. While waiting, he checked his phone and saw a balance of 180,000 credit points. I wonder if it'll be enough? By the time he finished his drink, the food was heated. He feasted, then ate an apple and drank 2 more cups of water. After a brief rest, he resumed cultivation. As the lights turned on and night fell, a peculiar force shook Jiang Ming's body, turned into a warm current, and permeated his limbs and bones, refining his physique and strengthening his body. Having achieved perfection in military boxing, the cleansing marrow was triggered again, this time several times more potent than reaching perfection in Soft Fist. The tingling sensation in his bones intensified, covering his entire body. Jiang Ming didn't stop, continuing to practice military boxing. Each session brought improvement. This was the effect of reaching the realm of perfection in the boxing technique, which greatly delighted him. The food in his stomach was rapidly digested. When he finally stopped, he rubbed his belly again. This is true cultivation. Jiang Ming smiled, took out his phone, opened the food delivery app, and found a restaurant sponsored by the City Lord Mansion. To cultivate senior high school students, there's a 50% discount on daily orders after real name verification, but it can't exceed the standard for 3 meals. 3,000 credits for a medicinal meal nourishing blood and chi, half price still costs 1,500. Jiang Ming placed the order for his 3 meals, equivalent to an average person's daily intake. He utilized this time to ponder the techniques of Shock Fist. According to his past life knowledge, among 50 classmates, only around 10 had entered the gate of Shock Fist, and merely 2 had reached minor success, one of them being Wang Fatty. As for great success, there were only a few in the entire school. Cultivating it was too difficult. Jiang Ming pondered and understood why it was so difficult. Shock Fist emphasized generating power from inches, using this inch power to shock the skin, muscles, bones, internal organs, and penetrate the bone marrow. In short, it meant generating force outwardly and shocking inwardly, infiltrating the power into the bone marrow. If practiced incorrectly, it could easily harm the body. According to his memory, Many students had hurt themselves fundamentally by obsessively practicing this technique. There were even cases of people vomiting blood on the spot while practicing. Besides that, it had to be combined with a unique breathing method. The breathing and martial arts fused together, exhaling with the external fist and inhaling internally, allowed the cultivation effect to reach its peak and enabled the force to affect the internal organs and marrow. With his eyes closed, Zhang Ming's mind erupted in a storm of wisdom, analyzing the shock fist's training method, understanding the underlying principles of the martial arts, the key points of breathing, and so on. He stopped when there was a knock on the door. He collected the takeaway. Putting 2 of the portions aside, he opened one of them, and there was no shortage in quantity: a nourishing ginseng soup, a dish of ferocious beast meat, a dish of spiritual vegetables, a spiritual fruit, and 2 meat pancakes. In a short while, everything entered his stomach. A warm current immediately surged in his stomach and flowed to his body. He knew this was the essence of the food being absorbed. Standing up, he adjusted his condition and began to practice. He raised his hand, inhaled, threw a punch, exhaled, inhaled 3 times in a row. His breath moved around 12 layers, went up to the upper focal region, entered the middle region, reached the lower region, then punched again. Within the space of a few inches, his power shook violently. After 1 round, he found the feeling, and after 2 rounds, he already became familiar with the rhythm. 3 rounds, and he was enlightened. Zhang Ming felt warm all over, and the numbness in his bones became more intense. No wonder Wang Fatty reached muscle and bone resonance at such an early stage, and his power has now reached a subtle level, striving for the 2nd realm of martial arts. He understood the reason for this: talent was one factor, and the excellent cultivation effect of Shock Fist was another. Even just entering the gate was comparable to the effect after the perfection of military boxing. Most of the essence transformed by the food he had eaten had been absorbed. Shock Fist, harmonized with breathing, is all about the word shock, which transfers power into the body and shakes the organs inside and out. Each round of practice is like a refinement, but once an error is made, internal injuries can easily occur. As Zhang Ming pondered, he continued to practice. At midnight, after eating the 3rd portion of food, he rested briefly and resumed cultivation. Wasting time simply meant being irresponsible to his future self. Within the square, and in between the inches, the power shook, and it seemed as if there was a surge of chi and blood, and a resonance of muscles and bones. His breathing also became stronger and more forceful. After a long while, Zhang Ming paused slightly, and a strong and strange force surged from deep within his body, turning into a torrent that swept over his entire body. Round after round, one after another. This was the stimulating power of latent potential, a treasure hidden deep within a human body. At the same time, black grease also seeped out from all the pores of his body. Shock Fist, perfection. Zhang Ming exhaled a turbid breath, feeling exhilarated. Was this the empowerment of 100-fold comprehension? As his excitement slowly subsided, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out again, his skin was flushed and white, giving him a moist and full appearance. Zhang Ming also felt that his whole body was transparent and much more relaxed, as if he had dispelled years of confinement. He glanced at the crushed floor, didn't care much, then returned to the bedroom and fell into the bed to rest. He was exhausted. The next day, he woke up around 5 o'clock and rubbed his stomach. He was starving. After taking care of his personal hygiene, he found the milk and drank 6 packs before stopping. I can't practice at home anymore, or else, the whole place would be trampled down. Shaking his head, Zhang Ming opened the door and went out. There was a park not far from the residential area. When he arrived here, there were already many elderly men doing their morning exercises. Many of their movements seemed slow but were quite powerful. He came to a corner, closed his eyes in contemplation, went through the content of Shock Fist again, and began to practice. After each round, his whole body was filled with a tingling sensation, which was not uncomfortable. On the contrary, it was a greedy pleasure, much like the feeling of scratching an athlete's foot. He couldn't get enough. In the early morning sunlight, Zhang Ming indulged himself in his cultivation. As he released his fist, there was even the sound of wind and thunder. Chapter 3, Yin and Yang. When he stopped, Zhang Ming felt an unmistakable increase in physical strength and power. It was definitely not an illusion. The numbness has spread throughout my body, and I'm not far from muscle and bone resonance. Definitely not far. Zhang Ming was invigorated. Wiping his forehead, he shook off a series of beads of sweat, only to notice someone else practicing nearby. It was a girl wearing a white practice uniform, her hair tied up in a ponytail, her skin fair and delicate. He recognized her as Yunzao from the next class, also a beautiful scenery in the school. Zhang Ming paid no attention to her and turned to leave. It was time for breakfast. Yunzao stopped her practice and glanced at him, murmuring, "Is he a student from the 2nd level too?" His shock fist is at least at the great success realm, but I've never heard of him before. She dismissed the thought and continued her practice. Compared to Zhang Ming, her movements were graceful and captivating. After breakfast, Zhang Ming bought a large bottle of water and returned to the park. Just as he was about to start cultivating, his phone buzzed with a message. Wang Fatty, Ming, it's time for class. Why haven't you come yet? Zhang Ming, I'm cultivating at home, I won't be coming. I'm going to ask the teacher for a leave of absence and give it my all before the college entrance exam. You should stop wasting time too. If you reach the martial arts second realm, you'll definitely have a chance to get into one of the top 10 universities. Wang Fatty, I'm already trying my best, okay. The teacher is here, gotta go. Zhang Ming smiled. His deskmate had greater potential than him but was a bit lazy. After sending a message to the teacher, he put his phone on silent mode. Looking up, Yun Zhao had already left. He continued practicing until noon before going home. I still haven't reached muscle and bone resonance. This progress is too slow. Zhang Ming frowned in thought. After achieving muscle and bone resonance, he still needed to reach the micro-power stage before breaking through to the martial arts second realm. He didn't need to think to know that breaking through would be even more difficult. He turned on his phone, gritted his teeth, and ordered a medicinal meal that cost 10,000 credit points even after the discount. So extravagant. Even though it wasn't money he earned himself, he still felt a sharp pain. At this critical moment, he couldn't afford to skimp. After lunch, he returned to a secluded corner of the park. As he cultivated, he felt a surging force within his body, the medicinal power of the meal. As he continued to practice, he rapidly absorbed this power and turned it into his own strength. Time flew by when immersed in a specific task. Unconsciously, night had fallen. The numbness in his body had disappeared. This was a sign of further improvement. Danwu Calendar 9918, May 27th, early morning, a corner of the park. Zhang Ming was still diligently cultivating. An old man approached and watched him practice with a strange expression on his face. He has reached the perfection realm of shock fist, yet he hasn't achieved muscle and bone resonance. If he had great comprehension and terrible potential, it would explain it. But at his age, he should have reached muscle and bone resonance. Even if his family background is poor and his nutrition is lacking, once he exhibits a perfection-level shock fist, the school would definitely provide financial support. No, with his mastery of soft fist and military boxing, he would receive subsidies in middle school, or even elementary school. This is really strange. He stood there, hands behind his back, watching with increasing gravity. He has taken the shock fist to its limit, and there is even a faint sense of transcending. This level of comprehension is extraordinary. Zhang Ming finally stopped and looked at him helplessly. Old man, have you seen enough? Feeling watched while practicing, he felt uneasy. He also took the opportunity to observe the elder who looked kind and amiable, with a cheerful smile and especially striking long eyebrows. No. The elder laughed. I'm just curious, you've already perfected the shock fist, so why haven't your muscles and bones resonated yet? This is the first time I've seen such a situation in my countless years of experience. It can't be that strange. While it's rare for someone in Pingyang City to perfect the shock fist, it's quite common in the world. Zhang Ming shook his head. Calm and composed, and with a worldly view, good temperament. The elder praised, then said, it is indeed quite common. I've seen an 8-year-old perfect the shock fist and reach the bone forging extreme realm before turning 9. I've also seen someone comprehend the essence of shock fist within 7 or 8 days and reach the bone forging peak within a month. But your situation is different. He paused and continued, after all, you're not young. You should be a senior high school student, about to face the martial exam. Before this, your soft fist and military boxing should have already reached the perfected state, and after practicing the shock fist for so many years, you still haven't resonated with your muscles and bones, which is quite rare. I could have just had a sudden breakthrough. Zhang Ming immediately understood what was going on. It's a process to achieve perfection in shock fist, but a perfected 18-year-old student is not normal. At the same time, he was also shocked. Perfected shock fist at age 8 and reached bone forging extreme realm at 9? Comprehended the essence of shock fist within just 7 or 8 days? Are these the geniuses of this world? They're truly extraordinary. A sudden breakthrough. The elder hesitated for a moment, then realized, right, that must be it. However, he looked at Zhang Ming with even more astonishment, pondering, I have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity here, do you want to give it a try? Old man. Zhang Ming sighed, there are only a few days left before the martial exam, and I still haven't resonated with my muscles and bones. I can't afford to waste time. I have a PEUN pill on me, if you pass the test, how about I give it to you? The elder smiled, it won't take long. A PEUN pill? The one that's said to be gentler than gene medicine, has no side effects, and is the best auxiliary elixir for the bone-forging realm? Zhang Ming was surprised. I've heard that a single pill is worth 200,000. Are you willing to give it away for just a test? Of course. The elder nodded. Then please tell me, old man. Zhang Ming rubbed his hands, looking very pleased. He cannot afford a 200,000 PE pill. I like your money-loving look, haha. The elder couldn't help but laugh out loud, then said seriously, I have a body-refining fist technique, watch carefully. If you can achieve minor success today, I will give you the PE pill. As soon as his words fell, he began to perform his fist technique. Zhang Ming raised his eyebrows. The elder casually took out a 200,000 PE pill. He must be a high-ranked senior, and now he's demonstrating his technique. Shouldn't his energy and demeanor be transcendent, on the level of the 9 heavens? Why does he still look so loose and slouchy? However, he also stared intently at the elder. This technique is called the yin-yang fist. Yang is external and strong, aggressive and fierce, yet it enters the body in reverse. Yin is internal and soft, adaptable as it endures storms, shoulders strength and aggression, using both strength and softness together as one, interchanging between yin and yang, to achieve the effects of refining the body, strengthening the organs, improving blood circulation, and washing the marrow. The principles contained in this fist technique are even deeper than those of the shock fist. Watch carefully. The elder was still practicing within a small space, back and forth. Softness containing strength, the inch fist dominating, strength containing softness, everything turning as desired. Within the interplay of yin and yang, of strength and softness, the entire body is refined from the inside out. After one round, the elder stopped, still smiling. Have you understood? Do you need me to demonstrate it again? I've understood and don't need to see it again. Zhang Ming said as he closed his eyes. The elder's eyes brightened, his interest growing even more. At this moment, a storm of comprehension erupted in Zhang Ming's mind. Countless thoughts transformed into little figures in the emptiness of his mind, practicing the yin-yang fist, even incorporating his understanding of the soft fist and shock fist. After a while, Zhang Ming opened his eyes, assumed a stance, and said, Old man, watch closely. After one round, he did it correctly, earning the elder's admiration. 2 rounds, he got the hang of it, and the elder nodded in agreement. 3 rounds, he achieved minor success, and the elder gasped in awe. 6 rounds, it seemed like great success, and the elder was overjoyed. After 10 rounds, he directly achieved perfection, and the elder's eyes widened in shock, rubbing his hands together as if he was a 3,000-year-old bachelor who had just seen an old pimp. Chapter 4, Opening the Sea of Qi. Zhang Ming had already stopped. When he had achieved perfection in yin-yang fist, a strange power surged up from the depths of his body, sweeping over his entire body, cleansing his marrow and purifying his muscles. He couldn't tell if it was due to experiencing it 3 times before, but this time the effect was not as good as the domineering boxing, yet there was still a minute amount of impurities being expelled from his body. This made him feel that his body was stronger, his strength was greater, and his vitality was even more vigorous. This was a significant enhancement once again. However, Zhang Ming also realized the remarkable nature of yin-yang fist. If he did not have the foundation of soft fist and shock fist, he would never have comprehended the essence of yin-yang fist so quickly. At least a dozen times of practice would be needed to fully master it. Old man, how was it? Zhang Ming asked with a smile. Impressive, your comprehension is rare in the world. The elder exclaimed in astonishment and then took out a jade bottle from his bosom. After opening it, he poured out a pill. Zhang Ming was startled, because the bottle was full of elixir pills. This is my snack. If you don't want to eat food, just take one. The elder laughed, passed over a PE pill, gave a brief explanation, and asked, You are a student of 2nd level, aren't you? What's your name? I am Zhang Ming from class 4 of 2nd level. He revealed his identity without thinking and then finally suppressed the surging thoughts in his mind. He couldn't help but praise, Elder, you are really generous. May I ask your name? At the same time, he took the elixir pill. Immediately, an aroma pounced on his nose, causing his spirits to rise. My last name is Dang, and you can just call me Old Dang. Old Dang? I dare not. I am afraid that a slap of yours might kill me. I'll call you Elder Dang. Haha, you, young lad. Elder Dang couldn't help laughing. Dare to take it right away? Why wouldn't I? I am penniless. Zhang Ming said as he swallowed the elixir pill. Warm currents immediately bubbled up in his stomach, gentle as water, yet incredibly potent. He started to practice boxing again. Yin-yang fist. The fists created a roar like wind and thunder. As time passed, Zhang Ming's punches became heavier, shaking the air, and many of the surrounding leaves were shaken off. His momentum was getting stronger and stronger. Bang! The air exploded, and a resonating sound emanated from Zhang Ming. It was faint at first, but it soon became deafening, like the roar of a dragon, the cry of a phoenix, or the thunder from the nine heavens. Muscle and bone resonance was achieved. But Zhang Ming didn't stop because the medicinal power hadn't completely worn off yet. His tendons were akin to mysterious ropes, bones grinding like gears, blood raced like a herd of wild horses, and his heart pounded like a war drum. Elder Tang at the side kept nodding his approval. Good comprehension. Good constitution. If given enough time. He must have recently awakened. Otherwise, with such constitution, he should have at least come across the Sea of Qi, if not reaching the martial realm of the third level. Indeed, a raw gemstone. The praise from Elder Tang was indeed high. Immediately after, his eyebrows twitched, and his expression of joy intensified. Because the resonance sound of Zhang Ming's muscle and bone kept weakening, until it gradually vanished. The power has condensed into one, as easy as commanding his own arm, with a fine grasp. Elder Tang applauded and began to speak. Enhancing constitution, intensifying power, refining muscles and bones, whether by gene medicine or elixir pill, can be accomplished. So, why do we still need step-by-step cultivation? No one answered, but he continued, because the path of martial arts doesn't only enhance power. The journey of cultivation is also a process of self-tempering will. When the muscle and bone resonance is achieved, it signifies the refinement of the body. Condensing the strength into one, it's the tempering of self-will. Only with a stronger will, can one comprehend the energy of heaven and earth, or say the cosmic energy, primal chi, spiritual chi, etc. And then channel them into the body, opening the Danshan Sea of Qi. Without a strong will, one cannot comprehend the heaven and earth. The power cannot be condensed into one force and cannot connect to heaven and earth to tap into the breath of the cosmos. Without the resonance of muscles and bones, and inner and outer strength, it cannot withstand the ferocity of the breath of the cosmos. On the path of martial arts, each step ascends toward heaven, but the path is under your feet. Be it medicine for gene enhancement or elixir pills, they are merely aids. Elder Tang clearly explained the first hurdle and the secrets of cultivation in martial arts. After entering the microcosm, comprehend the cosmos, seize the fate in the dark. Transform it into a giant whale swallowing everything, or become a black hole snatching, or open the convenient door to invite guests and invite the force with a refined body to the Danshan to open the Sea of Qi. Elder Tang expounded the secret to breaking through to the next realm. The teacher had already explained this in class, but it wasn't as vivid as his analogy. He looked up at Zhang Ming's head. At this moment, Zhang Ming had already reached this step. After the resonance of muscles and bones, continue to cultivate, train the power thoroughly. The vibrating force between the fascia gradually hides, returning to the body. This is the gradual process of mastery and returning to the natural state. Once the resonance of muscles and bones completely disappears, the power is thoroughly trained, controlled as if it were an extension of the arm. The power enters the microcosm. A Pun pill strengthens the foundation. The strong comprehension also brings a strong spirit. The control over the self far exceeds ordinary people. This step of entry into the microcosm is hardly a challenge. At this step, one could break through, or he could stop and continue to hone, preparing for the breakthrough. Zhang Ming, however, was not satisfied and continued his boxing techniques. Hearing Elder Tang, he was thoughtful. His thoughts naturally flowed into the cosmos with the power he had refined into a single force. He felt the breath of the cosmos, no, the primal chi of heaven and earth, or the energy of the universe. Incredibly vast and boundless. Even the slightest ripple could crush him. Zhang Ming imagined himself as a black hole, attracting everything. He used his thoughts as a guide, trying to bring the power of heaven and earth into his body. But this vast power was too stable. He was not disheartened. The boxing techniques continued, using the principles of yin and yang, a perfect balance of strength and softness. As he changed steps, the fallen leaves in his surroundings started to circle around him. Tao resonance aids him. Seeing this, Elder Tang couldn't help but gasp. It was an almost impossible feat at the bone-forging realm. But he saw this with his own eyes. This is a cultivation skill that he had just started practicing. Such raw talent is beyond imagination. Perhaps, he can really intake the chi in one fell swoop and start to open the Danshan Sea of Qi. Expectation gleamed in Elder Tang's eyes. Buzz. At this moment, a tremor passed through the void. Zhang Ming seemed to transform into yin-yang taike, performing the Tao of the strong and flexible. Echoing a special Gao resonance, he successfully drew a thin trace of energy from heaven and earth. This energy traveled through the 100 meetings, past Heaven's Gate, descended 24 floors, and reached straight to the Danshan. Don't hesitate, press on. Elder Tang's voice rang out again. Zhang Ming continued his boxing techniques, But his expression had already grown incredibly solemn. The power that had followed his summoning was ferocious, making it almost impossible to bind. Luckily, his mind was firm and his flesh was resilient. He condensed the power into a single force to contain and guide its descent to his Danshin. Success or failure, it all depends on this. Jiang Ming fortified his determination and directly directed the power in. Boom. In an instant, it felt like the primordial world had exploded, akin to the creation of heaven and earth. He felt a loud noise in his mind as his Danshin blew open and rapidly expanded. At the same time, a stream of eerie power swept through his entire body. The strength and purity of this power was more than 10 times greater than when he practiced Yin-Yang Fist to perfection and underwent cleansing marrow. It was truly unbelievable. Chapter 5, Soul Dominator. Muscles and bones resonated in harmony, and power penetrated every detail. Jiang Ming directly broke through to the second realm of martial arts, the Qi realm. No matter what, Jiang Ming could not have imagined that today he would achieve this in one fell swoop, not only increasing his cultivation level but also completing the system task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stepping into the second realm of martial arts within 7 days. The 100-fold talent of comprehension is permanently solidified. At this moment, Jiang Ming felt that a layer of shackles had been unlocked from his thoughts and spirits. They completely merged into his bloodline and imprinted on his soul. Ding! The host has opened the Qi, stepped into the second realm of martial arts, and temporarily solidified the Soul Dominator talent. Ding! Please become the provincial champion in the first round of the martial arts test, or the Soul Dominator talent will disappear. Jiang Ming didn't pay attention and continued to open the Danshin. As for the power that flowed back from the Danshin, he knew that this was the power of autonomous potential creation. Breaking the Qi, opening the Danshin, and advancing the realm was actually digging out one's potential. This naturally brought out the hidden power of creation within the body, cleansing the marrow, and establishing the foundation. Elder Tang's voice rang out again. When breaking through and opening the Sea of Qi, this step is crucial. The size of the Danshin space represents the strength of future potential. However, once the Sea of Qi is opened, it will solidify. Even if the Sea of Qi can continue to grow, it would not be as much as 1/10 of the time when breaking through. With an unyielding spirit, keep guiding the breath of heaven and earth to expand the Danshin until the limit is reached or the spirit becomes exhausted. But don't be reckless. After initially stepping into the second realm, the willpower of the immortal cultivator is still weak. Once the spirit is exhausted, the foundation will be injured and the future will be destroyed. You have to find the right balance on your own. Elder Tang was somewhat nervous. Jiang Ming remained still, but his eyes were tightly closed. Above his head, there was an invisible vortex, absorbing the breath of heaven and earth into his body while also hearing Elder Tang's voice. His heart stirred slightly. His spirit was already strong, and now that he had acquired the Soul Dominator talent, his spiritual power reached an immeasurable level. Invoking the power of heaven and earth became easier. With the shifting of thoughts and the spreading of consciousness, his entire body seemed to merge into heaven and earth. He himself seemed to become a part of heaven and earth. This. Elder Tang suddenly widened his eyes, revealing an incredulous expression. Merge into heaven and earth? The whole body is attracting primal Qi. It seems that his spirit has also surged. This transformation, this comprehension, this talent. Damn it, it's really incredible. Elder Tang smacked his lips, and then his eyes lit up, more excited than when he saw the little beauty in the monster pavilion. At this moment, Jiang Ming did not only attract primal Qi from the Baiuyaku point but from all over his body. Waves of primal Qi were being drawn in and infused into the Danshin. He seemed to have turned into a black hole, devouring the energy of heaven and earth. Inside the Qi, as the power of heaven and earth entered, it was immediately assimilated into Jiang Ming's own power. Most of it merged into the Qi barrier, expanding outward. So this is the qualitative change caused by the Soul Dominator. Jiang Ming also gained some insight. Although he hadn't checked the ability of the Soul Dominator yet, he was certain that this talent was no less than the 100-fold comprehension, even more terrifying. Just the initial integration allowed him to merge into heaven and earth, as if he could see the operation of the rules and the countless creations. Finally, he stopped. It was not mental fatigue, but reaching the limit in the space of his Danshin. The sun had long since risen from the sea, casting its speckled shadows through the branches and leaves. Incredible, incredible. Elder Tang couldn't help but exclaim. Merging into heaven and earth? What a terrifying talent. Moreover, he continued to absorb the primal Qi without stopping, the long duration of which amazed him. Dong author's note, surname, how far has the space in your Danshin reached? Elder Tang couldn't help but ask, then quickly followed up, don't say it, don't say it. I'm afraid it'll be a blow to me. Judging from the situation just now, the space within Danshin is at least 1 zhong in radius. 1 zhong? 2 zhong? 3 zhang? It's like going against the heavens. In the past, the Federation has collected information about the powerful of the second realm of martial arts from 108 provinces to carry out statistics. Results found that most martial artists' Danshan space was only about 1k, a person with average talent had their Danshan space around 2k, and 3k represented top-notch genius. If the space in the Sea of Qi reached more than 5k, then it is of unparalleled genius. Above 1 zhang is considered unrivaled in the world. Elder Tang explained briefly while looking at him, fully revealing an expression of admiration towards Zhang. Thank you, Elder. Zhang Ming sincerely bowed in gratitude to the old man. A Yuan pill helped to make up for the shortcomings in the Foundation, fully unleashing his terrifying potential. It's just a single elixir pill. To me, it's as simple as a meal. Elder Tang waved his hand dismissively. But to me, it's a stroke of luck, especially before the martial exam. Zhang Ming smiled and said, my Danshan Sea of Qi is at least 2 zhang. In fact, it was actually 10 zhang. Not an inch less. 2 zhang? An unparalleled genius among Tanjiao authors note, genius peers. An unmatched talent. Elder Tang couldn't help but gasp, saying happily, this little guy is going to rise up. Elder Tang, with my current situation, can I become a province top scorer? Zhang Ming asked. Province top scorer? What are you thinking about? Elder Tang couldn't help but laugh. Tanzong province has a population of hundreds of millions, with about 800,000 people participating in the martial exam. There are so many geniuses. Even those who have reached the third realm of martial arts will appear, and you are probably not on par with them. After all, your breakthrough is too late, you haven't accumulated enough, and you don't even have a practice method. You need to have a cultivation method, a realm, and combat skills. Other than the realm, you still lack cultivation. Furthermore, you lack experience in fighting. To become a province top scorer in the martial exam would be as difficult as reaching the sky, but... He hesitated slightly. At this moment, Zhang Ming's heart sank, but the word but caught his attention, and he couldn't help but ask, Elder Tang, is there still a chance? Yes. Elder Tang became serious and said, 10,000 Realms Tower. 10,000 Realms Tower? Zhang Ming suddenly understood. He had heard that 10,000 Realms Tower was a tower controlled by the City Lord Mansion. Inside the tower, there were many world secret realm entrances that were temporarily solidified, and only those who had reached the second realm of martial arts were eligible to enter. The secret realm was magical inside. No matter how many years had passed, it was only an hour outside. Upon entering, one could hone their martial skills, improve their cultivation level, increase their experience, and so on. However, if one failed to meet the requirements, everything they had gained would be erased, and they could die inside. Instead, it was truly over. The mortality rate was not low. For a while, many people ventured into the secret realm, resulting in a staggering death rate of 40%. Later on, only those who knew their limits dared to go there. Even now, the death rate was around 10%. According to the statistics, only about 5% of the people could benefit from it. Ordinary people hardly dared to venture into the world secret realm. Don't get carried away, kid. Seeing that Zhang Ming was tempted, Elder Tang quickly stopped him. Don't underestimate your talent and the Sea of Qi you opened. With your talent and the open Qi Sea, your future is boundless. Although being a provincial champion brings great honor and benefits, it's not worth your life. Moreover, you can obtain those benefits easily in the future. If you're worried about not getting into a good martial school, I can guarantee you a spot in Central Divine Martial College. Chapter 6, The Spirit Lives On. After exchanging contact information with Elder Tang, Zhang Ming hurried home. After a quick wash, he sat on the sofa and a system template appeared before his eyes. Name, Zhang Ming. Cultivation, Qi Si Realm, Martial Arts Second Realm, Cultivation Skills, Yin Yang Fist, Thunderstorm 9 Slashes. Talents, 100-fold Comprehension, Soul Dominator, Temporary Solidification, Task, Become the Province Top Scorer in the Martial Arts Exam Preliminary Selection. Many changes took place in the information. Even Zhang Ming himself couldn't believe that he would open up a 10 zhang wide Qi Si space. According to Elder Tang, a space larger than 1 zhang would already make one an unrivaled genius. But he had 10 zhang. There are no records on the internet about a Danshan Qi Si space of 10 zhang. The highest record was only 3 zhang, and it's unclear whether it's true or not. Zhang Ming clenched his fist, feeling the surging power like a great river, giving him the illusion of being able to smash a building with a single punch. Too strong. After the muscle and bone resonance, the power entered the micro level, and I could feel that I could easily kill my past self. As for now, one slap could kill my past self when he had entered the micro level. The potential power feedback from the Tenjiang Qi Si space has made my body incredibly strong. Jiang Ming finally understood why the martial arts realm was so significant. Even if he had only just entered the second realm of martial arts, he was already incredibly strong, suppressing the waves in his heart. There were also changes in the other aspects, but the most attractive to him was the talent column. Soul Dominator, soul as the foundation, spirit as the application. Your soul characteristics change, your spirit strengthens, and as your cultivation level increases, you possess the potential to become the master of your soul. Immune to most soul curses and spiritual attacks, you can quickly learn similar techniques and see through the essence of the world. Your soul is immortal, and your spirit will last forever. This is the basic information that the system brought. As for other abilities, he had to explore them on his own. Jiang Ming closed his eyes and contemplated, his spiritual senses spreading out, and everything within a 10-meter radius became clear in his mind, albeit veiled by a layer of fog. Even so, he could detect the slightest changes. He could also get a general idea of the neighbors and even capture their scents, sensing a special fluctuation, which should be a unique life magnetic field. It was amazing. When Jiang Ming opened his eyes, this sense weakened, and as he looked at the cup before him, he reached out and caught it as it wobbled slightly and flew into his hand. Am I a superhero now? He couldn't help but laugh. After a few trials, he found that the weight of the objects he could control could not exceed 1 kilogram. The most amazing thing was his immunity to spiritual and soul attacks. There have been powerful people on Blue Star who controlled the power of the spirit, but there had never been any mention of curses, so it would be hard to say if they would appear when they stepped onto the 10,000 Realms battlefield in the future. In addition, it gets stronger as one's cultivation level increases, so there is no need to practice separately. It should be saved as a trump card to save my life, and not be used easily. Since he didn't know much about it, it was better to keep a low profile. Only the province top scorer. Jiang Ming felt a bit of a headache. First, there's the college entrance exam, then the provincial exam, and finally, the United States major examination to determine the final champion. According to Elder Tang's words and the records of previous college entrance exams, it would be extremely difficult for him to become the province top scorer in the preliminary selection stage. Even using mental power was almost impossible. It's because of the powerful martial artists. As he raised his hand, a stream of chi flowed out and quickly dissipated into the air. He had not yet practiced suitable cultivation techniques and combat skills for the Chi-Si realm and could not effectively use chi. In the martial arts second realm of the Chi-Si realm, if chi is sufficient, it can already be used to enhance one's fists and weapons, and even forming a detached attack. As for the third layer of martial arts, it would be even stronger. 10,000 Realms Tower, should I really go? Jiang Ming frowned. Now that he had tasted the sweetness of the Soul Dominator talent, giving it up was not an option. After having lunch, he took a short rest before rushing to school. When he arrived at the school gate, he saw a girl walking over from the other side, Yunzao from the next class. She brightened her eyes when she saw Jiang Ming and waved, "Wait a moment, fellow student." She quickly walked over, swiveling her waist. "What's up?" Jiang Ming furrowed his brows slightly. "Well." Yunzao hesitated, tucking her hair behind her ears. Her voice playfully said, "Classmate, I saw you practicing at Jinshui Park. I didn't expect we go to the same school. I'm in class 4, you're in class 5. Hee, what a coincidence. Classmate, I saw your understanding of Shock Fist far exceeds mine. Could you give me some pointers?" Yunzao asked with expectation amidst her coyness. "Why not ask your teacher? Our class instructor is a middle-aged man. His gaze on people is very uncomfortable, and I heard he didn't even cultivate his Shock Fist to the great success realm back then. After entering the Chi-Si realm, he probably won't practice it anymore." "I see, what's the problem? Just tell me." Jiang Ming hesitated a bit, but nodded in agreement since they were from the same school. "It's the 9th movement. No matter how hard I try, I can't perform it perfectly and fluently with my breathing technique." Yunzao quickly said. "Speaking about it is useless. Let's do this. You demonstrate once for me to see." Jiang Ming said, pointing to the side and walking over. "All right." Yunzao was overjoyed and began her demonstration after walking over. Jiang Ming's voice came over, "Stop." Yunzao froze. Jiang Ming adjusted her left shoulder and said, "Before the 9th movement, your inhale should be deeper, sinking into your navel. Your left shoulder should drop by 3 points, and your wrist slightly bent. Stop it." At this moment, a furious shout came from the distance, as a male student dashed towards them with incredible speed. As fast as a cheetah, he quickly reached them and angrily shouted, "How dare you molest Zhao in broad daylight? You're asking for death." Jiang Ming frowned and launched a counterattack before the other student could land a hit on him. He used the soft power from Yin Yang Fist. Watching as the other student stopped, Jiang Ming said, "Classmate, Did you understand the situation before acting? He then looked at Yunzao, who seemed excited. This left him puzzled. I saw it with my own eyes. The male student attacked once more and aimed a punch at Zhang Ming's chest but was once again repelled. That's twice now. Zhang Ming's expression darkened. Yun, aren't you going to explain? You audacious guy, how dare you threaten our goddess right in front of me? Seeking death. The male student became even more enraged, leaping up and kicking toward Zhang Ming's shoulder. He was still somewhat rational, not aiming for the neck. No more third or fourth chances. Zhang Ming was utterly annoyed. In his eyes, the opponent's speed was extremely slow. He raised his palm like a knife, striking the other student's leg and then knocked him away with another palm. The male student fell to the ground, unable to get up. Zhang Ming looked at Yunzao expressionlessly, but she gazed back at him with bright, expectant eyes, as if saying, "You're so amazing." For fuck's sake. Zhang Ming walked over to the male student and looked at his pained expression. In a low voice, he said, "She asked me for guidance on her shock fist practice. I was just giving her some pointers. You attacked me without knowing the situation, and she didn't stop you or explain. She didn't comfort or explain to you after you've been continuously defeated, do you understand? You must be really into her, but look at the result. Ha. Brown noser, you've become nothing but a dog in the end. Look at you, you're just like a dog, a pitiful dog no one cares for." Zhang Ming left after saying this. He originally thought Yunzao's dedication to her morning training at the park showed good character, but the outcome made him want to curse. His good mood was completely ruined for the day. "Classmate, why are you leaving?" Yunzao called out, puzzled. By giving her pointers, wasn't he pursuing her? After defeating another pursuer, shouldn't he be bragging about his excellence to her? And then taking it a step further by exchanging contact information, or even asking to go out together? According to her experience, that's how all male students should behave, right? What's going on? She truly didn't understand. The male student lying on the ground was initially enraged and embarrassed, but when he saw Yunzao's reaction and her indifference to his plight, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly remembered Zhang Ming's words, "You're like a dog now, a pitiful dog no one cares for. I've really become a dog. Fuck." Zhang Ming went to look for head teacher Mr. Chen. "Zhang Ming, didn't you take a long leave? Why are you here?" Mr. Chen put down the pen in his hand. "Is there something you don't understand about your cultivation? Tell me." Zhang Ming raised his hand, and chi flowed out. "Chi overflow? Real chi. You've opened your sea of chi and stepped into the martial arts second realm." Mr. Chen suddenly stood up, his astonishment unmatched. "Yes." Zhang Ming smiled, "I just broke through and came to find you for school certification. How is that possible? I remember you haven't even reached the muscle and bone resonance stage. How are you already in the martial arts second realm?" After his initial surprise, Mr. Chen was puzzled, but still delighted. "Come, let's certify you first. Opening the Sea of Chi is equivalent to obtaining an admission voucher to a first-tier martial arts university, and there will be various benefits." Haha, fantastic. Chapter 7, Return to the Origin. The certification was simple, it just involved measuring one's strength, and then record and archive it. From then on, Zhang Ming became a martial artist of the martial arts second realm, and enjoyed various benefits. Social welfare, for those who reached the second realm of martial arts before 24, housing would be half-priced, as well as half-priced food and goods in certain places, and so on. There were also rewards inside the school, such as being awarded a cultivation skill, a combat skill, and a weapon of choice, and so forth. The benefits of being a powerful martial artist were beyond imagination. Class 4. Zhang Ming entered the classroom, which was sparsely populated with students. "How come you're here, youngster?" Wang Fatty was flabbergasted. "Missed you, didn't I?" Zhang Ming said with a smile. "I'm not a beautiful woman, stop talking nonsense." Wang Fatty lowered his voice and glanced at a delicate girl in front of him. "Are you missing the class flower?" The girl's ears twitched and she shot a warning glance at them. A round face, delicate but mixed with humor. Her name was Kinzayan, her cheeks flushed and implied the fluctuation of primal chi around her. Wang Fatty retracted his neck. Zhang Ming smiled and pointed at Wang Fatty, then shrugged his shoulders. The girl snorted lightly, grinding her teeth. At this point, school was over. Most of the students in the classroom either came back to rest after practicing in the school practice room, or were preparing for the literary exam as they felt they couldn't make it into martial arts university. People like Wang Fatty were rare. "What are you always doing in class?" Zhang Ming was genuinely puzzled. "Ah." Wang Fatty sighed softly, "Once I leave, I won't be able to come back. This is the final attachment, the last unwillingness to let go of youth, and the ultimate farewell to carefreeness." I don't believe you. Jiang Ming frowned. You're not going to try for a breakthrough. Even if I try, could I possibly open the chi si? You come and see. Jiang Ming raised his hand and chi flowed from his fingertips. Although it was invisible, it could be clearly sensed. Damn. Wang Fadi almost jumped up. Jiang Ming, you've actually opened your chi si, this. All the other students looked over. Their look was one of confusion. They were all from the same class, they knew each other's strength. Jiang Ming opening his chi si? What nonsense. He had not even achieved muscle and bone resonance, it was impossible to open the chi si. Even if he had reached the realm of entering the microcosm, it would take more than a day or two to break through. At this point, the phones all chimed with notifications. It was a message from the teacher in the class group. Congratulations, let's celebrate. Our classmate Jiang Ming has opened his Danshan Chi Si and stepped into the martial arts second realm. Let's celebrate again. Fellow students, time is running out, don't waste more time, keep working hard, you might be the next Jiang Ming. The classroom was instantly abuzz. Wang Fadi rubbed his eyes, looked at his phone, then looked at his deskmate, blurted out, Demon, reveal yourself, when else are you going to wait? Jiang Ming was speechless. You are definitely a demon. Qin Ziyan walked over with a face full of curiosity and disbelief. How did you open the chi si? I remember that last time one slap nearly disassembled you. Say, have you been possessed by a demon? I even dual cultivated with a demon. Jiang Ming said impatiently. So it's the merit of dual cultivation. Wang Fadi suddenly realized. Speak, which demon is it? Does she have sisters? Jiang Ming was left speechless. However, Qin Ziyan patted his shoulder. The first pat was heavy, the second even heavier, and at the third, seeing that Jiang Ming was unmoving, she nodded approvingly but her face was particularly serious. She looked at Jiang Ming with more confusion, but simply offered, work hard to achieve a good result at the martial exam. After saying that she returned to her seat. Jiang Ming watched her go, noting that this girl was unusual. With those 3 pats, the first was heavy enough for his usual self to bear, the second was much heavier, and the third was clearly enhanced with chi. As for exposing himself, and the teacher revealing the situation in the class chat group, he didn't care at all as it could not be hidden anyway. There wasn't a need to. After all, it's a martial world, the stronger you are, the more benefits you obtain, which is a different story from concealing one's mental power. Not wanting to stay in class any longer, he dragged Wang Fadi out with him. I still can't believe you've entered the Chi Si realm. Wang Fadi scratched his head, obviously perplexed. No one knew his deskmate better than he did. I swallowed a Pe-Yuan pill, and then I broke through step by step, directly opening my Danshan. Explained Jiang Ming. Even with the Pe-Yuan pill, you shouldn't be able to. Wang Fadi protested, look at me, I've been in the microscopic realm for a long time, but I just can't grasp the opportunity to break through. To achieve this, one must sense heaven and earth's rhythm, feel primal chi, slowly disturb the solid as mountain chi si, draw in heaven and earth's rhythm, and let chi enter the body to open the Danshan. Normally, this process requires at least half a year of preparation. That's because I'm a genius. If you're a genius, then I'm a demon. Demon, reveal your true form so the old monk can capture you. Piss off. Jokingly, Jiang Ming went to the equipment center to get a blade, a cross-blade type to be exact. As for cultivation methods, he could simply claim them online, it wasn't so troublesome. How do you feel? Jiang Ming took out the long blade, spun it around, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. You're 195 centimeters tall and weigh 300 kilograms, been in the microscopic realm for 3 months now. What has resulted from it? Weren't you surpassed by me? Are you envious? Are you jealous? I even hate it. Wang Fadi hummed, gritted his teeth, and said, no, you have surpassed me, this is embarrassing. I'm going home to train right away, I'll close the door and train, I won't come out until I break through. Kid, you better not play around. Breaking through is vital, if you make a slight mistake, it will be a lifelong matter. Rest assured. They parted ways, each heading home. At home, Jiang Ming sat on the sofa, a crossblade on his lap, eyes closed. In his mind, the method of Thunderstorm 9/'s practice flowed. His mind was whirring, wisdom sparking. It seemed as if a virtual space truly manifested in his mind, where numerous avatars, condensed from his powerful spirit, began to rehearse the blade technique. It was far more intuitive than when he was deducing the cultivation method before. Though the name Thunderstorm 9/ sounded powerful, its actual practice was simple. It was domineering, fearless, quick to strike, its force deep, using power to suppress opponents. In no time, Jiang Ming opened his eyes again. With a clang, he stood up, pulled out the long blade, and slashed, splitting the air in half. He was practicing right in the living room. In less than 10 minutes, he reached a pitch-perfect level of performance. Blade skills, perfected. It was already understood theoretically when he was deducing in his mind, but in actuality, he still needed to practice, adjusting his muscles and exertion, in order for illusion and reality to come together as one. In short, it's all about theory and practice. Comprehension was the theory, and training was the practice. When the two are combined, one reaches the grand path. Now I can comprehend the cultivation skill even faster. Apart from hundredfold comprehension, the Soul Dominator talent certainly gave a boost. Sheathed the blade, opened his phone, and checked the class group chat. Good grief, there were thousands of unread messages already. They're all youngsters, their hands move way too fast. A swift glance, many of them were talking about him, expressing shock, confusion, misunderstanding, weighing Fatty's comment on how he ate a PEUN pill, causing most classmates to denounce him as a rich bastard. Zhang Ming exited the chat group, logged into the school's intranet, and started to select cultivation skills. Choose the cultivation skill carefully. Those chosen by the most people are usually universal, even though they might not be the best, they are certainly not bad. Alright, Gyuan Sutra it is. Combat skill? Still sticking with weapons, definitely blade technique then. This blade technique. Thunderstorm 9 slashes, according to the description, is the sequential evolution of Thunderstorm 9 slashes, one leading to another. Interesting, I'll take it. After selecting, he received the 2 cultivation techniques in his mailbox swiftly. Instead of diving right in, Zhang Ming looked up Chi Si Realm on the school's intranet, browsed various martial arts posts, and researched information about 10,000 Realms Tower. As for 10,000 Realms Tower, he might really have to give it a try. Chapter 8, Entering the small world. The sun slanted, and a gentle breeze blew. It was the lazy afternoon time. In an exquisitely beautiful courtyard, 2 elders sat facing each other, drinking tea. Old Dang, you said there was good news and insisted I come over. I've come, and we've had 2 cups of tea, but you're still all smiles. What's the good news? If you don't tell me, I'll leave. You're here for a vacation, but what about me? I have tons of things to deal with. Old Song, look at you getting so anxious. At this age, can't you take it easy? Old Tang chuckled. I'm not like you, all accomplished. I'm just a tired soul. Old Song snorted, these days, taking care of you has really worn me out. You, old man, should never have come back. Alright. You're still the same hot-tempered person after all these years. Old Song, let me tell you, I've found a great talent, really amazing. You'd never guess how good he is. A talent? There aren't any outstanding immortal second generations in the city. If there were any good talents, how could I not know? That's exactly it, you don't know. I've been wandering around and this morning, I saw a kid at Jinshui Park. He's perfected the shock fist, yet managed not to achieve the muscle and bone resonance. Could it be that he's only 7 or 8 years old, with weak bones, and a heaven-defying comprehension? He's a senior high school student. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Old Dang, your cultivation level is stronger than mine, but you can't talk nonsense. If he's perfected the shock fist, then he would have definitely perfected soft fist and military boxing as well. Even if he has a weak constitution or a not-so-good family background, the school would have certainly provided him assistance once they found out. Even if he cultivates Loki, he would be able to reach muscle and bone resonance. No, that's not it. You wouldn't be this happy just because he's perfected shock fist. But that's the truth. The kid said he has just started recently. Of course, I didn't really believe him, so I made a bet with him. I demonstrated yin-yang fist, and if he could achieve minor success within a day, I'd give him a PEUN pill. Recently started? Such a situation isn't unheard of, a sudden enlightenment, and a great increase in comprehension. It's possible. But old Dang, yin-yang fist isn't easy to practice. It contains the principles of hardness and softness, complementary and contradictory. If he achieves minor success in a day, it's indeed rare talent, but it wouldn't make you this happy. Could it be in half a day? If it's just half a day, you wouldn't call me over. Could it be he achieved great success in half a day? If that's the case, he really is a good talent. You really underestimate me. If it was just half a day and great success, would I call you to share? So go ahead and tell me, don't just drop your pants without farting. Vulgar. Old Tang put on a serious face. He watched me once and understood, and after practicing 10 times, he reached perfection. Holy shit, that's impossible. Old Song was astonished. Are you sure he's just a senior high school student, hasn't achieved muscle and bone resonance, and has never practiced yin-yang fist before? Do you think he could deceive me? Old Tang snorted, that's not even the key point. The key is that after taking the PEUN pill, He went straight to muscle and bone resonance, then breakthrough to enter the sea of chi in his danshan. Damn, he really is a gem. It's no wonder you've gone through so much trouble, old Jang. Did you take him as your disciple? Call him over someday so I can have a look. Don't be so anxious, we're far from there yet. I hope you're not telling me he's also awakened spiritual power. That's a 1 in 10,000 chance. No. But when he opened his danshan, he merged into heaven and earth, and directly established a 2-jong-wide sea of chi. Merging into heaven and earth? A 2-jong sea of chi? Old Song shouted in surprise, his breathing quickening. How is this even possible? Old Jang, you've taken him as your disciple, haven't you? No. Holy shit, you old man, don't tell me you don't even value such a talent. If you don't take him, I will. Just tell me, who is he? If I'm afraid of teaching someone wrongly, what about you? Old Tang snorted and then said seriously, once such a genius takes off, he will soar straight up into the sky. Just keep an eye on him for the time being, try to protect him as much as possible. No matter what, he is still from Pinyin. The two chatted quietly. At home, Zhang Ming looked up a lot of information and began to memorize the content of Gyuan Sutra and thunderous 9 heavens strike in his heart, closing his eyes to sort it out. He also began to comprehend Gyuan Sutra. This was the fundamental way of practicing cultivation skills. When a martial artist breaks through to the martial arts second realm, they can merge their mind with heaven and earth and draw primal chi into their bodies, a very special state. Once the breakthrough is made, manipulating chi into the body requires cultivation skills. After a while, Zhang Ming opened his eyes, a spark of understanding in them. The method of absorbing elemental chi into true chi as described in the Gyuan Sutra, he had comprehended its essence. But with the size of my danshan space, filling it up with true chi is going to be very difficult. Not very difficult, but rather, extremely difficult. Most of the primal chi absorbed during the breakthrough has been used to expand the danshan, which is now empty. What kind of concept is 10 jong square radius? It's a circle with a radius of 33 meters, no, a sphere. As he thought about it, Zhang Ming couldn't help but feel goosebumps. I'll take it one step at a time. Sighing, he sat cross-legged on the sofa, cycling his chi through his danshan sea of chi, forming a peculiar circulation within his body, drawing the fluctuations of the surrounding chi, and then flowing into his danshan sea of chi. At first, it was slow. One strand at a time flowed in and was refined into true chi in the sea of chi. As he cultivated, Zhang Ming's soul vibrated, and his spirit radiated, unconsciously merging with the pulsations of heaven and earth, causing his body to seemingly melt into nature. His limbs, body, and every pore absorbed chi from heaven and earth. At this moment, he truly became a ravenous behemoth. The sun set in the evening twilight. Zhang Ming opened his eyes, a streak of intelligence flowing through them, then disappearing. My cultivation speed should be fast. No, not just fast, but extremely fast. But for me, it's still too slow. His danshan space was too vast. He felt his stomach, but wasn't too hungry. That was one of the advantages of entering martial arts second realm, which allowed him to absorb the energy of heaven and earth for his own use, naturally reducing his need for food. After going out to eat dinner, he began to comprehend the Wild Thunder 9th/. It wasn't difficult for him. A Silent Night. Danwu Calendar 9918, May 28, 9 a.m. Zhang Ming, carrying his blade, arrived in front of 10,000 Realms Tower. It was a 9-story building, with the City Lord Mansion next to it. There were many martial artists coming and going, and some people were carrying weapons. The hall on the first floor was very large. It was similar to a leisure area, offering drinks, food, and more. Many martial artists were sitting and chatting, exchanging experiences. On one side were several elevators, each leading to a single floor. There was also a service staff member in front of the elevator. Zhang Ming walked towards the elevator leading to the second floor. Please verify your identity. The service girl smiled and pointed to the nearby machine. All right. Zhang Ming took out his mobile phone, pulled up his identity information, and started to verify it. At the same time, a beam of light fell on him for scanning. Martial arts second realm, verification passed. There was a prompt sound nearby, and the elevator automatically opened. Zhang Ming entered. There were a few scattered people sitting in the spacious second floor. A few middle-aged people looked hesitant, as if they wanted to take a risk but were very cautious. Zhang Ming, however, unexpectedly saw someone he knew. Qin Ziyan, what are you doing here? He walked over. The familiar face was his class monitor and class flower, Ms. Qin. He was genuinely surprised. Zhang Ming. Qin Ziyan was also surprised. Hesitating, she said, I want to give it a shot. There's no need. Zhang Ming sat across from her. Given your situation, It's difficult for martial arts prestigious schools, but first-tier ones are still within reach. Why would you take such a risk? I've looked up some information, and most of us recently advanced students who enter the world secret realm to take risks have a very high chance of dying, while the benefits are extremely rare. Then why did you come? Qin Ziyan said unhappily. I have special circumstances. Zhang Ming hesitated for a moment, raised his hand, and placed it on her shoulder before she could react. Qin Ziyan suddenly felt a heavy weight on her shoulder, as if a mountain was pressing down on her. She couldn't bear it even if she tried to resist it with her cultivation skills. Zhang Ming, on the other hand, seemed unbothered. She immediately showed a shocked expression, her face full of disbelief. How is this possible? Didn't you just break through yesterday? Her voice was very low. Didn't I say my situation is special? Zhang Ming removed his hand. Do you have a reason to go in? No, I just want to try my luck and get into a prestigious school. At the cost of your life? Don't forget you have parents. After hearing this, Qin Ziyan fell silent, and then bitter laughed. You're usually a closed-up person, but I didn't expect you to be so persuasive. Sigh, I really shouldn't have come. What about you? Do you have a reason to go in? Yes. Zhang Ming nodded. You don't need to, either. Like you advised me, you can cultivate step by step, and your future achievements will definitely be impressive. Even if you have any grievances, you can easily solve them with your future status. There's no need to risk your life. Since I'm here, I've made all the preparations. Qin Ziyan, if I don't come back, bring my belongings to Wang Fatty and let him deal with them as he pleases. Zhang Ming stood up and walked towards the mysterious world gate, which was only a frame and filled with darkness inside. A middle-aged man was sitting in front of the world gate, swiping his phone. Hearing the commotion, he raised his head and frowned upon seeing Zhang Ming. You're still young, do you really want to take this risk? People die there. Since I came here, I'm prepared to take all the consequences. Zhang Ming bowed his hand. Please proceed with the procedure. All right. The middle-aged man nodded, pointing to a nearby machine. First, scan your identity. If it's your first time entering the world's secret realm, it's free. Otherwise, there's a handling fee of 100,000 credit points. Sign a will in case of death, and put your belongings in the locker. There are ancient clothes in the room next door, and you can choose a set for free. There are also some small accessories. If you have money, you can ask the people inside to tailor-make a set for you, plus a wig. Read the instruction manual before entering. Let me remind you again, past experiences are not reliable because the world you enter is random and constantly developing. There may even be new world secret realms emerging. The middle-aged man said tirelessly. Zhang Ming had already verified his identity, put his mobile phone and other items in the locker, and after hesitating for a moment, even placed his blade inside. He entered the room next door and came out after a while, wearing a set of white Confucian robes, with a jade pendant hanging from his waist, and holding a folding fan in his hand. His short hair was now long, but it was meticulously arranged so that it didn't look like a wig. It gave people an astonishing feeling, like a peerless young master with jade-like appearance. Qin Ziyan, who was walking by, couldn't help but stare and take a few more glances. Then, with a serious look on her face, she asked, Do you really have to go? I must. Zhang Ming smiled. I put my stuff in the locker. If I don't return in an hour, you take it. Anyway, I have no worries. With a bow of his hand, he stepped into the world gate without hesitation. His figure disappeared without a trace. Qin Ziyan was lost in a daze. Chapter 9, 9 Yin and 9 Yang. Worlds differ, rules differ. The moment Zhang Ming stepped into the world gate, his head was slightly dizzy. Astral traveling had brought him to another one-party world, appearing beside a mountain road. Immediately, he showed caution, observing his surroundings and carefully sensing for any dangers before relaxing a bit. At the same time, some information about the world of secret realm surfaced in his mind. The world secret realm that those in the martial arts second realm enter are usually second-tier secret realms. The strongest within them are at the martial arts third layer, and at the most can reach the quasi-fourth layer. This is a limitation of power. To escape and leave the secret realm, and simultaneously gain all the learning, there are two known criteria that apply to most worlds: become the acknowledged strongest in the secret realm world or become the supreme of 95. The strongest power, the strongest authority. Other conditions depend on the specific world or the degree of evolution. At this moment, a distorted screen appeared before his eyes, displaying lines of text. Secret Realm, 9 Yin and 9 Yang World. Limitations: the survival limit is 3 years. In the last year, the worlds will repel and powerful beings of this world will sense the general location of the outsiders and hunt them down in the name of exterminating demons and protecting the Tao. Note: only the general location can be sensed. Exit conditions: First, persevere for 3 years. Second, obtain 5 top-secret books. Third, comprehend a brand new top-secret skill. Note, completing the first condition allows you to leave at any time, but everything gained in this place will be erased. Achievement conditions. First, become the recognized strongest. Second, become the emperor. Third, comprehend a martial arts realm. Fourth, obtain the 9 yin divine art and 9 yang true scripture. Note, achieving any of these allows you to leave at any time while keeping all non-material gains intact. There were 2 gray buttons at the bottom: leave, achieve. The content was actually very simple: surviving in this place for 3 years. If it wasn't for the last year when the heaven and earths were repelling him, and being hunted by powerful beings sensing his location in this world, there would be no difficulty. But it's obvious, coming here is asking for trouble. Exit conditions are difficult. Achievement conditions are even more difficult. Is the intention of the world's secret realm to cultivate and select the powerful? Jiang Ming pondered secretly. Becoming the strongest or the emperor within 3 years? It's as difficult as reaching the heavens. He isn't familiar with the 9 yin and 9 yang cultivation skills, but comprehending an entirely new realm? That's even more difficult than becoming the emperor. If he reached the 3rd layer of martial arts and comprehended the realm, he would be equivalent to a quasi-4th level powerhouse. No wonder so few people can truly benefit. Let alone gaining benefits, even the exit conditions are not simple. Comprehending secret skills? For those in the martial arts 2nd realm, it's like a fantasy. The key is that the time is too short, only 2 years of development before a final year of fighting. Collecting top martial arts? Without the power of the 3rd layer, it's very difficult to achieve. As for achievements? He's not too worried about that. With his comprehension, creating a new law is not difficult. At least he can get the condition to leave at any time, and stand invincible in the innate realm. While thinking, he also examined the surrounding environment. Below his feet was the mountain road, flanked by high mountains on the left and right. After carefully sensing it again, he discovered something unexpected. The gravity in this world seemed lighter. No, restriction would be more accurate. As he circulated the Gyun Sutra, there was no feeling of stagnation. He could continue his cultivation. It's just that the absorption of primal chi is slower, far less than that in the main world. No, it's because of the low vitality concentration in this world. Jiang Ming couldn't help but frown. For him, this was not good news. The most important thing now is to figure out the situation here. As Jiang Ming was considering his situation, he heard the sound of horseshoes getting closer, accompanied by laughter and conversation. Haha, we made a fortune this time. Yeah, I didn't expect this group of merchants to have 3,000 taels of silver hidden in their midst. That's enough to eat for a year. Damn it, there are no women around. It's killing me. Boss, should we raid a village, kill them all, and keep the women for some fun? Fun my ass. If word gets out, those other bandit groups will definitely hunt us down. They're all heartless, rotten scoundrels. Jiang Ming's hearing was extraordinary, which made him frown slightly. Robbers? No, they should be mountain bandits. They even want to slaughter villages, truly evil. This world isn't peaceful, otherwise, these bandits wouldn't dare to run rampant, let alone massacre villages. Jiang Ming shook his head, feeling somewhat uneasy. Soon, a group of more than 20 people appeared in front, all riding horses, like a sweeping gale, roaring as they came. He focused on their senses, and felt slightly relieved. None of them were strong. Even the one at the front hadn't reached the stage of communicating with the outer world through chi, which meant they hadn't reached even martial arts 2nd realm. Their blood chi wasn't strong either, and in his eyes, they all had a thick killing aura, with only 2 of them having less. Winnie. The horse neighed, stopping abruptly. A white-faced scholar? TSK, that face is so pale, even paler than a woman's chest. The leader at the front stared at Jiang Ming and couldn't help but lick his lips, revealing a wicked grin. Haha, boss, this is what you like, isn't it? Do you want us to catch him and send him to your room? Get lost, with your filthy claws, don't dirty my sweetheart. I can't take it anymore. I'll peel him to have some fun. Jiang Ming couldn't help but shudder, tightening his buttocks. Sweetheart, come, sing that song Backyard Flower with me. The leader was quite burly, but his skin was extremely rough. He got off his horse and walked over. Damn it, such bad luck. Jiang Ming spat, feeling disgusted. You want to lay your hands on me? I'll take you down first. Without another word, he moved, shooting forward like an arrow. Fast, very fast. The mountain bandit leader's pupils shrank in shock, quickly retreating while trying to draw his mountain-cutting blade from his back. However, just as he had pulled out halfway, Jiang Ming had already arrived, landing a punch on his shoulder. Bang! His shoulder exploded, blood and flesh flying everywhere. His left shoulder was completely shattered. The mountain bandit leader screamed as he was sent flying backward, crashing in front of a horse and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly yelled, "This brat is tough. All of you, attack." Being hardened criminals, they all jumped up and charged forward. The blades whistled, faces ferocious. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed, causing their speed to slow down a bit, as he exhaled a foul breath and attacked again. His fists were like dragons, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Bang! With a single punch, he turned the closest attacker and his weapon into a bloody mist, causing the remaining bandits to pause, then shriek in horror and fear. Even Jiang Ming was surprised, but he didn't stop. He alternated between military boxing and domineering boxing, like a wolf among sheep. In just a short time, everyone else, except for the two who hadn't dismounted, lay on the ground. The horses neighed in pain and anguish. Jiang Ming looked at the last two. "Hero, please spare us." One of them, an elder with a goatee and small, rolling eyes, fell to his knees after rolling off his horse. "This old man has not committed any evil, please spare my life." The other one was a young man, who bowed with a clenched fist, cautious yet fearful, with a hint of satisfaction. "Interesting." Jiang Ming laughed. Chapter 10, Great Village Master. Someone behind him seemed to see an opportunity, forcibly suppressing the pain from his severed arm, and pulled out a dagger, pouncing at his waist. Thud. Jiang Ming didn't look back. With a slight twist of his body, he sent his opponent flying. The man landed far away, his chest completely collapsed. The bearded goat-old man trembled and grew even more respectful. "What's your name? Why didn't you take action?" Jiang Ming asked. Before the man could answer, the previous leader yelled angrily, "Hulauzen, are you fucking betraying me? Did you find these people? Screw your ancestors." Hulauzen's mouth twitched slightly, but he ignored his leader and instead respectfully said to Jiang Ming, "Hero, I am Hutu, the third-ranked leader of the 3 villages, known as Hulauzen. I was originally a scholar who knew a bit of martial arts. One year, I was framed and had no choice but to run away. I was caught and brought up the mountain, and since I was versed in both literature and martial arts, I was made the 3rd leader. I didn't want to do it, I really didn't, but even a tiny ant clings to life, so I could only follow the flow. But, hero, I've never actively taken someone's life." Hulauzen pleaded earnestly. "What about you?" Jiang Ming looked at the young man. "My grandfather was a mountain bandit, and my father was a mountain bandit. After our village was destroyed, I was captured and brought here. I had no choice but to become a mountain bandit, but I don't want to be one, and I don't want my son to become one either," the young man said a bit excitedly. "My name is Changqing, and I've always wanted to leave the mountain village but never had the chance. I can testify to that." Hulauzen hurriedly said, "He can't stand people killing each other, so he's been ostracized by his fellow mountain thieves. However, his skills are exceptional, and he's always chosen to accompany them on missions, but he avoids taking action when possible. If it weren't for my covert support, he would surely suffer at the hands of Big Boss Ma." Jiang Ming remained noncommittal but asked, "You want to live or die?" "Live. Of course, I want to live." Hulauzen said, "Ahem, I may not be a good person, but I don't think I'm a bad person either. At least not intentionally." Jiang Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. As expected of a scholar, eloquent with his words. "Go and kill Big Boss Ma, and kill all those you think are incorrigible. I'll spare your lives." Jiang Ming pointed at the severely injured Ma bandit leader. Hulauzen hesitated slightly, stood up, and drew his knife to walk over. But Changqing was even faster, stabbing his knife directly into Big Boss Ma's heart. Hulauzen also gave a stab, and amidst unwillingness and pain, Big Boss Ma died with his eyes wide open. The two men killed several more people before stopping. The remaining people are basically not evil, they were all forced. Hulauzen's voice was faint, and he crouched down. "Fine." Jiang Ming nodded and looked at Changqing. "You go and bandage them up, but they can't run away, whoever runs away will die. Then dispose of the bodies. Hulauzen, come here." Jiang Ming gestured to the front. Hulauzen had no choice but to follow. "I just left my clan, wandering through the mountains and rivers, observing the world, honing my martial arts, and also learning about the customs of the people in various parts of the world." Jiang Ming stated a brief, vague origin before asking, "Tell me about the surrounding situation." "Yes." Hulauzen breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that the youth was a member of a prominent clan. "This is Black Cloud Mountain. There are several bandit hideouts on the surrounding mountains: Black Wind Village, where I am, Black Dragon Village, Black Saber Village, and Black Tiger Village." The 4 villages had similar strengths and had been fighting overtly and covertly. They all had one commonality: they engaged in banditry and carried out all sorts of evil deeds. At one time, the four villages had even collaborated to discuss attacking a nearby county town. No wonder they're so wild. Jiang Ming couldn't help but blurt out. Sigh. Hulauzen sighed, the emperor is incompetent and corrupt, selling official positions, and the court is dark. High and low officials collude together, their hearts turning black like maggots. The common people have nothing to live on, especially last year's flood in Jiangsu, which displaced countless people. The court not only failed to provide relief but also prevented people from fleeing the disaster. It was a tragedy. In the first half of this year, Yunzhu suffered a severe drought, and some people even resorted to cannibalism. Sigh. Jiang Ming's eyebrows twitched as he listened. Clan powers grow, dividing lands and nations. Noble families divide territory amongst themselves, creating countries within the country. Bandits roam the land, leaving a trail of woe. Sigh, the common people's suffering is great. Many people were forced to join the ranks of bandits out of desperation. Jiang Ming couldn't help but express his thoughts. Prosperity brings suffering to the people, decline brings suffering to the people. Hulauzen's eyes lit up, the young master has such literary talent. Jiang Ming continued to ask questions and gradually learned more about this world. The Great Yan dynasty ruled the world, with the northern barbarians known as Beimang, which used to be insignificant, now posed a great threat. The 300-year-old dynasty had declined and was nearing its end. In the world of martial artists, the prominent sects included the Daoan Temple, Zanwu sect, Chuanying sect, Lenayu Palace, Divine Sword Villa, Sun and Moon Demon sect, and Divine Fist sect. The Sun and Moon Demon sect once stirred up the martial world, and although they are low-key now, they remain very powerful. The martial world is still divided into good and evil factions. The martial arts realm is rather peculiar, divided into, not ranked, third tier, second tier, first tier, innate, grandmaster, and great grandmaster. Not ranked are those who know some basic martial arts techniques, like farmers. At the initial stage, one cultivates their chi, opening up the danshan, and the sea of chi makes one a third-tier practitioner. Unblocking all 12 meridians elevates one to the second tier, and opening up the extraordinary vessels makes one a first-tier practitioner. Breaking through the governor and conception vessels and absorbing the power of heaven and earth transforms one's true chi into that of an innate warrior. As for grandmasters and great grandmasters, I'm not sure. Hulauzen shook his head. He looked slightly puzzled. Why would someone ask about such common knowledge? He didn't think too much about it. Jiang Ming's expression was quite strange. In the main world, cultivation starts with refining the body and directly drawing the breath of heaven and earth into the body to open up the danshan, with chi circulating throughout the body, and the strength leaving the body. There is no need to open up meridians. But here, the process starts from the inside out, requiring the opening of the 12 meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians. Only after stepping into the innate realm can one absorb the primal chi of heaven and earth. In the main world, all the meridians are opened, which can directly save the process of opening meridians and directly draw the energy of heaven and earth into the body, equivalent to the innate here. Starting from innate, because the primal chi is violent, a powerful body is required to withstand it, which results in the bone-forging realm. Jiang Ming speculated in secret. However, to be sure, he needs to find the cultivation skills of this world and verify them through textual research. Is the bone-forging realm equivalent to third tier, second tier, and first tier? Is the Chi-Si realm equivalent to innate, and the martial arts realm of the third layer of Gangchi equivalent to Grandmaster? Jiang Ming suppressed the idea. He would look for an opportunity to explore it thoroughly later on. Come on, follow me to Blackwind Village. He made a decision. To Blackwind Village? Hulauzen was momentarily stunned. I want to be a village master and play, also leading you to change from evil to good, finding a way for you to live. Jiang Ming laughed. Go, lead the way. Okay. Hulauzen nodded in amazement. Being a village master just for fun? Changing from evil to good? If changing from evil to good could provide a way to survive, who would become a mountain thief? Changking was also a bit confused. He thought they would be released and leave the mountain village to wander around the world. But they were still going up the mountain. Damn it. Young master, now the second village master is on the mountain, and there is also the junior village master. I have no say in it. I usually just give advice and manage food and drink issues. Hulauzen whispered. My surname is Zhang, you can call me Great Village Master from now on. As for the two of them, leave them to me. Jiang Ming waved his hand, and he jumped onto a horse. Go. He could ride a horse. It is a required course for students in the main world, so basically, everyone knows it. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the foot of the mountain village. Hulauzen was in the lead, Jiang Ming followed behind. Third boss, you're back. Where is the big boss? The mountain thief guarding the village gate asked. The big boss has something to do and told me to come back first. Watch the door carefully, or you'll be robbed. Hueco patted the other's shoulder and continued up the mountain. Without any accidents, they directly arrived outside Juai Hall, where the second boss and the junior village master had already come out. Hueco, where's the big boss? The second boss was fat and disdainful of Hueco, just slanting his eyes to ask. Didn't you bring me a few young girls? The junior village master was also full of resentment. The big boss is waiting for you. As for the young girls? Zhang Ming walked forward, revealing a hint of coldness. You brat, it's not your place to speak here. The second village master glared and was about to take action. Overbearing and domineering. Slap. Zhang Ming stepped forward, a roundhouse kick sent his opponent flying before he could react, crashing into a nearby stone wall. His face was a mess of blood and brain matter. The bewildered junior village master was also sent flying, dying on the spot. The others began to stir restlessly. Brothers, be quiet, be quiet. Hueco knew it was time for him to show up and waved his hand, shouting, Mogwang is a tyrant, the second boss is cruel, and the junior village master always beats and scolds us, even killing us and taking our wives if he's unhappy. I've had enough. But under their cruel threats, we can only endure. Now, our savior is here. I have invited young Master Zhang, who killed the big boss, and wiped out the second boss and junior village master, saving us from the fire and water, and helping us in times of crisis. He can be regarded as our rebirth parents. From today, young Master Zhang is our great village master, our sky, our king. He will bring us good food and drink and teach us the real martial arts skills. Everyone, follow me to pay homage to the great village master. Without further ado, Hueco knelt down on one knee. Many brothers hesitated, but many smart guys knew that the times changed, they better be smart and also knelt down one by one. Hueco, you traitor. One of them was furious, but before he could finish, he was stabbed from behind by King. Chapter 11, Capturing them all in one go. No surprises. Zhang Ming became the great village master of Blackwind Village. He sat in the top position in Juai Hall, making Hueco the new second brother Hu and King the Changlozan. Pick out those who have committed evil deeds and were loyal to the previous village leader, kill them all. Zhang Ming issued his first order, second brother Hu, be serious about it. From now on, we will not rob common people and merchants. If we want to take action, we will target local tyrants, corrupt officials, understood? Understood, understood, understood. Second brother Hu nodded like garlic and hurried away. Changlozan, after second brother Hu has cleaned up, you pick a group of capable brothers to form a team that will train day and night. Can you do it? Great village master, I can. King regained his fighting spirit. Whether it's becoming the third fortress leader or changing the style of the mountain village in the future, it all appeals to him, so he is naturally very happy. Zhang Ming nodded. Second brother Hu was a cunning man, although he was greedy for life and afraid of death, such people were easy to control. As long as you were strong, he would do his job seriously. Changlozan, on the other hand, was a young man with some decisiveness. With more encouragement and utilization, plus guidance in values, he could be developed into a good helper. After they left, Zhang Ming paced around the hall. Although the environment was average and the furniture was worn, he felt a sense of accomplishment. In fact, when he first arrived, the prompt said he would be fighting demons and protecting the way of life, and then he had an idea when he saw a group of mountain thieves passing by. It was better to train a group of people for the battle 2 years later, at the very least, they could be used as cannon fodder. And so, he seized the opportunity and succeeded. Having handed over the chores to the two, he was now at leisure. The dinner was average, and after filling his belly, he went to his newly cleaned residence. It was a small courtyard with a girl aged about 16 or 17 arranged to take care of his daily life. Her name was Lan, and she looked pale and trembling when she saw him, apparently frightened. Zhang Ming sighed inwardly. In the main world, these were students. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, he went inside. In the bedroom, there was a makeshift bookshelf, filled with many books, mostly worn out, which he had requested. Most of them were ordinary books, and there were only 5 cultivation skills: Ma's spiritual mindset skill, steel breaking palm, iron fist, wind breaking blade skill, and skill of grass flying. There were not many cultivation skills, but they were well-rounded. Ma's spiritual mindset skill? Zhang Ming had a strange feeling as he read the twisted and crooked words on it. It seemed like the last great village master was trying to give himself a gold medal. He flipped through the books one by one. Both the boxing and palm techniques were very average, and even the blade technique was simplistic. However, the skill of grass flying was interesting, as it required the chi to circulate along a specific path in order to exert its power. As for Ma's spiritual mindset skill, Zhang Ming shook his head after reading it. Although it could cultivate internal energy, it was obvious that it transformed food into acquired chi, which were inefficient compared to the Gyun Sutra. After reading all of them and pondering for a short time, he quickly grasped the essence of the skills and integrated them into his knowledge. The mountain village is just too small after all. Jiang Ming was not disappointed and began to browse through other books. Most of them were miscellaneous records and some story books, with little value. Wait. Jiang Ming's brows suddenly furrowed. The language here was exactly the same as in the main world, even the fonts. Thoughts swirling, he eventually did not think too much about it. Thinking too much will turn me bald. Jiang Ming sat cross-legged on the bed and began cultivating the Gyun Sutra, which was the most important thing. As the chi circulated, his spirit vibrated and quickly harmonized with heaven and earth, attracting primal chi from the surroundings, transforming it into innate chi, and filling the vast Danshan space. This was bound to be a long process. The next morning, after morning class and breakfast, second brother Hu arrived in a hurry and respectfully said, "Great village master, did you sleep well and eat well?" "Not bad." Jiang Ming pointed at the stool, letting the other party sit down. "How's the situation handled?" "Everything that should be handled has been dealt with, although people are restless, it's also suppressed. Chang Laozan has selected a group of strong men, there won't be any trouble. However," second brother Hu hesitated, "the situation here must be hidden, I'm afraid the other 3 villages will come to make trouble." "Don't be afraid," Jiang Ming said indifferently. It was this calmness and composure that made second brother Hu admire him even more. He is indeed a descendant of a great family. "Do you think if I invite the 3 village masters of the other villages on behalf of my becoming the great village master, will they come?" Jiang Ming asked. This second brother Hu was slightly startled, then hurriedly advised, "Great village master, absolutely not. The mountain is now very empty, we should conserve our energy. Otherwise, they might come and take advantage when they see our weakness and strike." Jiang Ming stretched out his palm, flicked his finger, and shot out a strand of chi that turned into a blade, piercing a hole through the stone table. Second brother Hu was stunned and trembled, revealing a look of ecstasy. "Great village master, have you reached the innate realm? Are you still afraid now?" Jiang Ming didn't answer but asked instead. "Not afraid, of course not afraid." Second brother Hu's spirits were greatly boosted. In front of the innate realm, they are all nothing. "Great village master, you want to invite them over, and then catch them all in one net?" "Yes." "You go arrange it." "Alright. But let's first wait for the mountain to be sorted out, arrangements made, and without any worries. Half a month at most." "Alright." Second brother Hu, later on, bring all the medicines from the mountain to me, so I can cultivate. "Great village master, I'll go arrange it right away." Second brother Hu left in a hurry, but he couldn't help but feel emotional. Such a young age, innate realm, and still cultivating diligently, his background must be extraordinary. The key is that he can't listen to opinions. Truly fortunate. "Perhaps I can still make something of my career." It didn't take long for him to personally deliver a batch of medicine supplies, but they were all very ordinary. The oldest ginseng was only 100 years old. "Lan. Young master, your servant is here. I'll say this, listen carefully." Jiang Ming picked out some medicinal materials and sorted them out, explaining to Lan how to cook them into a medicinal meal. This was also a high school course. Medicinal material combinations, how to cook simple nutritious medicinal meals, and so on. Now that he had an assistant, he naturally didn't want to do it himself. "You try it first, and if there's anything wrong, I'll guide you." "Yes, young master." Young master was what he requested to be called. Being called the great village master by a delicate young girl sounded very awkward. Lan learned the steps, cooking sequence, and cooking time in just 2 attempts and remembered it all in her heart. Jiang Ming didn't pay any more attention. He stepped forward, and unfolded his light skill. In Lan's eyes, he seemed to turn into a shadow, getting faster and faster. This shocked her greatly, and she also revealed a look of awe and envy. Jiang Ming stepped on the grass, running without his feet touching the ground, each step covering 5 to 6 meters, as light as a cloud. This was the true meaning of the skill of grass flying, being able to run on the tips of the grass. Perfection. After the excitement, he returned to the courtyard. He looked up at the sky. When will I be able to fly? Thinking about this, Jiang Ming couldn't help but laugh. While cultivating, he also considered the situation on the mountain. Although he wanted to train a group of cannon fodder, rules must be established, otherwise, people's hearts would not be aligned, and it would be easy to collapse in case of trouble. For mountain thieves, it's almost impossible to make them loyal and devoted in a short period of time. So, with a powerful deterrent strength, using interest as the lead, and high-intensity training as the core, with ideological education, we strive to create a group of iron soldiers. Jiang Ming had a simple plan and wrote down some provisions. In the evening, when second brother Hu came over, he showed it to him. Great village master, if we implement this, the brothers on the mountain will definitely be united and devoted, but... Second brother Hu also showed a troubled expression. It's too expensive, and the mountain village simply cannot afford it. Chapter 12, Dragon Elephant Dominator Body Money. Not a problem. The plan was temporarily suppressed. It wasn't time for implementation yet, but second brother Hu was instructed to be mentally prepared. Life on the mountain was simple, after all, they didn't work for a living. In the dim night, the moon hung high in the sky. Jiang Ming sipped tea while contemplating his cultivation. The Qi realm was simple. It required filling the Danshan with Qi while also circulating it throughout the body, radiating to the internal organs, muscles, and skin, allowing the body to adapt to the Qi while also refining it to better control its characteristics. As long as it was mobilized, it could flow to any part of the body in an instant. This was a slow process. Third layer of martial arts, Gang Qi realm. Jiang Ming was already well aware of this realm. Waiting for the sea of Qi to overflow, and after freely using the Qi, he would then start to comprehend the nature of the Qi metamorphosis. In simple terms, it meant allowing the Qi to undergo metamorphosis, having effects like condensing the Qi into a weapon, wrapping it around, or creating an armor to protect the body, etc. True Qi metamorphosis, realm upgrade. He closed his eyes and began cultivating. The essence contained in the medicinal meal was rapidly released and absorbed during the cultivation, greatly speeding up the Qi transformation. Early in the morning the next day, he went to the quiet place in the back mountain for cultivation. Soft fist, military boxing, shock fist, yin-yang fist, and the steel-breaking palm, iron fist, which he had just learned, were practiced one by one. The coordination and exchange of the moves were seamless. With his powerful comprehension and control of his body, after practicing for countless times, it was as if he had been cultivating for decades. His moves were as natural as an antelope hanging its horns without leaving a trace. Jiang Ming paused slightly, his body slightly bent, and then burst out. He stepped on the weeds or traveled through the branches like a nimble ape but faster than a flying bird. In the blink of an eye, he came to a stop and pulled out the long blade from his back. This was a specific blade he had chosen, a cross-cutting blade, black and sharp, and had a rather vulgar name, Black Saber. Thunderstorm 9 slashes was executed. It was like thunder falling from the sky, wild and fierce. Each move was full of fierceness and ruthlessness, filled with the intense decisiveness of a dominant power. The blade light changed, and the Qi flowed out, unexpectedly spraying out a more than 10 meters long saber Qi, cutting the rock ahead into two halves with one slash. This was the Thunderstorm 9 slashes. It's not far from reaching a range of 40 meters with the Qi. It's not impossible, but the control of Qi was insufficient. As the blade technique unfolded, cutting through the air, and the Qi flowed arbitrarily. In the end, the flowing Qi was only an addition to the long blade, with an inch of blade light shimmering. This was a highly condensed effect, with even more terrifying destructive power. Jiang Ming's life was as plain as water. Gyun Sutra, this cultivation skill, was a compulsory course in the morning, noon, and evening. In addition, he practiced combat skills and refined Qi every day. Other times, he would wander around the mountain, interact with different people, get to know the situation here in detail, and further understand the information from the outside world. Jiang Ming no longer showed off his powerful strength. Instead, he was very friendly. With his youthful appearance and scholarly demeanor combined with the fact that some of the unruly mountain thieves were dissatisfied or even provocative towards him, he didn't mind. In the blink of an eye, a half-month passed by. Great village master, I am a little nervous. In the small courtyard, Hu Laozhen was somewhat excited. He had already sent out his invitations as the new village master to celebrate and invite them to the ceremony, and he had received replies, saying that they would come today. What you should be nervous about is how you're going to easily take over all 3 villages after I kill them all, Jiang Ming said with a smile. Nervous? Just a bit. I've already come up with several plans, great village master. Don't worry, I'll easily take over. Second brother Hu's face lit up with hope and excitement, as he was being entrusted with an important task. At the foot of the mountain, 3 groups of people converged together. Each group had more than a dozen people with powerful killing Qi and dense blood Qi, making them formidable opponents at a single glance. They were the leaders and elite members of Black Dragon Village, Black Saber Village, and Black Tiger Village. Old Ma got himself killed, his son is dead, and the village was robbed. It's hilarious. When I heard the news, I drank 3 jars of wine and laughed for a quarter of an hour. Haha, me too. That guy was ruthless and always showed me no respect. I'm glad he got slaughtered. I heard the new great village master is an outsider. Is he the overlord who crossed the river? It must be an overlord, Otherwise, how dare he invite the three of us to the mountain at the same time? This is not just bold, but arrogant. Humphrey, Overlord? He still has to bow to me. Gentlemen, isn't his a delicious dish? Are you interested? Since we have exchanged messages and came here together, isn't it because we all want to share it? What if there's a trap on the mountain? A trap? Black Tiger, you old man, you are always cautious. We all brought our leads. Even if it's a trap, we can still crush the entire Blackwind village. Let's go. Let's go. When I level the Blackwind village, I'll sleep with Mogwang's woman. Even if he's gone to hell, I'll still cuckold him. Count me in. Me too. Dozens of people went up the mountain without any hindrance. They swaggered straight to the Juai Hall. No banquet, yet a large number of people have surrounded us. The leader of Black Dragon Village revealed a cold smile and looked at Zhang Ming. So, you are the little bastard who became the village master? Wanting to capture all of us in one fell swoop? I've seen the arrogant ones, but I've never seen anyone as crazy as you. Do you really think you're a powerful dragon that can cross the river? You're nothing but a little snake. Gentlemen, after a while, I'll personally twist off his head, take it home to stew, and use his skull to make a chamber pot. I want to piss in his head every day, so that he can carry some of my wisdom with him in his next life. Zhang Ming's face immediately turned black. But he didn't rush to take action. He looked at second brother Hu. This man was very nervous. Even though he knew how powerful their great village master was, and even though the brothers from the mountain villages had all gathered around, he couldn't help being nervous. After all, there were 3 village masters in front of him, and they were all elite among the elite, notorious, and very ruthless. Second brother Hu swallowed his saliva, pretended to be calm, and puffed up his chest before starting to give orders. Good. Zhang Ming took note of a few people, pulled out the black saber from behind him. I'll give you a chance to live, kneel and submit. Submit my ass. The big boss of Black Dragon Village had a violent temper and walked forward with narrowed eyes, also pulling out his mountain-cutting blade from behind him. You little brat, how dare you act big in front of me? I've decided, I'll break your 4 limbs first, then throw you into a pig pen and sexually excite them. No, I'll find a group of male donkeys. You're ruthless. Zhang Ming gasped for air and couldn't help raising his thumb, then coldly said, submission is just a humiliation for you. So if you don't want to continue polluting my ears, just go die. Thunderstorm 9 slashes. Die. Zhang Ming took a step forward, and his black saber chopped down. You actually dared to fight. For that, I admire you. The big boss of Black Saber Village sneered. I haven't been defeated for hundreds of miles around, and today I'll let you see my skills. But feeling the terror of Zhang Ming's blade, his face drastically changed. This slash frightened him. The mountain-cutting blade changed into a defensive stance. Bang. The next moment, his face showed horror. A terrifying power came through, and before he could react, his mountain-cutting blade was broken into 2 pieces. He has chi flowing on the blade? He's an innate. As the thought flashed by, he saw the blade light enveloping his eyes, and then darkness filled his eyes, falling into the desperate darkness. The big boss of Black Dragon Village was cut in half along with his blade. The others were all stunned. This big village master's strength was indeed top-notch, having already reached the peak of 2nd tier, and it was only a fine line away from the 1st tier. He was killed just like that? Zhang Ming didn't give them time to think and continued to kill. His speed was unparalleled, and his blade light flickered, completely slaughtering one-sidedly. Even the other men didn't make a move, just surrounding them to prevent escape. Soon, only 6 people remained horrified and trembling, shaking while standing. As for the others, all were killed. Great village master, mighty. Second brother who reacted the fastest, suppressing the shock and elation in his heart, and shouted while waving his fist. Great village master, mighty. The other men looked at Zhang Ming with great enthusiasm, also shouting out. Great village master, mighty. The sound shook the sky and echoed among the mountains. Zhang Ming raised his hand, and the sound stopped abruptly. He forcefully suppressed the discomfort in his heart and looked at the remaining 6 people with a sword-like gaze. Do you know why you're not dead? Without waiting for their answer, he continued, because you have committed fewer killings, there is still room for redemption, and that's why I spared your lives. Is it submission or death? Zhang Ming spun his long blade, and the blade's aura was uncertain. This was a clear sign that he was an innate powerhouse. I pay my respects to the great village master, my life is now yours. Without much hesitation, they all knelt down. For mountain thieves, there isn't much loyalty. It's natural to follow whoever is stronger. A wise man knows when to submit. Zhang Ming nodded and instructed, Old Second, Old Third, you watch and arrange for the 3 mountains to be taken down as soon as possible. Yes. Second brother Ho and Chang Laozin bowed and saluted. Zhang Ming returned to his residence. "Young master, the hot water is ready." As she arrived at the small courtyard, Lan saw Jiang Ming covered in blood, her body trembling slightly as she quickly came over to help him take off his coat. "Don't be afraid, I won't eat you." Jiang Ming laughed and went into the house to take a bath. Lan hesitated for a while before entering the room, her face flushed like blood, her voice as soft as a mosquito. "Young master, let me wash you." Jiang Ming felt a burst of heat from his lower abdomen rushing straight to his forehead, but forcibly suppressed it. "No need." Lan sighed in relief and left. His heart was restless and irritable. More than 10 days later. "Great village master, you've really made me tired." Hu Laozhen relaxed more and became more casual, taking over 3 mountain villages, sorting them out, and integrating them. "My old bones are almost falling apart." "This is called the talented bear more work," Jiang Ming said with a smile. Second brother Hu was quite satisfied, stroking his goatee. "Great village master, as you instructed, the ones who were to be killed have been killed, the ones who were to be let go have been let go. The money and food have all been moved over. Village number 2 became a training ground, and village number 3 was cleared. Village number 4 was used as a horse farm. In addition, all the books have been moved into the study. Various medicines have also been transported over. What will you instruct next?" Second brother Hu asked. Jiang Ming had a plan already. In the future, village number 1 would become a logistical base, with second brother Hu in charge. The newly subdued villages had buried their wicked followers and released the people they had previously plundered. Those who were willing to leave were given some money, while those who were willing to stay joined the village. "You are in charge of dispatching here. I will go to village number 2 to specially train the elite brothers, improve their strength, and announce new rules." Jiang Ming said, with a thought in his heart. "You set up a school so that the children on the mountain can study, read to gain wisdom, understanding, and loyalty to the village." "Thank you, great village master." Second brother Hu was immediately excited, even more excited than taking over the 3 villages, and his eyes were even a little moist. "All right, go arrange it, don't tire yourself out, and find several assistants." Jiang Ming waved his hand. Second brother Hu bowed in salute and retreated out of the room. Jiang Ming entered the study, which was specially built in the small courtyard. It was not large but adequate. This is the real treasure trove. For him, the integration of the village was just a trivial matter. Acquiring knowledge and collecting cultivation skills was the most important thing. He began to flip through the books one by one. This one is actually a pure bodybuilding method. Jiang Ming flipped through one book and was a little surprised. Longxian Dominator Body Skill? What an arrogant and domineering name. Chapter 13, 6 Meridians Divine Sword. The Longxian Dominator Body Skill is an incomplete technique with only 4 layers of cultivation methods. Jiang Ming quickly flipped through them. Toughening the body, comprehensively enhancing the resilience, strength, and power of the skin, muscles, bones, organs, etc. After memorizing it, he temporarily set it aside. There were also 27 other cultivation skills, mainly from the former Black Dragon village. Although most of them were ordinary, they still broadened Jiang Ming's horizons, enriching his foundation and increasing his accumulation of knowledge. Lying in bed, he carefully sorted through the cultivation skills he had observed and considered them in detail, giving him a more intuitive understanding of the cultivation path in this world. Early the next morning, after cultivating the Gyuan Sutra, Jiang Ming drank a bowl of ginseng tea and began to try cultivating the Longxian Dominator Body Skill. He felt his skin becoming denser, and his bones and muscles showed signs of further improvement. Even his internal organs showed some strengthening. He quickly succeeded in cultivating the first layer. Is it because my body is inherently strong that I achieved this easily? Jiang Ming didn't think too much about it. His physical body was indeed powerful. Whether it was the bone-forging realm or the cleansing of his marrow from the feedback of opening the sea of qi, it had made his body far superior to others. Continuing to cultivate. With his powerful mental control combined with the vast and boundless supply of qi nourishing his body, he unknowingly entered the state of merge into heaven and earth while cultivating and absorbed the energy of heaven and earth to provide a source of strength for his body, allowing him to cultivate at an inconceivable speed. By noon, the 3rd layer is complete. My strength has increased nearly twice. Skin like leather, flesh like rope, tendons like collapsed bowstrings, bones as hard as steel. Jiang Ming was quite surprised. Pinching his arm, its toughness was astonishing, even stronger than a black bear's skin, as if he was wearing a layer of soft armor. He also had a realization. It would be difficult to improve quickly once his past foundation was exhausted. For the next few days, Jiang Ming spent his time cultivating and even tried to create new techniques. He managed to create a few, but they were far from being top-tier techniques. After all, his experience was too limited. One day, he came to mountain number 2. Here, 300 chosen elite young men had been reshuffled by Changqing and were being trained. When Zhang Ming arrived, he issued several orders, such as making them full-time soldiers with a minimum monthly salary of 200 coins, which would increase with their strength. They had to engage in mandatory daily drills, shouting loyalty to the village and the great village master before eating. Those with children would receive free education in the village. If they died in battle, the village would support their wives and children, and so on. With incentives and no concerns, their enthusiasm was ignited. Furthermore, they were divided into 10 teams, issued cultivation skills, and competed in martial arts once a month. The wages of the winning team members would be increased by 50% in the following month. Zhang Ming also trained with them, running around the mountain peak and carrying heavy loads up the mountain. Half a year later, at the back mountain, the night sky was filled with stars. The outside world is too vast. I'm afraid. Second brother who hesitated. We have to venture out eventually. As you said, the outside world is vast, but by comparison, this place is too small. Zhang Ming stood with his hands behind his back, facing the blowing mountain wind. There were only 2 of them here. Today, in the early morning, he asked Changqing to lead 200 elite warriors into the depths of the mountains, cross the mountain ranges, and continue through the Dragon Spine Mountain, which stretches thousands of miles. This was a test of cultivation, a trial, and an attempt to seize wealth. In just half a year, all the initial wealth had been nearly exhausted. Zhang Ming had also reached his limit and prepared to venture out to make arrangements for the future. At the same time, he left behind 100 elite guards to protect the village out of his unwillingness to let go. Will you be coming back? Second brother who hesitated, but finally asked. He had always felt that the great village master had a sense of alienation from the village, coupled with his mysterious background. He had long guessed that the other party would leave. But this day came too quickly, leaving him very confused. Maybe. Zhang Ming said faintly, I will leave this place to you. If I can't come back, let the village become a real village and live peacefully. With the strength of the mountain, you will be able to protect yourselves. Of course, if everything goes well, I will come back, and Changqing and his companions will return. Second brother who let out a bitter smile. At this moment, Zhang Ming's eyes narrowed as he saw a white figure speeding towards them from a distance. The figure stepped on the tree branches as if riding the wind, but when he got closer, his breathing became disordered and he fell to the ground. Damn it! A voice came, accompanied by a helpless sigh. Following that, another figure arrived and landed beside them. Lu Pao Pao, why did you stop running? The newcomer was a stern-faced middle-aged man who glanced at Zhang Ming and second brother who with cold indifference that sent shivers down their spines. My name is Lu Yuan, not Lu Pao Pao. Damn it, why can't you remember? Lu Yuan cursed, seemingly unafraid of life and death. He stood up, brushed himself off, and viciously stood in front of Zhang Ming and second brother who. Ever since I met you, you've been running away non-stop. If I don't call you Lu Pao Pao, what should I call you? The middle-aged man slowly approached, a powerful aura surrounding him which caused second brother whose breathing to falter and his face to turn pale. Wait. Lu Yuan raised his hand to stop him. Our grudges have nothing to do with these two. What if we let them go and walk away? You think I will let them go? Dan Feng, you claim to be a Grand Master of the demonic sect, an elder. Lu Yuan started speaking and then slapped himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Right, you're an elder of the demonic sect. The demonic sect always kills indiscriminately. I can't believe I was even trying to plead with you. Damn, I'm screwed. Just drinking in a brothel and accidentally stumbling into your mess. Hey, you two are unlucky too, being implicated by me. Later, I will fight him to the death, and you two should try to escape. If you can't escape, don't blame me as a ghost, because I will definitely go first. Indeed, Lu Pao Pao is righteous, even for strangers he doesn't want to involve them. Unfortunately, tonight none of you will escape. Dan Feng suddenly attacked, his palms flipping and his true chi surging, forcefully blasting Lu Yuan away. Die. With a flick of his finger, Dan Feng projected 2 streams of sword chi towards Zhang Ming and second brother Hu, clearly planning to silence them both. Dan Feng, you are unworthy of being a grandmaster. Lu Yuan roared, but it was too late to stop him. Die? Zhang Ming laughed, raising his hand to block the attacks. It's not decided yet who will live and who will die. At the same time, he quickly threw second brother Hu far away. Impressive. Dan Feng frowned, slightly surprised. Such a young and powerful person, which sect are you from? The sword chi is condensed and sharp, like it could cut gold and jade. Could it be the Pure Yang sect's Pure Yang sword technique? No, wait, that technique has a magnificent toro but lacks the sharpness. Lu Yuan came over, looking at Zhang Ming with admiration. Could it be from the Zen Wu sect? But I've never heard of such a person. He paused and then laughed. It seems that my luck is really good. I had the fortune to encounter such a young powerful warrior in this moment of desperation. Brother, what is your name? Let's join forces and eliminate this big demon head. Once we're outside the mountain, I'll treat you to a month's worth of drinks. Brother Lu, my name is Zhang Ming. He bowed his hand in greeting. I have met Brother Zhang. Lu Yuan bowed back. Zhang Ming nodded and then rushed towards Dan Feng, saying, what a wonderful night for insomnia, and a grandmaster to practice my skills. He was really ready to fight. In half a year, his cultivation level had reached martial arts second realm perfection, and he had even comprehended a large number of secret techniques and skills. For example, the finger sword he had just used. Zhang Ming had studied the cultivation skills of this world, combined them with his memories from his previous life, and deduced the 6 Meridians divine sword with his formidable comprehension ability. Although his cultivation level was not as high as that of a grandmaster, he was not the least bit afraid. This was a perfect opportunity to test the enemy's strength and verify his own real combat power. Seeking death. Dan Feng sneered and launched his own attack. Chapter 14, 4 Unique Skills. Slaying the Grandmaster. Zhang Ming and his opponent did not use any weapons. After getting close, they exchanged blows 18 times in the blink of an eye. The explosion of their true chi pushed Lu Yuan back, terrifyingly powerful. Zhang Ming stepped back a few paces, but his breath remained steady. What kind of fist technique are you using? It's so domineering, but I've never heard of it before. Dan Feng showed a serious expression. Also, your true chi is scattered, and you're clearly in the innate realm, not even reaching the level of a grandmaster, yet you can fight against me. He was shocked. No matter what, he was an established grandmaster, far surpassing ordinary people in cultivation, combat experience, and training of cultivation skills. However, he was stopped head-on by an expert in the innate realm. Moreover, the opponent's true chi gave him a sense of being overwhelming like a vast sea. Dragon Subduing Fist, of course you haven't heard of it. Zhang Ming said coldly. Based on the shock fist and several other fist techniques he had learned, he deduced an extremely domineering fist technique using his powerful comprehension, which he named Dragon Subduing Fist. It was on the same level as the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, both being top-notch techniques. Now, he was able to leave this world at any time, but he still needed to work hard to retain what he had gained. His gaze focused, and a virtual screen appeared before him. Name, Zhang Ming. Chi Cultivation, Second Realm, Peak of the Sea of Chi, Body Cultivation, Second Transformation Cultivation Skills, Gyuan Sutra, Longxian Dominator Body Skill, 6 Meridians Divine Sword, Thunder Flash Mad Saber, Dragon Subduing Fist, Dragon Subduing Kick, Meteor Step, 36 Forms of Light Rain Sword, 18 Forms of Bursting Rain Sword Talent, 100-fold Comprehension, Soul Dominator, Temporary Solidification, Mission, Become the province top scorer in the martial arts exam preliminary selection. Zhang Ming's information had changed. Martial arts were divided into chi cultivation and body cultivation. Chi cultivation was clearly the true chi of martial arts, but what about body cultivation? It was obvious that it only appeared after practicing the Longxian Dominator body skill. The first 4 levels of Longxian Dominator body skill had been successfully cultivated, and based on the strength standard, it corresponded to the second realm C of chi cultivation level of martial arts. Even though it was not as terrifying as the power with true chi. After all, the amount of his true chi had already surpassed the understanding of ordinary people. Besides the 6 Meridians Divine Sword and Dragon Subduing Fist, he had also deduced other top-notch martial arts in this world, such as Dragon Subduing Kick, Meteor Step, and Thunder Flash Mad Saber, and slightly inferior techniques like the 36 Forms of Light Rain Sword and 18 Forms of Bursting Rain Sword. In addition to these, he had deduced many other skills, such as the 7-kill sword skill he had passed on to the members of the Black Wind Village. The combination of movement and stillness could enhance both their training and combat. Although their improvement was fast, the drawback was obvious: their foundation would not be solid, almost cutting off their future path to the peak of martial arts. Also, it could easily affect their state of mind. This was the terror of 100-fold comprehension combined with Soul Dominator. Dragon Subduing Fist? Dan Feng was puzzled, but frowned. You want to subdue the dragon? Go to hell. Great Demon Stone Hand. He slapped his hand down, and his true chi surged out, turning into a grinding disc that spun and pressed down, seeming capable of crushing everything into powder. There was also a terrible pressure, making the air incredibly viscous. Zhang Ming raised his eyebrows, leaped into the air, and kicked out a dragon shadow, pushing the opponent back. While still in midair, his body spun, controlling the fierce wind, and attacked with a series of leg shadows before landing. The two fought again. The true chi from their collision scattered, tearing the rocks and shattering the stone pieces. Jiang Ming proactively engaged the opponent in close combat, trying to understand the differences in true qi. The third realm of martial arts, or the Grandmaster level in this world, experienced a qualitative change in true qi. He knew this, as it had been introduced and analyzed both in books and online. However, without any real contact, it was difficult to understand the specific situation. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he would not miss it. Yin and Yang Demon Hand. Danfeng changed his move, one hand reaching for Jiang Ming's neck from above while the other transformed into a claw, targeting his lower body. At the same time, strands of true qi sprayed out. Jiang Ming felt a chill, retreated several meters, then lunged forward again with a step. The rocks behind him had already exploded, leaving a deep pit. Bang! Jiang Ming's full power was unleashed, not falling behind at all. Even though the opponent had extensive combat experience, he couldn't do anything to Jiang Ming. At the same time, Jiang Ming seemed to have eyes on his back, blocking all of Danfeng's killing moves. His true qi quality is higher, more solid, and more powerful. One strand of his true qi is equivalent to the power of 2 or 3 strands of mine. At the same time as fighting, Jiang Ming constantly analyzed and thought. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, his Shao's sword's fingertip landed on the opponent's shoulder, only to see Danfeng's true qi flowing out, solidifying into substance. Although shattered, it did not hurt him. True qi solidification, protective gang qi. Jiang Ming had an epiphany. His eyes suddenly narrowed, as he saw Danfeng pressing his finger, ejecting a substantive sword qi but not leaving his body, directly hitting his neck. The sharp ore made his hair stand on end. Jiang Ming dodged by turning his head, but the sword qi suddenly turned around and chased him. It can do that? Jiang Ming was shocked but also moved extremely fast. With a twist of his finger, he blocked it with a Shao's sword. Although it didn't shatter, it still blocked it for a moment, and he quickly retreated to avoid the attack. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He actually escaped. Danfeng's face turned slightly pale, he took a breath, and his expression became even more serious. At this time, Lu Yuan's voice came, Brother Zhang, that's the sea-splitting finger, one of the most difficult finger techniques to cultivate in the world, from the Sun and Moon Demon sect. Once activated, the substantive finger sword can extend without leaving the body, possessing the ultimate sharpness of a sword, and can be used as a sword. It can kill with one blow unexpectedly. I didn't expect this old man to succeed in cultivating it. However, it consumes a lot of true qi and also imposes a heavy mental burden. Jiang Ming grinned. Sea-splitting finger? But he felt the sensation of a lightsaber. We can't go on like this, or everything will be in vain. As he thought, Jiang Ming's Danshan sea of qi began to boil, and waves of true qi swarmed out, filling his body. His momentum instantly climbed several levels. With his profound true qi and countless temperings of his body, as well as the ability to merge into heaven and earth, receiving the cleansing by the natural primal qi, and practicing the long-seeing dominator body skill, his physical strength was already capable of bearing a much larger output of true qi. At this moment, feeling the changes in Jiang Ming's aura, Danfeng's eyebrows jumped wildly. Have you been hiding your strength all this time? Inexplicably, he was a little flustered. He took a deep breath to suppress the turmoil in his heart. No, you are only about 20 years old. Reaching the innate realm and being able to fight me has already exceeded common sense. How can you be even stronger? Which old guy are you impersonating? You actually saw it. I won't hide it anymore. I am Zhang Xinwang, who has been in the world for 8,000 years. Jiang Ming acted old and vigorous, and after pretending to be majestic, he leaped up and swung his fists. Dragon subduing. The fist wind roared, forming a huge dragon head that attacked, and the expelled air even caused an explosive sound. 3 yin sword art, one sword pierces the crescent moon. Danfeng pulled out a soft sword from his waist, shook it slightly, and countless sword qi filled the sky. Surprisingly, they gathered in the air and landed on Jiang Ming's fist, breaking the surface with a single point. However, the fist qi was broken, and the pounding true qi still blasted him away. Dragon subduing kick. Jiang Ming completely exploded like an erupting volcano, the surging and erupting power transformed into the most terrifying attack, overwhelmingly suppressing Danfeng. The gang qi protecting his body also constantly exploded. Finally, he was injured, and his bones cracked. Quan Wuer, why aren't you coming? Danfeng had blood on the corner of his mouth, but he roared to the sky, holding a soft sword in his right hand, and wrapped his left fist with several turns of gang qi, resisting with difficulty. There are more of you? Jiang Ming glanced at the distance with the corner of his eye. He had sensed it just now but pretended not to know. Then you can die first. True dragon dominates 9 heavens, fist suppresses 8 desolate mountains. At this moment, Jiang Ming mobilized true qi to the limit which his body could withstand. He threw a punch and produced a terrifying dragon over 10 meters long. Dan Feng's pupils shrank, showing a solemn expression. Boiling blood, true method, explode. Unable to care about anything else, Dan Feng displayed the forbidden law. With boiling blood and violent true chi, his sword slashed out several extremely condensed sword chi, only to be exploded by Zhang Ming's punch. He was also knocked away, spewing blood uncontrollably. Die. Zhang Ming's figure moved slightly, using the meteor step to quickly chase after him, intending to kill with one blow. Stop. A roar also came from the distance, and one person leaped up, reaching more than 20 meters high, and kicked towards Zhang Ming while falling. Like a falling meteor, it struck from midair, absolutely terrifying. Zhang Ming's eyebrows jumped wildly. He must dodge. Whoosh. With a shift of his feet, he moved horizontally, but his hand flicked and shot out a dark shadow, which was a flying knife that directly penetrated Tan Feng's throat. He was killed on the spot. You die too. Zhang Ming's hands trembled, and several more flying knives were shot out, heading towards the falling person. Flying knives? These were prepared beforehand. They were also specially made for Second Brother Ho at a high price, extremely sharp, and very sturdy. Chapter 15, Breaking the Void. Ding, ding, ding. The flying knives were all repelled by his fists and sent flying. However, the plummeting body was slightly slowed down. Without chi, just the power of the physique. Zhang Ming's pupils shrank, his thoughts racing, flashing with countless ideas. You like jumping high, huh? Then I'll keep you up in the air. Zhang Ming thought as he threw a punch skyward. Soaring hidden dragon. Boom. The punch erupted, transforming into an invisible true dragon sweeping upwards, causing Quan Wuer's pupils to shrink. His body suddenly spun, and with a slight flex of his left leg, he ruthlessly stomped downwards. An explosion echoed, shaking heaven and earth. The moonlight distorted, reverberating through the mountains. Zhang Ming's punch was forcibly crushed by the other party, but Quan Wuer was also rebounded upwards helplessly, reaching a height of more than 30 meters. Suspended in midair, with no place to borrow strength, he could only fall again. Watching this scene from a distance, Lu Yuan was stunned, then laughed, quickly saying, Brother Zhang, what a divine tactic, truly excellent. This wonderful method is perfect for dealing with Quan Wuer. Just keep him from touching the ground. Quan Wuer practices the Longxian Dominator body skill, his body is exceedingly powerful. It's rumored that he could smash powerful grandmasters. All weapons are useless against him, and he is impervious to both water and fire. His power is despairing to face. Without chi in his body, he can't borrow force and can't cross distances. Brother Zhang, don't let him touch the ground. Lu Yuan's voice carried a trace of schadenfreude. You will die. In the air, Quan Wuer was furious. But he was continuously attacked by Zhang Ming, unable to descend. Although he was unharmed, it was still uncomfortable. I'm the vice sect leader of the Divine Fist sect. If you are my enemy, then you are the enemy of the entire Divine Fist sect. Think carefully. There is no bad blood between us, this is all a misunderstanding. Let me go, and I'll act as if nothing has happened, okay? His voice softened as he revealed his identity and posed a threat. Zhang Ming had an inexplicable expression on his face. Let him go? He wasn't a 3-year-old child. As soon as the other party sprang into action, it was fated that one of them will die. After all, this was a martial world. If I don't die, then I have to make you die. Moreover, after hearing what Lu Yuan said, he realized that the other party was practicing the Longxian Dominator body skill. He could feel it, and he couldn't possibly let the latter leave. Brother Zhang, don't listen to him. Lu Yuan had already caught his breath and jumped forward. With a palm in the air, he sent Quan Wuer even higher. His chi was concentrated to the extreme and had already surpassed the innate realm. He had reached the master-level realm. Zhang Ming made his judgment. I accidentally discovered his and Dan Feng's secret and was attacked by them. I ran away because I couldn't match them. Otherwise, how could just one of them make me, the young master, so embarrassed? Lu Yuan quickly explained the cause and effect. Now that we know his situation, how could he let us go? Collaborating with the demon sect is tantamount to being enemies with all the righteous Danxia sects, not to mention that he wants to assassinate the sect leader of the Divine Fist sect. He unleashed another 2 palms towards the air. At this moment, Quan Wuer's body suddenly spun around, and using the force of the blowback, he darted in the other direction. I have been prepared for you. Zhang Ming, as swift as lightning, had already arrived ahead and continued his onslaught, forcing Quan Wuer back to the upper air. Damn it! Quan Wuer was furious but powerless. This clearly exposed the drawback of body cultivation. Although powerful, he didn't understand the way of transformation. If he had a strong chi, he would have already fallen to the ground. How could he be in such a disarray? Scheme against the sect leader? Zhang Ming blinked. Go on. I've only heard bits and pieces. Lu Yuan didn't conceal anything. The Divine Fist sect possesses unparalleled body refinement methods in the world. They have the Divine Fist scripture and the Long Xiang Dominator body skill, both of which surpass Dalan Temple's Vajra skill. However, they have a shortcoming: they lack a true ultimate martial arts skill. Their chi cultivation and adaptability in battle are barely satisfactory, so they have always been suppressed by the Zhenwu sect, Chunying sect, and Dalan Temple. The Divine Fist sect has also been strategizing to perfect an ultimate martial arts technique, but to no avail. It seems like Quan Wu'er and Tan Feng's conversation entailed the Sun and Moon Demon sect presenting the lost Xiang scripture in order to ensnare the sect leader. Then, they would join hands to kill him, so Quan Wu'er could take his place. A while ago, I heard a rumor that the Xiang scripture had appeared in Mount Dependent City. I thought it was fake. Then I heard that the leader of the Divine Fist sect traveled to Mount Dependent City, giving rise to some doubts. Only after uncovering Quan Wu'er's conspiracy did I understand. Quan Wu'er used the demon sect to plot against the sect leader in order to become the leader himself. And the demon sect? They'll probably want to reignite conflict within the world. Is what I'm saying correct? Lu Yuan looked up to the sky as he spoke. Quan Wu'er didn't respond. But Zhang Ming said, Xiang scripture? You never heard of it? Lu Yuan felt surprised. Seeing Zhang Ming nod, he explained, legend has it that long ago two exceptional talents appeared in this world. They honed each other, vied against each other, and gradually, one of them comprehended the Nine Yin Divine Art, while the other created the Nine Yang Divine Scripture. You know about the Chunying sect, right? It is said they got a piece of the Nine Yang Divine Scripture, which was later improved by the ancestor of Chunying, and that's how the Chunying Manual was created, and subsequently the Chunying sect. Lenayu Palace seemingly acquired a part of the Nine Yin Divine Art and garnered a great legacy. Dalan Temple, Zhenwu sect and Sun and Moon Demon sect also have a share of these two unparalleled martial arts heritage. The Xiang scripture is also a part of the Nine Yang True Scripture. Once it appears, do you think the world would remain calm? Do you believe it? Zhang Ming smiled and asked, in the same era, two world-dazzling figures comprehend unparalleled martial arts. After their teachings were passed down, people who obtained a piece of it created their own powerful sect. What about their original sect? Their family? The forces behind them? His heart, however, sank. If what Lu Yuan has said is true, striving for the Nine Yin and Nine Yang would be incredibly difficult. I don't believe it either, it's too fantastical, but there are always rumors. Lu Yuan shrugged. Could it have come from outside the world? Zhang Ming pointed to the sky. In ancient books, I have read about the theory of shattering the void. If martial artists could break the void, could it be that there are outsiders? Breaking the void, outsiders? Lu Yuan was astonished. I've never heard of it, but your theory is mystical. Can martial artists break the void? He scratched his head. Zhang Ming had an inexplicable look in his eyes. At this moment, a change occurred in the sky above. Heart beats like a drum, blood boils, body dyed in blue blood battling the heaven. Fighting spirit is high, death wish formed, unrest until enemies are killed. Thump, thump, thump. The beating of Quan Wu'er's heart sounded like the beating of war drums, allowing the two people below to hear. Then, layers of blood mist emerged from his body, intertwining with each other. His body flipped, head down, feet up. A formidable punch was launched downwards and on his fist, a fist-sized blood mist condensed, resembling a tangible blood-colored gangar. This is the Blood War secret skill of the Divine Fist sect. It can boost several layers of combat power. Be careful. Lu Yuan warned, his expression serious. Blood War secret skill? Making blood vitalize, emerge from the body, forming a special force. Interesting. Zhang Ming's eyes narrowed, revealing more interest. Then let me test the power of his punch. Dragon soaring from the abyss, fighting for 9 heavens. Zhang Ming made his move, his body soared into the air, the chi inside his body boiling and raging out from his sea of chi, forming the terrifying killing move of the dragon subduing fist. Chapter 16, Blast. The moon was high in the sky, and the mountain breeze was strong. The sky cracked open, and Quan Wu'er was blasted into the sky again, not falling down. Zhang Ming fell, smashing into a deep pit. The surrounding rocks cracked completely. So powerful. He shook his arm, looking up into the sky, his eyes deep. Lu Yuan, who was beside him, gasped in shock. He knew the terror of Quan Wu'er. Under normal circumstances, he could barely cope with it, but the secret skill he had just activated would be impossible for him to resist. But now, this little brother seemed to be completely fine. Where did this monster come from? Lu Yuan suppressed the waves in his heart and laughed. Ha ha, Wu'er, you still want to come down? Dream on. Brother Zhang. Quan Wu'er's blood and energy surged, his face pale. After being hit consecutively and using the secret skill just now, his consumption was massive. In addition to the urgency in his heart, he almost choked for a moment. He ignored Lu Yuan and said to Jiang Ming, "What can we do to stop this? There is no feud between us. I also don't want to get involved in the conflict between good and evil. I just want to cultivate quietly, enjoy the beautiful mountains and rivers, and taste fine wine and beautiful women. But you insist on attacking me." Jiang Ming's eyes flickered, and after another punch, his voice reached the sky. "To make peace is simple. I want to know the cultivation content of the Lonxian Dominator body skill." "Brother Jiang." Lu Yuan was anxious but was stopped by Jiang Ming's wave. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, unable to laugh bitterly. "The Lonxian Dominator body skill is one of the supreme skills of my Divine Fist sect. You've colluded with the demon sect, and you still care about the sect? Don't forget, you are now at our mercy. There are too many ways to kill you." Quan Wu'er wanted to curse, but forcibly calmed down. From the fight, he understood that the opponent was not weaker than himself, and may even be stronger. Coupled with Lu Yuan, even if they fought after landing, there was a high chance that he would be killed. "I need a guarantee, make an oath." Quan Wu'er demanded. "I have a flying knife." Jiang Ming simply ignored him, as he slapped his left hand, and a flying knife appeared in his right hand. It can go from the bottom upwards, into the anus, through the abdomen, and out through the mouth. "Brother Jiang, you're disgusting." As soon as Lu Yuan heard it, his legs tightened and his face changed slightly. There are few weaknesses for body cultivators, and the anus is one of them. Now he is on top, and we are below. It's easy to deal with him. "Brother Jiang, this method is excellent. In the future, when fighting against powerful body cultivators, use this method to force them into the sky, and then strike at the soul." So cruel. Quan Wu'er felt chills in his heart. "You better listen, I'll only say it once. Whether you remember it or not depends on your ability." After weighing his options, he quickly recited the content of the Lonxian Dominator body skill. This skill had only 6 layers. First layer is 3rd tier, second layer is 2nd tier, third layer is 1st tier, fourth layer corresponds to innate, fifth layer corresponds to Grandmaster, and sixth layer corresponds to Great Grandmaster. Jiang Ming listened carefully, and he caught a strange meaning. This Quan Wu'er was speaking 9 truths and 1 lie, replacing the key content. But he didn't care too much. As long as he had time, even without the contents of the last 2 layers, he was confident of deducing them. Now, with the introduction, he could deduce the real face of the last 2 layers with some deliberation. The 6th layer is not perfect and has a significant flaw. Jiang Ming's thoughts raced, slightly analyzing and admiring the high-level predecessors who created this method. He also noticed the lack of strength in the final stage, but he did not know whether it was due to his personal limitations or some other reason. "Only 6 layers?" he asked again. Lu Yuan, who was beside him, spoke up, "I know this. The Lonxian Dominator body skill has only 6 layers. No one knows if it is because the 6th layer is too profound and mysterious, but it seems like nobody from the Divine Fist sect has ever successfully cultivated it. The 6th layer is too profound, hard to comprehend." Quan Wu'er said, "Even if you can only successfully cultivate the first 5 layers, you can still dominate the master-level realm and resist the Great Grandmaster. If you're really that strong, what's going on with you?" Lu Yuan mocked. "If I had truly cultivated the 5th layer to its peak, how could you have trapped me?" Quan Wu'er's face was ugly. No one would feel good in this situation. Falling down and being blasted, constantly going up and down like a spring. Even second brother who was hiding far away, couldn't help but grin, but as for the strength of his own great village master, he had a terrifying feeling. He was too strong. Unreasonably strong. How could such a strong person be a bandit in a small village? Unable to make sense of it, he didn't want to think about it either. "Quan Wu'er, tell me about the cultivation method of the Divine Fist Sutra." Jiang Ming looked up and said, flipping the flying knife in his hand. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Quan Wu'er burst out in anger. "Even if I were killed, it still wouldn't be possible." "Then you'll just fall." Jiang Ming sensed the opponent's determination and leapt to the side. "Brother Jiang." Lu Yuan was very anxious, but seeing Jiang Ming's solemn expression and readiness to strike, he didn't try to stop him. At this moment, Quan Wu'er had already landed. Whoosh! Jiang Ming made a sudden move, charging towards Quan Wu'er, while simultaneously raising his hand to send a flying knife tearing through the air, reaching the opponent in the blink of an eye. "I'm prepared for you." Quan Wu'er revealed a smile, making him look even more ferocious. He raised his arm and attempted to catch the flying knife between his index and middle fingers. To him, this was a minor trick. The flying knife was fast, but his hands were even faster. However, at this moment, his pupils suddenly contracted because he couldn't catch the knife. How is this possible? Quan Wuer saw a shocking scene, as the flying knife suddenly accelerated towards him. The next moment, the knife struck his left eye, embedding itself within, causing Quan Wuer to scream in pain. The chi carried by the flying knife made him feel as if his brain was being ripped apart. Intolerable pain, dizziness in his sight. If it weren't for his incredibly burly body and strong blood chi, he would have died on the spot. Die. Zhang Ming's attack had arrived. With surging chi on his fist, he landed the dragon-subduing fist on Quan Wuer's chest. In an instant, he dealt 18 blows. Clothes exploded, bones crackled. The seemingly invulnerable body that was impervious to both water and fire was nearly blown apart by Zhang Ming. His chest collapsed, and fine pieces of internal organs were vomited out of his mouth. The intensely throbbing heart had stopped completely, as it was directly smashed apart. Quan Wuer flew back, crashing into the rocks behind him and creating a crater. He struggled to lift his head, glaring at Zhang Ming with ineffable hatred. You! He slumped down before finishing his sentence, his breath gone. He really was hard to kill. Zhang Ming let out a deep breath. His body was too strong. Zhang Ming also realized his shortcomings, that he didn't have a real finishing move. It's somewhat difficult to defeat opponents of higher levels. If it weren't for his spiritual power to guide the flying knife into accelerating, catching Quan Wuer off guard and severely injuring him, it would have been challenging to kill him. You killed him just like that? Lu Yuan found it hard to believe. First, he killed Dan Feng, then Quan Wuer. This younger brother of his had incredibly calm and steady demeanor. It made even the well-experienced Lu Yuan feel a little dazed. Otherwise. Zhang Ming laughed. He's just a brute. A brute? Lu Yuan grinned. If Quan Wuer were in the army, he could slay an army of 10,000. Second brother who hurried over with a delighted expression. Great village master. You're so mighty. Did you get injured? Great village master? Lu Yuan was dumbfounded. Don't tell me you're the master of this village. He pointed at the ground beneath his feet. Zhang Ming nodded. How is this possible? Lu Yuan jumped. Although heroes come from different backgrounds, this is just too unbelievable. Whether it's unbelievable or not, Lu Yuan, as a guest on my territory, I must show you the hospitality of a host. Brother Lu, please. Zhang Ming gestured forward and said to second brother Hu, take care of their bodies and make sure no one discovers them. With that, he walked ahead. Lu Yuan hurriedly followed. Brother Zhang, wait, what's going on? I don't believe you're just the leader of a bandit village. We'll talk about it later. Zhang Ming laughed. Brother Lu, you can first tell me who is the strongest in this world, and how many great grandmasters there are. Chapter 17, Rapid Increase in Cultivation Level. There are many great grandmasters in the world, but there is indeed one who is widely recognized as the strongest. That is Master Zhang Guanyi of the Zhenwu sect, who is 99 years old and has been unbeaten throughout the world in his time. Lu Yuan's spirits were lifted. Back then, when the disciples of the Sun and Moon Demon sect killed one of his disciples, Elder Zhang single-handedly went up to the sect's main headquarters. He went on a killing spree, turning the Blue Mountains red with blood, leaving the demon sect members trembling in fear, beheading sect leaders, and killing elders, almost exterminating them. Thus, the demonic sect was gravely weakened and has laid dormant ever since. Apart from him, there are also the Chanyang master of the Chanyang sect, the Lenayu fairy of the Lenayu palace, sword god He Yiming of the Divine Sword Villa, the contemporary sect leader Yang Kai Tai of the Sun and Moon Demon sect, and Wang Wudi, the overseer of the Six Gates who sits in the court. They are all acknowledged as powerful grandmasters. I believe that the Dalan Temple should also have a grandmaster, and I even suspect that there is more than one. As for the others, it's hard to say. In the small courtyard, Lu Yuan sipped his wine, and then counted on his fingers, finally unable to resist asking, shouldn't you already know this stuff? I have always been in seclusion, so I know very little about the outside world. Brother Lu, we hit it off right away, so let's drink 300 cups together, please. Haha, please. The two men drank and chatted with each other. Zhang Ming saw second brother Hu coming over and said to Lu Yuan, Brother Lu, as a righteous grandmaster, you must have quite a few friends, right? Of course. I am known as the dashing and charming man with a reputation that spans across the world of martial arts, and am considered the most passionate and chivalrous person. The Chanyang sect, the Zhenwu sect, the Dalan Temple, and the Six Gates, each with my friends. Brother Lu is well connected, I admire that. Zhang Ming gave a thumbs up and said, I am going to go down the mountain to make friends through martial arts and battle the world. But I cannot set my mind at ease about the village. In the past, this place used to be a bandit's den, but after I subdued it, its nature has changed, and now the people on the mountain only want to lead a good life. But I'm afraid that once I leave, it will bring trouble. Brother Lu, could you help me out a bit, to relieve my worries? I'll owe you a favor. Upon hearing this, second brother who couldn't help but be moved and even more grateful. They were trying to secure the village's future. He looked at Lu Yuan with hopeful eyes. Brother Zhang is truly passionate? Lu Yuan thought about it for a while. However, given your strength, if you publicize tonight's battle, who would dare to be presumptuous? But your concerns are also reasonable. We should be afraid of villains, not gentlemen. Let me think. As for the village, generally, it would fall under local jurisdiction, but the Six Gates would also oversee it. How about this? I have some connections with Wang Wudi of the Six Gates. I can send him a letter asking him to take care of this place. Thank you, Brother Lu. Now I can set my worries aside. Zhang Ming bowed with his hands clasped. Brother Zhang, I am very curious. With your strength, you shouldn't be hiding here, and I haven't heard of your name either. Could it be that you are from a hidden family? Lu Yuan asked again. I come from the sky. Zhang Ming pointed to the sky. Lu Yuan was speechless, showing a resentful expression. 2 days later, on the official road to Mount Dependent City, there was a large carriage, driven by an old coachman. Despite the 2 horses in front, he controlled them with remarkable skill. By his side, there was another horse, on which Lu Yuan lay. He mumbled, Brother Zhang, this is too slow. The slower it goes, the more we can appreciate the beauty of the mountains and rivers. Zhang Ming's voice came from inside the carriage, and he rolled up the curtain as well. Also in the carriage was Lan, who took care of their daily needs. In his words, life is meant to be enjoyed, so why bother riding fast and sleeping in the wilderness? Oh, give it a rest. Lu Yuan sat upright. I'll go ahead first and wait for you at a resting place. That's fine. Zhang Ming nodded. Brother Lu, can you lend me some more qi? Don't even dream about it. The master level realm is achieved by personal comprehension, not by understanding the different quality of someone else's qi. If it were that easy, powerful grandmasters would be everywhere. Nonetheless, Lu Yuan shot out a strand of qi before galloping off. Zhang Ming captured the qi in his hand, carefully sensing its differences from his own. It doesn't work for others because they are not me. He closed his eyes, feeling it carefully. Lan sat quietly beside him. Seeing that there was nothing for her to do, she prepared to start her own cultivation when she felt Zhang Ming's aura suddenly change. Faintly but undoubtedly, it gave her a sense of shock and awe. His young master made another breakthrough. Lan's pretty eyes were filled with astonishment. At this moment, Zhang Ming had an epiphany. The 3rd layer of martial arts, qi transformation. There are actually 2 paths to take. One is to truly perceive the change in the quality of qi, the second is to compress the qi in the danshan within the sea of qi and break it down by force, which is extremely dangerous. If one is not careful and the danshan explodes, it will be completely over. However, he was now perceiving another person's qi, thus through analogy and inference, he had a direct enlightenment. Inside his sea of qi, his danshan. At this moment, Zhang Ming's qi suddenly collapses and transforms, causing a chain reaction within the vast sea of qi and stirring up an invisible storm. Transformation was intense and swift. At the same time, it refined his body, purifying his internal organs and bones. Zhang Ming's breath continued to rise unabated. The carriage moved forward slowly without stopping, and no one disturbed them. As noon approached, a tea house appeared in front of them, and only then did Zhang Ming open his eyes and reveal a smile. Success. In the main world, I am at the 3rd layer of Gangxi in martial arts. In this world, I have achieved the master level realm. Even he himself didn't expect to progress so quickly. In his danshan sea of qi, the true qi had decreased to 1/3 of its original level, but its power had greatly increased, and its connection with heaven and earth had become even closer. He raised his hand, and a point of light condensed on his fingertip. That was sword qi. Substantial sword qi. One manifestation of gang qi is to condense qi into weapons or to materialize true qi. As Zhang Ming thought, waves of true qi surged out and wrapped around his arm, eventually covering his entire right arm, like armor. Whether condensing qi into weapons or wrapping gang qi, they required a long time of polishing to succeed, but his true qi was too thick and his comprehension too defying of the heavens. As a result, he mastered it directly after breaking through. If I were to fight against Tan Feng now, I could kill him with a single punch. Even against Quan Wuer, if I were to use my full strength, 1 punch might not kill him, but 2 definitely would take his life. Awesome. Zhang Ming gave himself a thumbs up. Congratulations to the young master. Lan happily said, young master is mighty. Zhang Ming couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, he frowned. This time during his breakthrough, the system didn't grant him any talents. Is it because of uncertainty? Zhang Ming couldn't help but ponder. After all, everything he gained here might not truly belong to himself. If he didn't achieve the corresponding accomplishments, Once he left here and returned to Tamain world, his cultivation level and the corresponding memories obtained here would be erased. The carriage slowed to a stop. Young master, there's a tea shop ahead, and Hero Lu is waiting for you. Should we stop? Old Ma, let's stop and take a break. The coachman's surname was Ma. He was an old man from Blackwind village who was good at driving the carriage and had a solid cultivation level. He came out with them this time. Lu Yuan, who was drinking tea, saw Zhang Ming and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He suddenly stood up in disbelief. Brother Zhang, did you break through? It was by chance, just by chance. Zhang Ming smilingly walked over. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Yuan was somewhat disoriented. Even without knowing his age, one could guess from his face that he was around 20 years old, and he had already defied the heavens by killing 2 grandmasters. Through analyzing the true chi of grandmasters, he made a breakthrough in just 2 days? This was simply ridiculous. However, the unique aura emanating from him due to his recent breakthrough told the whole story. A 20-year-old grandmaster? Before the breakthrough, he could kill veteran grandmasters, so what about now? Comparable to a great grandmaster? Lu Yuan was disoriented. He became even more self-absorbed. After eating something simple, they continued on their way. Lu Yuan sat on the horse, beginning to cultivate. As Zhang Ming polished his true chi, he also studied the subsequent changes of the Loxian Dominator body skill, pondering the changes and perfecting it to prepare for cultivation. 2 months passed in a blink of an eye and they were not far from Mount Dependence City. He received a message from Chang King. Chapter 18, Testing the Sword in the World Guai Town. It was an ancient town, named after a 1,000-year-old ancient pagoda tree. Because of its propitious location by the mountains and water, it exuded prosperity. It wasn't far ahead. This is the slowest and longest journey I've ever taken. Lu Yuan lounged on his horse, murmuring incessantly, luckily, we're almost at Guai Town. They have great wine, delicious food, even a brothel. It's truly the liveliest spot. Brother Zhang, fancy experiencing something fresh? I definitely do not wish to be a fellow practitioner. Zhang Ming replied. Fellow practitioners? Lu Yuan responded, taken aback. Understanding at last, he turned his head towards Zhang Ming seated in the carriage, displaying a peculiar expression. Is this something you would be aware of? Lan, however, was puzzled. Old Ma up front smiled at this exchange. All men. Zhang Ming opened his eyes. This trip might be slow, but your powers have increased considerably. Indeed they have, but... Lu Yuan grimaced. I can't believe I didn't gain any advantage from you. You even suppressed me effortlessly. You truly are. Seeing Zhang Ming's hostile expression, he quickly changed his words. Fortunately, I've learned a lot of brilliant moves from you, otherwise, I would be at a real loss. The two of them had had numerous competitive bouts on the road. He didn't mind losing, but what astonished him was that he observed an incessant growth in Zhang Ming's abilities. Lu Yuan was filled with a chilling sensation. He had met talents before, but none as monstrous as this. In his opinion, even Elder Zhang from the Zhenwu sect wasn't as frightening as this. Just then, a figure leapt down from a tree in front of them, addressing Old Ma. Uncle Ma, is the young master in the carriage? Yes, it's the young master inside. Old Ma hastily reminded the man. Seeing his ragged clothes, fatigue-filled face, and bloodshot eyes, Old Ma anxiously asked, has there been some trouble? Zhang Ming jumped down beside the young man. Liu, is there a trouble? When he had asked General Chang and others to go their separate ways, he had planned everything. Even his approximate whereabouts were informed to the other party, in order to stay connected at all times. He had received numerous reports during their journey. You, young master. Liu knelt down on one knee, visibly stirred. General Chang told me you'd be passing this way. I've been waiting here for 3 days. Zhang Ming helped Liu to his feet. Lan Tu disembarked the carriage. Lu Yuan dismounted from his horse, choosing to stand to the side. Can you tell us what exactly happened? Zhang Ming investigated further. Liu rapidly filled them in. General Chang and his men were initially sent to travel along the mountain range for experiential learning, destroying mountain bandit camps they encountered, seizing goods and wealth in the process, all while continuing to accrue cultivation skills. After Zhang Ming came down the mountain, his journey was slightly adjusted based on the direction he was heading. He received a few messages on the way. General Chang had already eliminated quite a few bandit groups. Each time they destructed a group, they would seize supplies and recruit some people to replenish their own team. As a result, their group troops had swelled in size. However, when they arrived in the neighborhood a few days ago, they discovered 3 separate bandit groups, Erlong Mountain, Bai'an Village, and Long Village. They were suddenly ambushed by Erlong Mountain, but managed to decimate almost all enemy troops. However, they were pushed back when Bai'an Village and Long Village intervened to support the enemy. Just as they were planning to choose an opponent to eliminate first, they were encircled and attacked by all three bandit groups together. As if matters couldn't get worse, an innate expert showed up and seriously injured General Chang. We're fortunate to have undergone rigorous training in the past, and have superb cooperation. Otherwise, General Chang would have been killed, and our team would have been dispersed. During the withdrawal, General Chang quietly ordered the three of us to meet you here. Liyu's face turned grim. Brother Zhuang and Brother Yang didn't make it here. Not being here meant they were dead. Shuddering a little, Liu quickly added, the situation is probably not looking good for General Chang and the others. Young master. Don't worry, leave it to me. Zhang Ming patted Liu's shoulder, saying, Old Ma, Lan, you'll take Liu to the town ahead and rest there for a while. Wait for my return. Brother Liu, will you accompany me into the mountains, or will you go to the town? Zhang Ming looked at Liu Yuan, taking out his weapons from the carriage. A sword and a knife, strapped across his back with Lan's assistance. There was also a flying knife in his waist, covered by his outer robe. Of course, I'm joining. Liu Yuan appeared eager. It's been peaceful for too long, how could I miss finally getting to some excitement? Brother Zhang, I'm known for my unparalleled light skills in the world of martial arts, would you like a race? Since I'm familiar with the region and the situation in the three villages, I can guide you. Okay. Zhang Ming nodded. Please be careful, young master. Lan showed her concern. You two hold fort in town, if there's any trouble, just mention Liu brother's name. Having said this, Zhang Ming soared into the air. Like a lightning bolt, he was soon 20 meters away. What speed? Liu Yuan's face filled with exhilaration, while also shooting off like an arrow. The two were soon out of sight. Don't worry, with the young master's capabilities, he can go anywhere in the world. Seeing the worried expressions of the duo, Old Ma smiled. Let's go, we'll wait in the town for the young master, but remember to keep a low profile. The three of them urged the horses to proceed. Liu Yuan was met with a sad realization. Despite his expertise in light skill, he was increasingly lagging behind Zhang Ming. He called out in desperation, wait. Zhang Ming slowed down, waiting for Liu Yuan to catch up, unable to contain his laughter. You're really too slow, I'm just beginning to warm up. Freak. Liu Yuan huffed, this town here is Gouai. Not too far ahead is the mountain city. If we're going by the book, this place shouldn't be laden with bandits. But there are 3 bandit groups here. Do you know why? They're being bred? Exactly, they're being bred. Mountain City is special, serving as a gateway to the continuous mountain range. There's also a major river that flows by it, thus rendering it an advantageous geographical location. All sorts of exotic treasures from the mountains and goods from different regions, many of them transit here. The city is dominated by 3 factions, the largest of which is the Zhao family, whose fame is resounding and they're no less powerful than any general sect. The second is the Liang family, their heritage spanning over 200 years also makes them incredibly powerful. The third faction comprises of representatives from the government, mainly from the Six Gates sect, who kept an eye on the happenings within the city. I suspect Long Mountain, Bai'an Village, and Long Village were all bred by these 3 factions. Liu Yuan appeared thoughtful. The Six Gates men generally don't involve themselves in the conflicts, they simply observe the situation between the others. The Zhao and Liang families have been engaging in covert fights, yet they maintain harmony on the surface. However, I suspect that their relations are extremely complex. Additionally, there are several other forces inside the city that barely constitute a 4th faction, along with some sects having their branches set up here. Why is the Six Gate sect stationing people here? Zhang Ming wondered, don't they only intervene during major cases? Due to the large profits involved here, the Six Gates sect wanted a share of it. They placed one of their constables here, securing the situation and maintaining order amongst the factions, to prevent chaos. Six Gates sect isn't really dominant. Otherwise, how could these 2 families grow so powerful, and even breed 3 bandit groups? Ah, indeed. But Brother Zhang, you better consider this, if you confront these mountain bandits, you're likely to face difficulty from the entire mountain city. In addition to this, the Xiang scripture has also appeared here. The Divine Fist sect and Sun and Moon Demon sect will dispatch powerful men here, along with other figures from the world of martial arts. Just thinking about it makes me excited but also sends shivers down my spine. The more powerful they are, the better. It's a good time for me to measure up against the world. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuan shuddered even more. Chapter 19, Enemies of the Righteous Path on the Mountain Peak. Chang King stood with his blade, covered in bloodstains. Behind him were his brothers, all very exhausted, and many of them were injured. Commander, there's no more water, if we continue like this, we'll all be trapped to death. A young man whispered, we're just intimidated by an innate, why not rush down, And if he appears, fight to the death to kill him, and then make a bloody escape. That's the last resort. Changking turned around and looked in the distance, which was the direction of Guai Town. According to time calculations, the great village master should have arrived. Even if he's here, can he save us? He was a little shaken. At this time, a figure appeared on the opposite hill, shouting at them, "Changking, you're already at the end of the road. If you continue to struggle, there will be only one way of death waiting for you. Changking, I admire you, you're young, and have already stepped into the first-tier realm. With your ability to command, you have formidable strength, and with just a few hundred men, you almost toppled 3 villages. Impressive. Now I'll give you a way to survive, submit. As long as you submit, you'll have beautiful women, wine, and money aplenty. Martial art cultivation skills, resources, and broader opportunities in heaven and earth can all be yours, your men too. All you have to do is show loyalty. Don't think about escape, as long as we have you surrounded, we have completely cut off your retreat. Here, I, Zhao Ming, am the king. Although I'm only an 8, I have many more innate, even grandmaster powerhouses behind me. What do you say?" Zhao Ming held his long sword behind his back, his voice booming. Changqing's face was calm, but many of his men behind him were shaken, and there was a hushed exchange. Without looking back, he knew that most of those who were shaken were those who had been subdued later. They were also the ones who died the most. Some of the silent men looked at them with cold eyes. "What do you say?" A voice suddenly rang out. Although it was behind Zhao Ming, it also reached the other hill. "Great village master." Changqing was slightly startled, his face showing joy, and he knelt down on one knee. "Greetings, great village master." "Greetings, great village master." All of Blackwind Village's people knelt down. After hesitating for a moment, those who were subdued also knelt down hesitantly. Zhao Ming was shocked, and with his strength, how could he not have noticed someone approaching from behind? What did this mean? The other party was undoubtedly terrifying. Clang! The long sword appeared, and between the sword light and the rotation of the sword, it covered the area behind him, but in the next moment, his face stiffened because the tip of the sword was caught between the index and middle fingers. His courage suddenly chilled, and he urged his chi, making the long sword hum, but it couldn't budge. "Struggle again, and I'll kill you," Zhang Ming said coldly. After arriving here, he found a mountain peak surrounded by countless mountain bandits, and another peak echoed Zhao Ming's voice, so he quickly came this side. Crack! With a little force in his fingers, the tip of the sword was shattered, and with a slight movement, it shot out, piercing Zhao Ming's wrist holding the sword. In the pain, the broken sword fell with a loosened grip. Zhao Ming was even more shocked. "Who are you?" "Didn't you hear? I'm the great village master." Zhang Ming looked at him indifferently. "Zhao Ming? A member of Zhao family in Mount Dependence City? You really raised mountain thieves." "Let me guess, Zhao and Liang families appear to be harmonious on the surface, but they secretly compete. This is a high-level government, maintaining peace on the surface, but secretly making Six Gates and other forces understand that Mount Dependence City is not united. But one layer deeper is the friendship between Zhao and Liang families. Just like the 3 mountain villages, they seem to be harmonious on the surface, but they secretly compete and unite when in danger, acting in unison against outsiders. Seeing the mountain as a mountain, not as a mountain, and finally as a mountain. Zhao and Liang both have experts." Zhang Ming said, carefully observing the subtle changes in the other's expression. His confidence grew. Originally, there were 2 major forces in a city, but the 6 Gates joined in. And other forces coveted it. What to do? Unite together? It would only be targeted. It's better to be openly friendly while secretly competing, forming a true alliance at the root and maintaining the positions of the 2 families in Mount Dependence City. If there's a threat, directly eliminate the others using the 2 families' secret competition as an excuse. Wow, this speculation is amazing. Lu Yuan also arrived. His pupils shrank upon hearing Zhang Ming's analysis. Under the stability, there are raging undercurrents, but they can firmly control Mount Dependence City at the root. This may also be the reason why they have always been in power, and the only reason other forces cannot truly gain a foothold in this city. Impressive, impressive. Great village master? Who are you exactly? Zhao Ming's heart raced, and his eyes narrowed into a slit, as murderous intent surged. But when he saw Lu Yuan, his pupils shrank again. "Brother Lu, how come you're here?" "Haha, I'm just here for fun." Lu Yuan laughed and jumped squatting on a rock beside him. "Brother Lu, you've always had a good relationship with our Zhao family." Zhao Ming tried to relax. "This must be your friend, and a friend of our Zhao family. There must be a misunderstanding." "There's no misunderstanding." Zhang Ming got the information he wanted, and with a thought, he asked, "Do you know Xiang scripture?" "Forget it, asking you is useless." Jiang Ming shook his head again, pointing with a finger, sending out a powerful sword chi, called Shou's sword. This made Zhao Ming, who had been secretly vigilant, panic and abruptly twist his body, but he was a step too slow. Puff! The sword chi pierced through his throat. You really killed him? Lu Yuan was shocked. I was a mountain thief, but I know there's nothing good about mountain thieves. Those who harbor mountain thieves are even worse. If I want to change my identity, I'll do it thoroughly. From now on, I will not share the sky with evil. Jiang Ming laughed. Then he soared into the air, heading towards the foot of the mountain, and shouted loudly, Changqing, kill for me. Yes. Changqing's spirit was greatly boosted. Zhao Ming was an innate powerhouse, who had forced them to retreat and defend the peak, only to be easily killed by the great village master. Impressive, awesome, a bright future. The others were also excited, howling as they killed towards the foot of the mountain. Jiang Ming had already started a killing spree. With the 6 Meridian's divine sword, he killed the leaders of 3 mountain villages as if he was entering an uninhabited territory. When he felt it was almost enough, he stopped. Changqing had already arrived, swinging his blade, gathering the killing chi and reaping life like the death god. Soon, those who were to die died, and those who were to submit submitted. I pay homage to the great village master. Changqing wiped his face, flinging out a string of beads of blood, knelt down on one knee in front of Jiang Ming, his face full of admiration. On the way, we collected a total of 80,000 taels of silver, 108 cultivation skills, and more than 300 experts. But nearly half of them died. Good, not bad. Jiang Ming was very satisfied. Attack the nearest mountain village and occupy it first. Yes. Changqing's fighting spirit soared. The nearest mountain village is Bai'an village. It didn't take long to easily occupy it. But Changqing didn't rest, leading the people to attack 2 other mountain villages. In the hall, 2 maids served fruit plates and poured tea tremblingly, standing on the side and trembling. You really want to rule the mountain as king? Lu Yuan sat on the side, looking at Jiang Ming weirdly. Mountain thief, disliked by the righteous path. If Mount Dependent City spreads the word out, you will be defined as a demon, and you will be hunted by the whole world's Danxia sex. He was somewhat gloating. So what? Jiang Ming didn't even lift his head, flipping through a cultivation skill book in his hand, titled, Spiral 9 Shadows. Chapter 20, The Great Killing Spree. Jiang Ming didn't care. He really didn't care. With his own strength, there weren't many people in the world that made him apprehensive. As for being besieged by the powerful of several major sects, the Zhao and Liang families of Mount Dependent City didn't have that much influence. The world was in chaos, there were countless bandits, and many forces would be watching, not wanting to get involved without a huge incentive. Mount Dependent City, Zhao family. In the main hall, there were broken pieces on the ground, obviously from shattered teacups. Family head Zhao Yingcheng's face was terrifyingly gloomy, releasing murderous intent but forcibly restraining it. Great village master? He actually killed Minger. How dare he? How could he? Doesn't he know that Minger is my son? The treasure of the Zhao family? Who gave him the guts? Good, good, very good. I will lead the family elites to capture him, light sky lanterns, and dismember him. I will exterminate his 9 generations. Zhao Yingcheng was extremely angry. Control your anger. The elder next to him, with slightly narrowed eyes, suddenly shouted loudly, making the hall buzz. You are the head of the Zhao family first, and then Zhao Ming's father. Zhao Yingcheng's face twisted, but he closed his eyes and sat down, taking a deep breath. He forcibly suppressed the rage in his heart, but his voice still trembled. Second uncle, you know that Minger is our meticulously cultivated genius. He is the future of the Zhao family. Now he is dead at the hands of a nameless person, right under our noses. I can't bear it. Second uncle, I am now only full of anger and hatred, and not suitable to make decisions. You arrange it. All right. Second uncle nodded. A team of hundreds suddenly attacked here. They killed many bandits and mountain thieves along their way. Perhaps they are from the court. The leader of the team is called Commander, an evident military title. They cultivated a single type of sword skill, extremely ferocious, with perfect cooperation. Only the military could train such a team. The later Great Village Master? Such a name might be to deceive people. According to the information returned, he easily passed through the blockade of 3 villages to reach Minger. Someone saw Minger's long sword being pinched by his fingers and then pierced Minger's throat with one finger. With Minger's strength, unless it was a master-level figure, it would be impossible to kill so easily. Lu Yuan has also appeared. You should know Lu Yuan. Although he has no sect or background and is friends with many people in the world, he also has some connections with us. But he just watched Minger get killed, which doesn't match his character. I suspect the court is going to make a move on us. Only the court could easily hide a master-level expert. Rumors from the outside world say that the Xiang scripture has appeared here, and the situation will become very chaotic. We cannot move hastily, but we cannot let this vengeance go unanswered. Let's use the mountain bandits who stole our 100,000 taels of silver cargo and cash as an excuse. In order to vent our anger, whoever destroys the village will get the goods, the silver, and 1,000-year-old ginseng. Then, use the appearance of the Xiang scripture in the village as a lure. There will definitely be a large number of martial artists coming to snatch it. After that, just find someone to spread the word that they got the silver. Also, send people to guard the surroundings and prevent them from escaping. We will watch from the shadows and wait for an opportunity. If it really is the court, eliminate the people of the 6 gates in the city. Second uncle's words were well organized. That day, the Zhao family passed the news out. Undercurrents surged in Mount Pendant's city, and many rumors circulated, saying that the legendary Xiang scripture had appeared in Bei'an village. Bei'an village. Jiang Ming was sitting in a courtyard, surrounded by a pile of books that he was constantly flipping through. He had already collected many. Now there were even more in these 3 villages, nearly 100 more, which made Jiang Ming overjoyed, so he kept reading. After finishing each book, he would close his eyes and ponder, turning the knowledge into his own foundation. Although his cultivation level hadn't increased, his temperament had changed imperceptibly, as if he was ethereal and light, blending into the natural world and as heavy as a mountain. Great village master. Chang Qing walked in, placed a bowl of medicinal meal on the table, and respectfully saluted. Would you like to invite Miss Lan over? No need. Jiang Ming pointed to the stool next to him. Chang Qing didn't sit down, but he didn't mind and said, you are a commander now, not a mountain bandit anymore. Remember, don't call me the great village master, call me the commander. Your squad will be called the Heavenly Martial Army. Heavenly Martial Army? Yes, commander. Chang Qing was delighted and even a little excited. From now on, he would no longer be a mountain bandit. As for why he was called Heavenly Martial, he didn't understand, but he didn't care. You hurry up and train your troops. A tough battle is coming soon. Don't forget to tighten our defenses, just guard Bei'an village, and strengthen our vigilance. Jiang Ming said, in the next 2 days, I will further perfect the 7-kill sword skill, and you also need to cultivate hard, striving to step into the innate realm. Yes. When Chang Qing left, Lu Yuan suddenly jumped in, panting, and his eyes lit up when he saw the medicinal meal. Just as he was about to reach for it, he saw Jiang Ming take it away, and couldn't help but say, Brother Jiang, you are too stingy. You've eaten several ginsengs in these 2 days, and I'm running around for you, gathering information, but you won't even let me drink a bowl. This short fuse of mine. Oh, you want to do it? Jiang Ming drank the bowl in one gulp, chewing on the ginseng and laughing. Lu Yuan raised his hand, but helplessly said, you are the most shameless among my friends. Immediately afterward, he said seriously, there is news in Mount Pendant City that mountain bandits have arrogantly stolen 100,000 taels of silver cargo and 100,000 taels of cash from the Zhao family, as well as 1,000-year-old ginseng, and are hiding in Bei'an village. Publicly saying whoever gets it can keep it. Who can resist such a temptation? There is also news that the Xiang scripture has appeared in the village. This must be the doing of the Zhao family, agitating a large number of martial artists to come and fight for it. By tomorrow at the latest, people will come, so you better be careful. The Zhao family is too cautious. Jiang Ming said in surprise, not taking revenge personally, but inciting martial artists to come? I'm surprised too. Lu Yuan picked up the teapot and began to drink heavily. It's good this way. Let my heavenly martial army practice. Heavenly martial army? Lu Yuan paused and reacted, saying with amazement, you really want to go straight? But it's not done like this. Who would admit it? It will also make the court misunderstand that you want to rebel. If the army surrounds and suppresses you, haha, that would be fun. That's true. Jiang Ming scratched his head. He hadn't thought about this when he named Chang Qing and the others casually. Forget it, come on, let's see if I can suppress 100,000 soldiers single-handedly. Your boasting can cover the sky. The following day, fights continued at the foot of the mountain, but none came up. Nearing noon, Jiang Ming finally stretched his legs and came out. It's time to make a move. I hope there are some good things. Jiang Ming thought as he walked down the mountain. Starting from today, he decided to make a name for himself, preparing for the next step in his plan. Chapter 21, Using a Divine Skill at the Foot of the Mountain. Jiang Ming silently stood on a tree, observing the battle. He didn't make a move below the innate level. The 7-kill sword skill I deduced before is ultimately flawed and has too many drawbacks. As he watched and pondered, he also spied on the attacker's means. Every slash, stab, punch, and kick all flowing into his heart. Reverse deduction, forward evolution. He even guessed most of the corresponding mental techniques movements. Suddenly, he moved sideways, blocking in front of a person. This was an innate realm powerhouse, concealing his chi, planning to take advantage of the chaos to go up the mountain. Get lost. The middle-aged man became furious when he realized he had been discovered. A fierce and extraordinary slash was aimed at Zhang Ming's head, with chi flowing on the blade. Zhang Ming dodged and fought with the opponent together. With ease, he barely suppressed the opponent, forcing him to use his trump card. Ordinary. After forcing out the opponent's foundation, Zhang Ming pointed at his heart, killing him on the spot. He once again returned to the tree, overlooking the surroundings, taking in the whole situation. The sound of battle gradually diminished, and this wave was over. Chang Qing came to the bottom of the tree and paid his respects to Zhang Ming. Commander, if we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long. What do you think we should do? Zhang Ming asked. It won't be peaceful in the next few days. Chang Qing pondered, continuing to defend like this definitely isn't the solution, but our team is a mix of both good and bad. Only during battle can we quickly improve. Commander, how about dividing our forces into several waves? The experienced warriors can't lead the newcomers. When they get tired, they can be replaced by the next team. Go ahead. Yes. Chang Qing respectfully retreated. Lu Yuan arrived, standing on another branch. He asked perplexedly, I don't understand, why don't you directly manage this team you created? Apart from the original members, most of the team members only know of Commander Chang Qing and not you. Aren't you afraid of anything? Afraid of what? Zhang Ming laughed. As long as great power resides in oneself, there's no fear of any changes. As for the Heavenly Martial Army, I just created them casually to help me collect various martial arts. I'll let them do the rest. Your talent and abilities are unparalleled, but your actions are too strange, hard to see through and guess. Instead of figuring out why you do these things, it's better to sleep comfortably and watch the show. Lu Yuan yawned and laid down on a branch, propping up his legs. Meanwhile, he continued, it's difficult to climb the back mountain from the cliff side. I'll go and check it occasionally. Sigh, I'm destined to be busy and I don't even get paid for it. Zhang Ming just smiled and didn't pay him any attention. With his eyes slightly closed, he replayed all the fights he had seen earlier in his mind, various sword moves, different sword angles, the force exerted in each slash, and so on, endlessly colliding. He also reviewed the many cultivation skills and techniques he observed from the attacking powerhouses, which flashed through his mind and formed a martial arts torrent, igniting a fire of wisdom. Clang. After a long time, a sword chi burst out from Zhang Ming's head, cutting off all the branches and leaves above. The resting Lu Yuan suddenly felt a chilling sensation and immediately moved sideways. He looked at Zhang Ming with suspicion and amazement. What a terrifying sword chi, filled with killing, ruthlessness, cruelty, resolution, death, and an unyielding spirit. Lu Yuan licked his dry lips. This is the sword technique created by the 7-kill sword skill. No, it's even more horrifying. This youngster has reinvented the 7-kill sword skill, taking it a step further, definitely entering the level of a divine skill. If this new sword technique is passed on to the Heavenly Martial Army, then... Lu Yuan shuddered and his face changed color. Chang Qing also noticed the commotion over here and came to sense Zhang Ming's aura and the sword kai above his head, becoming ecstatic. He could feel the joy and excitement of the chi in his body, as well as a sense of being suppressed. This is definitely an advanced version of the 7-kill sword skill. As expected of our commander, he's incredible. Chang Qing's gaze became extremely hot as he looked at Zhang Ming. Back in the Black Wind Village, he was just a 3rd-tier cultivation level. After joining forces with Zhang Ming, he not only became the 3rd fortress leader but was also taught various divine skills. Moreover, the commander even personally used his chi to cleanse his meridians and marrow because he felt that Chang Qing's strength was too low to control his subordinates, forcefully improving Chang Qing's cultivation. Without that, even with the 7-kill sword skill, it would be impossible for him to reach the 1st-tier realm. After a long time, the sword chi disappeared, and Zhang Ming's terrifying aura was completely restrained. Zhang Ming opened his eyes, and a flash of sharpness seemed to pass by. He moved to Chang Qing's side in an instant, and without saying a word, pointed his finger at the other's forehead. Chang Qing didn't show any intention of avoiding the touch. Focus on your mind and carefully comprehend. Zhang Ming's voice also reached him. Brother Zhang, what is this? Lu Yuan showed confusion. Teaching skills. Teaching skills? Just with a finger? Lu Yuan was astounded. What kind of divine technique was that? However, Zhang Ming didn't intend to explain. As his cultivation improved, although he hadn't acquired a 3rd talent, His soul dominator power also increased accordingly. The most intuitive feeling was that his spirit had skyrocketed, forming a wider spiritual domain for observation, and the weight of the items he could control had increased tenfold. As for teaching divine skills, it was a natural and small trick that he realized. There were other techniques to explore as well. In fact, that was the real reason why he didn't fear the powerful in the world. Changking sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, his aura fluctuating wildly at first before eventually stabilizing, becoming more refined and sharp. He seemed to have transformed into a long blade, ready to kill at any moment. After a while, he leaped up and drew out his long blade to practice. The swordplay was crisp and decisive, murderous or condensed, each slash ruthless and resolute. Lu Yuan watched with his heart pounding, especially the killing chi contained in the swordplay, which made him extremely serious. What a terrifying swordplay, able to integrate killing chi into it. If there was a whole team like this, one slash would. Lu Yuan's heart leaped. The 7 kills sword skill I've deduced has reached a level of mastery. Do you want to learn? Zhang Ming asked with a smile. You really are, truly a demon among geniuses. Lu Yuan didn't know what to say. Before him was a talent that defied the world, unparalleled in all eternity. Creating top-notch skills just by deducing and practicing. He was being crushed to the point of almost going into seclusion. Otherwise, with his unrestrained nature, why would he stay by Zhang Ming's side all the time? Will the condensed killing chi affect my mind? Lu Yuan asked with a sigh. The previous one would, but the current one is much better. Zhang Ming laughed. This is a method of training using killing to stop killing, to cultivate with killing, and to refine the spirit with killing. Condensing killing chi can also continuously temper the mind. As long as one's mental strength is not too poor, the impact should be minimal, at least not within the realm of a grandmaster. However, the heavy killing chi won't last in the long run. I'll continue to explore in the future, and try to incorporate the path of tranquility. With a pure heart, control the way of slaughter. Harbor light within, and suppress the world with killing. You're amazing. Lu Yuan gave a thumbs up. If anyone else said this, he would definitely scoff and call them boastful. But the one before him could really do what he said. I know I'm amazing, no need for daily praise. Do you want to learn? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhang Ming said meaningfully. Learn. Lu Yuan's face changed continuously, and finally, he nodded in agreement. The other party said it was an opportunity, and it certainly wouldn't be too bad. Zhang Ming touched his finger on Lu Yuan's forehead, his spirit and soul power pouring out, flowing into the other sea of consciousness. With Lu Yuan's master-level realm cultivation, sensing the spiritual fluctuations, he might gain something from it, or at least be able to perceive a new world. This was the opportunity. Chapter 22, Furious Rage with a Divine Skill. The sword technique is directly demonstrated in his mind, clearly understood, and all kinds of techniques are imprinted in his heart, never forgotten. The efficiency has increased countless times. Thank you, Commander. After waking up, Changqing looked at Zhang Ming as if he were looking at an immortal. After you've become proficient, teach it to others. Yes. Changqing retreated, his steps more confident. At this time, Lu Yuan also opened his eyes, and his gaze towards Zhang Ming was extraordinarily complicated. This method is indeed a great opportunity. Shall I worship you as my master? Kneel down. Zhang Ming smiled, pointing at his feet. Kneel your ass. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. In the following days, Changqing divided the team into 3 parts, taking turns guarding, one group for 4 hours. At the same time, he also passed on the cultivation skills. Those newly recruited cultivated the first version of the 7-kill sword skill, and the original old men cultivated Zhang Ming's rediscovered technique. They honed and improved themselves through slaughter. Under the night. In Mount Dependent City, on a street corner, there was a small tavern with closed doors. Inside, the lamplight flickered, and 2 elders sat facing each other. 2 small dishes and a pot of wine. One of them was Zhao Yuanhai, the second uncle of the head of the Zhao family. He picked up the wine pot and poured 2 cups. Old man, how long has it been since we sat together and had a drink? Almost 10 years. The Liang family elder, Liang Dashan, smiled and said, in the blink of an eye, we old folks are half buried in the yellow soil. Isn't that the truth? Zhao Yuanhai took a sip and put down his wine cup. What do you think of what's been happening these past few days? Use your eyes and see. Liang Dashan laughed, then said seriously, the thieves in Bai'an village have unknown origins, but they claim to be heavenly martial army. Their numbers are small, but they are exceptionally powerful and fearless. Those martial artists all fought for themselves but had various methods, and even with innate powerful ones joining, they still couldn't charge up the mountain. A total of 7 innate powerful ones have died. Mysterious origins, claiming to be an army, unmatched strength, and seamless military formations. I can only think of one possibility, it's the court. But they are so brazen, even killing Zhao Ming. So the target can only be us. The court is in chaos, and the world is in turmoil, but they point their knives at us. They must think we're easy to bully. Liang Dashan revealed a chilling, cold smile. In that case, we have to join forces again. Being forced to this point, of course, we must join forces and take the opportunity to uproot the 6 gates in the city. Also, comb through the forces within the city. Very well. The two reached an agreement. At midnight, in the courtyard on the mountain, Zhang Ming sat facing the moon, half-hearted, cultivating and contemplating the further evolution of various extraordinary cultivation techniques. At this time, Lu Yuan walked in, followed by a woman dressed in black. Brother Zhang, let me introduce you to a friend. This is Gold Chapter Constable Jin Yanhua from the 6 gates of Mount Dependence City. Miss Jin has come to discuss something with you. Give me some face and don't bully her, or I won't be able to explain it to Constable Zhang Tong, nor will I face Lord Wang Wudi. Constable Jin, this is their commander. Lu Yuan winked at Zhang Ming, then jumped to sit on a tree nearby, took out his wine gourd from his waist, and drank facing the moon. Constable Jin, please. Zhang Ming pointed to the opposite side. Brother Zhang. Even with a special hat, Jin Yanhua looked handsome, especially her cute, plump cheeks. She did not look like someone from the 6 gates at all. She sat down without hesitation and went straight to the point. Which part does Brother Zhang belong to? Zhang Ming was slightly taken aback, and then he chuckled. Constable Jin, you misunderstand. The Heavenly Martial Army does not belong to any part. I just thought it sounded nice, so I chose that name. Nowadays, bandits are rampant, corrupt officials are in power, and the people are displaced, living in hardship. I thought that since I'm in this world, I should do something within my ability. So, I created this army, intending to eliminate all the bandits in the world, and that brought me here. Created an army? Constable Jin widened her eyes and then frowned. Brother Zhang, you have a great ambition to care for the country and the people. I admire that. But, creating an army violates the imperial taboo. Once reported, you will be besieged. She couldn't help but smirk and commented, no wonder the Zhao family has been monitoring us lately. They misunderstood that we are from the court. Even we were mistaken, and Constable had tried to investigate through special channels, but there was too little time to verify. PFFT. Lu Yuan, who was on the tree, spat out the wine in his mouth. Zhang Ming's mouth twitched. He had never thought about this point. He just wanted to clear the name of Black Wind Mountain and leave some legacy. But he didn't expect such a huge misunderstanding. Why not go with the flow? Zhang Ming changed his mind and laughed. I heard that both the Zhao and Liang families are harboring mountain bandits and committing atrocities. How about we cooperate and uproot them both? I can't make that decision. Constable Jin stood up and made a fist salute. I need to consult with Constable. Also, I have a piece of news for you. Tomorrow, the Zhao family will launch a full-scale attack on Bai'an village. The Zhao family has 2 grandmasters, 7 or 8 experts in the innate realm, and they have secretly built the Black Iron Army. As for the Liang family, they are not far behind. There are also many disciples from other sects in the city, and if they came to help, even if you win, you may become an enemy of many sects. Excuse me. Constable Jin leaped out of the courtyard. Thank you. Zhang Ming sent his voice to her. Lu Yuan landed beside him, unable to hold back his laughter. Now I understand why the Zhao family is so cautious. The Heavenly Martial Army, an army, anyone would think too much. Haha, Brother Zhang, you really made a big misunderstanding by accident. I'm afraid that even when Zhang Tong hears the news, he would want to kill you. He will be in a very difficult situation. Zhang Ming agreed completely. A militia appeared in his territory, and he couldn't escape the responsibility no matter what. It depends on his courage. Zhang Ming stood up, stepped on the ground, and landed gently on the roof. He raised his hand and grabbed at the bright moon, then said, Brother Lu, what if I kill all of them tomorrow? No, absolutely not. Lu Yuan's face changed. If you exterminate the Zhao and Liang families, that's fine, because they deserve death. But if you kill off the disciples from other sects who come along, you will become the enemy of the righteous path, and be the enemy of the world. Even the 6 gates will take advantage of the situation to besiege you. By then, there will be no place for you in this world. You should consider the Heavenly Martial Army and the Black Wind Village. Troublesome. Zhang Ming whispered, it's better without any ties. Ultimately, he still felt detached from this world and found it hard to fit in. But he couldn't ignore the involvement of the Black Wind Mountain. However, this sentence made Lu Yuan feel a chilling sensation. Knowing the situation was urgent, Constable Jin abandoned her horse and used her light skill to return to Mount Dependence City before daybreak. She was almost exhausted. After explaining the situation to Zhang Tong. Create an army? Zhang Ming, I curse your ancestors. Constable Zhang Tong was furious, pointing towards the direction of Bai'an village and cursing loudly, I'm going to be screwed by you. And that scoundrel Lu Yuan, not giving a heads up in advance, how am I going to report this to my superiors? Sir, is it that serious? It's not a matter of how serious it is, but whether I will lose my head. No, I must report this to Lord Wang. Otherwise, I'll have to run away. Create an army? Is that something a person should do? It's challenging the imperial power, the military, the court, and the 6 gates. Damn it. Chapter 23, Becoming a Buddha on the spot. Early morning. 100 meters outside the Zeman city, Zhang Ming was already seated on a piece of green stone, blocking the path to Bai'an village. Lu Yuan's words had stirred him up the day before. Together with the information provided by Constable Jin, he had been able to eliminate most of the top-tier powerful people hiding in the vicinity of Bai'an village early on. He instructed Chang Qing to lead the heavenly martial army to take out the rest and further strengthen their forces. Then they rushed over here, where the battlefield would be set up. Zhang Ming wanted to enter the city directly, but his heart softened when he saw the common people on the way. After all, a battle with a Grandmaster-level powerful person would inevitably affect a large area, endangering countless lives. The first to enter the city were the peasants, some carrying chickens, others carrying eggs, and some carrying vegetables. They had set out at nightfall, hoping to enter the city early and get a good price for their produce. The lowest stratum is the largest and also the most hardworking. Zhang Ming suppressed the turbulence in his heart. His ears perked up and sounds were coming from the city gate. Hey, the Zhao family has really lost its shame, sending out invitations for the various factions to join together in attacking Bai'an village. It definitely won't be that simple. So many people have tried to take down Bai'an village these days, but what has happened? Most of them didn't come back. The Zhao family must feel it's difficult to handle, so they are inviting many powerful people to join forces and take down Bai'an village. This is a way to buy reputation and strengthen their might. The Zhao family can't handle Bai'an village with their strength alone? That's bullshit. It's been strange from the very beginning. I think they want to shift everyone's focus. Don't forget, the Xiang scripture was initially rumored to be around here, and all kinds of powerful figures converged. Suddenly, it was said to be in Bai'an village. Look at how many forces have come to the city now. The Chunying sect, the Zanwu sect, the Dalan temple, and even the demon sect have powerful people here. If they don't shift their focus elsewhere, in case there is unrest, Mount Dependence City might be left in tatters. That's the most likely explanation. Hey, let's not concern ourselves with that. Let's hurry along, get to Bai'an village first and hide, and then sneak up after the Great War breaks out. Ginseng and Silverbank notes if we can get the Xiang scripture, our brothers will be rich. It's best to sneak up from the back mountain. Hearing this, Zhang Ming stood up and walked over. Invitations from the Zhao family? They were really determined to label Bai'an village as bandits and invite the Tangxia sects to attack them. This road is blocked. Zhang Ming stood in front of the 3 men. Kid, are you looking for trouble? The frontmost man was a bonze, carrying a water-fire Zen staff in his hand, his face full of fierce features and an imposing demeanor. Stopping people outside the city gates to be a robber? Hey, you must be new. You haven't grown your hair fully yet, huh? Hurry home and feed, it'll save you from losing your head. Another man said. But Zhang Ming said nothing and took action directly. The 3 men had decent strength. One was at the innate realm and the other 2 were at first tier. They were no ordinary people in the world of martial arts. How dare you? The bonze was furious, and his attack caused thunder in the air. Zhang Ming effortlessly pushed back the 3 men. Looking at their moves and steps, he absorbed their martial arts knowledge, turned it into his own foundation, and strengthened his accumulations. In just a moment, he had squeezed out everything they had learned. Then he used a 6 Meridians divine sword to pierce through the 3 men's wrists, and with a flick of his sleeve, he forced them all back. A small lesson to teach a bigger one: dare to covet Bai'an village again, death. Zhang Ming leaped back to the green stone and sat down. I am the commander of Bai'an village, Zhang Ming. After that, he closed his eyes. The 3 people's faces were ugly, especially the injuries on their wrists, which made them even more uneasy. If Zhang Ming had not been merciful, they would be dead. They reluctantly bowed and hastily retreated back into the city, spreading the news that the leader of Bai'an village was blocking the western city gate. The news spread fast. More and more powerful people were rushing towards the area, but all were staying in the distance, looking at Zhang Ming with some dread. Am I a Buddha? A young monk approached with a compassionate expression on his face but a sharp light in his eyes. He stopped 2 meters away. I am disciple Huijian of Dalan Temple, and you must be Zhang Ming, the leader of Bei'an village, Changqing? Huijian asked politely, his voice gentle. That's right. Zhang Ming looked at him. Huijian, I've heard of you. You are the most talented disciple of Dalan Temple's current generation, with the strength of the innate beak, capable of contending with the average grandmaster-level powerful person. So, you want to get involved too? Bei'an village is a gathering place for mountain thieves, and there has been too much killing recently. I have came to resolve grudges and persuade the people of Bei'an village to put down their butcher knives, repent for their sins, and start anew, clearing the air and putting an end to the killing. Huijian gently responded, as for the donor, you should return to Dalan Temple with me, recite scriptures every day, and let go of the killing thoughts in your heart. As the saying goes, when one puts down the butcher's knife, one instantly becomes a Buddha. So you mean if someone kills and then repents for their sins, they can become a Buddha? Zhang Ming's expression took a bizarre turn. Am I a Buddha? Huijian chanted a Buddhist mantra, recognize oneself, sincerely repent, and that is putting down the butcher's knife, recite scriptures daily, pray every night, and your heart will turn towards goodness, so you can indeed become a Buddha. Can the demon sect members who slaughtered towns and cities and committed countless murders also go to Dalan Temple and become Buddhas? Can they just repent for their sins and be exempted from punishment after killing your parents? Can they read a few scriptures after killing your master and act as if nothing happened? Zhang Ming asked with a smile. Donor, you are twisting my words. Huijian's face darkened. According to what you said, isn't that the case? Zhang Ming laughed and said, why is it twisting words when it comes from my mouth? According to the teachings of your Dalan Temple, all the sinners in the world can go to the Dalan Temple to repent and atone without receiving any punishment, even trample on the laws of the court, and even let go of the enmity of their parents, wives, and children. Huijian's face turned as dark as water. If a butcher can atone for his sins and even become a Buddha, what about the people who get killed? Zhang Ming asked again. Do they deserve to die? To be kind to sinners is the greatest blasphemy to good people and the greatest evil. You're forcing your argument. Huijian was furious. Haha. Zhang Ming laughed. Isn't this what you said? Why is it forcing when it comes from me? According to you, if I destroy the big Buddha temple and then put my hands together, chanting Amitabha Buddha, I can become a Buddha too, right? If I kill your Buddha and then put down my sword, reading scriptures, can I become your Buddha too? Amitabha Buddha. You twist Buddha's teachings, commit serious sins, and must be a demon head reincarnate, blaspheme my Buddha, and should be executed. Huijian struck immediately. TSK, this is Buddha. Zhang Ming dodged a blow and continued, according to what you said, even demon heads can become Buddhas if they put down their butcher's knife. How can it be executed when you're executing a future Buddha? Seeking death. Huijian, enraged, attacked with even greater ferocity. His palms flew and shattered the rocks. Tongue-blooming lotus, everything can become a Buddha, but not a Buddha, it should be executed. Wonderful, haha, wonderful. Zhang Ming couldn't help laughing again, engaging in a battle with Huijian. He forcefully suppressed Huijian, forcing him to use all his learning continuously. Chapter 24, Beyond the World. Thousand Buddha Hands, Flower Picking Finger, Demonic Suppression Robe Technique, Great Vajra Finger, and so on. As expected of the genius disciple of Dalan Temple, his strength is great. Among all below the Grandmaster's level, and within the innate level, he definitely ranks first. But in comparison, he still falls short. However, the ultimate martial art wielded by Huijian certainly has its unique aspects. Crowds are gathering in the not-so-distant area, many people showing sneering expressions. Huijian, never thought I would see the day you would lose your temper in shame. Chunying sect disciple Tang Zioshan cradles his long sword, laughingly speaks. Rattled by Commander Jiang's successive questioning, he exposed the hypocrisy of Buddhism, and Huijian's state of mind was disturbed, upsetting his Buddhist principles. Zanwu sect disciple Bai Yunfei stands with his hands held behind his back. He also laughs, to put down the butcher's knife and to attain Buddhahood on the spot. Although it is about letting go of worldly attachments, it has been twisted by Dalan Temple into a principle which has turned into a place that harbors evil. Commander Zhang once said something good, kindness to the sinner is the greatest blasphemy to the good, and that is the greatest evil. His words indeed make sense. Says a young man carrying a long sword. He is from Divine Sword Villa. Many people nodded, expressing their agreement. Jia Yingcheng also came, standing in the crowd. Observing the two who are dueling, he analyzed Zhang Ming's strength. He is holding back a lot, shouldn't he be? Since he dares to stand here, he should be overwhelmingly strong, making others fear to act. What's going on right now? Is he wary of Dalan Temple? It shouldn't be, based on his past behavior. No matter what, since he dares to come here, He has to die. It's best if he first kills Huijian, and then Tangziotian, Bei Yunfei, and He Anshan. Zhao Yingchen thought maliciously. The battlefield. Little monk, if you admit that letting go of the butcher's knife and attaining Buddhahood on the spot is a twisted doctrine, how about I spare your life? Zhang Ming suddenly speaks up. Those who blaspheme Buddha, die. Huijian's rage burns up to the ninth heaven. But within his heart, he is more amazed at Zhang Ming's strength. He understands, he is not an opponent at all. Yet he also has faith that the other party would not dare to kill him. To kill him means to be enemies with Dalan Temple. Even the Sun and Moon Demon sect must weigh their options before they consider killing him. Then I'll go and detain Buddha. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Zhang Ming pointed like a sword, pierced through the defense, and pointed at Huijian's brow. Golden Bell Shield. Huijian shouts furiously. His chi disperses outside his body, forming a golden glow of defense, like a large bell encapsulating his body. Unfortunately, it could not block Zhang Ming's pointed finger. His defense was broken and hit between the eyebrows. How could you dare? Huijian shows a shocked expression. Even if the defense could not be held, it should at least resist a little, but the result was as if the power of the Golden Bell Shield was made of paper. What made him incredulous was that Zhang Ming really dared to kill him. Does relinquishing the butcher knife truly make an error? Can I really attain Buddhahood? Lost in confusion, Huijian falls to the ground, dead. The powerful observers were all stunned. You actually dared to kill. Bei Yunfei was astonished. Tangziotian was shocked. He Anshan was surprised. Zhao Yingchen was overjoyed. Amitabha Buddha. Zhang Ming clasped his hands together, devoutly chanting a Buddhist mantra. He looked at the people in the distance and laughed. Everyone, I have now completely cleared my karmic debt. Bei Yunfei's corners of his mouth twitched. Commander Zhang, you're a real character. Thank you for your undeserved praise. Zhang Ming acknowledged gratefully. After achieving my learning, I wanted to do something for the world. So I led this group of people to start with the extermination of bandits, came here, and suppressed 3 mountain bandit villages. But Zhao Ming from the Zhao family was in the village, opposing us with the bandits, and we ended up killing him. After that, we occupied Bai'an village as an intermittent stopping point. Who knows, the Zhao family slandered us, saying that there is 100,000 tales of goods, gold and 1,000-year-old ginseng and a Xiang scripture hidden in Bai'an village. If those things really existed, wouldn't the Zhao family take it for themselves? This is just utter nonsense. Clearly, they just want to use all of you to turn against me. Everyone, today it's the grudge between me, Zhang Ming, and the Zhao family. If you don't want to get involved, please leave and observe from afar. Otherwise, you are an enemy. If you're my enemy, I don't care if you're right or wrong, just or evil, or about your identity, it's all a matter of life and death. Zhang Ming raised his hand and shouted loudly, Zhao Yingchen, your son was killed by me, and you're still cowering? Could it be that your wife cheated on you, and you don't want to seek revenge? This sentence could be considered extremely venomous. It is simply a heart-wrenching statement. Zhang Ming, you're courting death. Zhao Yingchen was enraged, he leaped out, especially after hearing the snickering from the dark, his fury reached its peak, his eyes turned red. All the members of the Zhao family also came out one after another, surrounding Zhang Ming in the middle, blocking his way. Bei Yunfei and the others hesitated briefly, but finally retreated to a distance. It was clear from their stance that they didn't want to get involved, they were just there to watch the excitement. Still, there were many who wanted a piece of the action. More often, those who were at odds with the Zhao family stood behind them. There were as many as hundreds of them. The city wall was also filled with silhouettes. There were also figures flickering in the dark. I am indeed seeking death. Zhang Ming laughed. Is it a single fight or a group fight? Would you draw the line? Commander Zhang, you mean you alone will fight against all of them? Bei Yunfei, a fan of excitement, couldn't help but shout. You actually discerned my thoughts, good brother, how should I address you? Zhang Ming turned his head and asked with a smile. As if he didn't care about Zhao Yingchen and the others at all. Zanwu sect, Bei Yunfei. Brother Zhang, if you don't die, I'll invite you for a drink. Bei Yunfei cupped his hands. May I ask another question, Brother Zhang, do you have the Xiang scripture? Good, I'll take your drink. I don't have the Xiang scripture, but I have over 10 kinds of ultimate martial arts. Zhang Ming said, Brother Bei, are you willing to exchange the ultimate martial arts of your Xinwu sect? I'll let you see them first, if you're not satisfied, you can refuse. Exchange of ultimate martial arts? Bei Yunfei gasped and said seriously, Brother Zhang is very bold, unfortunately, the knowledge I have is the property of the sect, it's not mine to give. However, if you were to visit Zhenwu sect, the old man, my master, would definitely be willing. Haha, in the future, I will certainly visit Elder Zhang. Jiang Ming laughed. I also want to discuss with the old man, what's above a grandmaster, can it break the void? Break the void? Bei Yunfei was taken aback. Is there an extreme in martial arts? Do immortals exist? What lies beyond this world? Jiang Ming added. Bei Yunfei was taken aback again, but his heart was filled with tumultuous waves. Not to mention him, even the others were moved. Who had thought about these? Isn't the extreme of martial arts the grandmaster? Immortals? Isn't that just a legend? Beyond the world? Isn't that just the stars in the sky? Jiang Ming then revealed a smile. He wanted to play a big game, and gaining fame was just the first step. Proposing bold questions was the second step. Only in this way can he quickly attract the attention of the powerful in the world. You should survive today first. Jia Yingchen couldn't bear it any longer and his voice boomed like thunder. Jiang Ming, you killed my son, cutting off the future of my Zhao family. I swear this vengeance. Everyone, whoever kills this man, my Zhao family is willing to offer 100,000 taels of silver. If you hurt him once, 1,000 taels of silver. Kill. A shout rang out, murderous intent shattered the heavens. Some of the Zhao family were the first to take action. With this cue, those who were itching to fight could no longer hold back, and they rushed forward one after another. 1,000 taels of silver was quite a lot. Seize the opportunity, hack at him 10 times, it would be as easy as pie. None of them believed that with so many powerful people attacking him, Jiang Ming would be able to survive. Now this is interesting. Jiang Ming was even more excited. The more people, the more martial arts. And the more accumulation he could gain. In an instant, his mind became clear, the surrounding situation was mirrored in his sea of hearts, reflecting every detail in his mind. With a move of his figure, he took the initiative to charge forward. Jiang Ming's palm landed on a person, and his chi entered the body. After a round within the opponent's body, he understood the operation of the heart method and harnessed it as his own nourishment. With one expulsion of his palm power, he shattered the opponent's organs. Chapter 25, million times with his heaven-defying comprehension and formidable spiritual power, Jiang Ming could steal a cultivation skill in each exchange. His exquisite footwork could even leave behind after images, allowing him to shuttle back and forth among the attackers. Each of his strikes seemed not fast, but one person would die without fail. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows, discovering a thin sword had appeared behind him, thin to the extreme, and fast to the ultimate point. But it was silent and stealthy. An assassin of the innate realm. He deduced that within the first moment. With a backhanded thrust, his fingers flicked the thin sword away, and he turned around. His arm moved like a spirit snake, tracing its prey, and he caught the opponent's wrist. Chi flowed into his body, gaining something in a single turn of events. With a shake of his hand, he shattered the opponent's chi, and then a palm strike hit the chest, sending him flying out. Before hitting the ground, the man died. The next moment, Jiang Ming's hands danced, leaving countless after-images as if revealing 1,000 hands, showing a hint of compassion. This scene made Zhao Yingcheng, who had not hurried to take action, tighten his heart. It seemed to be caught by a giant hand, and his breathing was rapid. Blood Shadow Tower's gold-level assassin was killed with a single blow. That's the 1,000 Buddha hands from Dalan Temple. Master-level realm, at least possessing several secret techniques. The sensitivity is extremely keen. He kept analyzing. On the other side, Bei Yunfei and others stood together, watching this siege, their blood boiling and wanting to join. But Jiang Ming's means greatly shocked them. 1,000 Buddha hands, dragon claw hand, flower-picking finger, Vajra finger, aren't these Huijian's secret techniques? How could he know them all? Did he steal them before, or did he just learn them during the fight? It must have been before. Even Master Zhang couldn't have learned an opponent's secret techniques in a fight. This is no longer human, but a myth. Look, the Great Splitting Wind Bomb, this is the secret technique of the Hai family, which is not passed down. Also, that kick earlier was like a huge axe splitting down, it was clearly the Vajra axe lag skill, the secret technique of the Ming family, which is also not passed down. The powerful of the Hai family and Ming family have been to Mount Pendant City, and it seems that they died in Bai'an village a few days ago. Hiss. It can't be. If it's really as we guessed, then, my god, it's incredible, unbelievable, indescribable. You all missed one point, his age. This. After a slight analysis, Bei Yunfei and others were all dumbfounded. But immediately after, they found something even more horrifying. Someone was being killed in a panic and wanted to escape, but Zhang, Commander Zhang, seemed to have discovered it beforehand, and killed the person on the spot. Is he going to slaughter them all by himself? And not even let them escape? Is this guy so bloodthirsty? He once said, as long as they are enemies, regardless of right or wrong, good or evil, identity, it's all about life and death. So resolute, so ruthless, it's chilling. The most terrifying thing is, he kills with a single move. Whether it is innate or below innate, there are almost no exceptions. He is too strong and too ruthless. And one more thing, the Zhao family's people are mostly lurking on the periphery. Zhao family, hey, great plans. 100,000 taels of silver bought so many thugs. What do you think, can Commander Zhang survive? This question silenced everyone. The siege was not the Zhao family's main force. The true strength of the Zhao family had not yet been deployed. They all knew that the Zhao family had 2 Grandmaster-level powerhouses, several innate experts, which even placed them among the top families in the world. They might even have secret forces. There was also the Liang family in the city. Even if Zhang Ming was strong, could he withstand them? Moreover, they discovered one thing, the Zhao family was deliberately trying to exhaust Zhang Ming's strength. Even a great Grandmaster would probably not be able to continue fighting like this. He should go straight for Zhao Yingchen? Bai Yunfei whispered. He Qianshan and others silently nodded. Exhausted? A hint of a smile flashed at the corner of Zhang Ming's mouth. Their conversation was completely heard, and even in the center of the battle, the whispers from the other side could be heard clearly. What I fear least is consumption. Even if the Danshan of all these people were combined, their sea of chi space would still not be as vast as his. A foot and 100 feet seem to be 100 times different. However, this is a flat surface, what if it's a sphere? 1,000,000 times. Zhang Ming has also cultivated the Longxi and Dominator body skill to the 5th layer. With a few spiritual secret skills that he had deduced, Zhang Ming was truly unafraid of being besieged. Can't avoid it. Suddenly, more than 10 hidden weapons shot over, and there were attackers coming from both left and right. Zhang Ming made a judgment at the first moment. Then don't avoid it. Ding. 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 Golden light flashed across his body, deflecting all hidden weapons. This was the Golden Bell Shield. He had already learned it. Even without it, his body was protected by air of gang, making it nearly impossible for ordinary hidden weapons to kill him. The number of corpses grew increasingly. Those watching the battle felt an unparalleled chill. Zhao Yingchen had endless hatred, but at this moment, he was extremely calm, and also very fearful. Second uncle, he's too strong. Even among grandmasters, he might be at the top. Facing such a siege, he's still able to kill with ease, and his breathing isn't even disrupted. What should we do? The safest method is to exhaust him. Wear him to death. Zhao Yuanhai's face was extremely unsightly. But this will inevitably greatly exhaust the strength of our family. So what? As long as the top combat power is there, the Zhao family will still be the Zhao family. No matter how much ordinary strength is consumed, it won't have much impact on the family, and can be cultivated at any time. Ordinary strength? Those are expendable. As the family head, you should have this judgment. Second uncle, I've learned my lesson. Then prepare the second wave. Zhang Ming must die, even the Heavenly King cannot save him. Zhang Ming observed the surroundings with keen senses, his spiritual power enveloping the area, fully aware of all movements around him. A second wave? Is there a third wave too? Interesting. He possessed superb skills and courage, and simply didn't care. At the same time, he was also contemplating the path of martial arts. Before reaching the master-level realm, it ultimately boils down to various fist and leg techniques, and methods of using weapons, all of which involve the application of chi, forming various strange and powerful ways to attack. Danshan is the foundation, and chi is the function. This gives rise to various internal cultivation methods. Different circulation produces different effects. The 12 main meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians branch off into countless tiny branches. The use of different combat skills will create conflicts and also correspond to the flow of chi, even forming special attributes that eventually become difficult to coexist. Is it possible to create a cultivation method that can accommodate all possible combinations? As Zhang Ming's thoughts spread out, pleas for mercy reached his ears as well. Commander Zhang, I admit defeat, admit defeat. I will never participate in besieging Bai'an village or attacking you again, please spare my life. Stop it, I'm a disciple of the free school, if you dare to kill me, you're making an enemy of our school. They were scared of being killed. Unable to leave, they could only swallow their pride and beg for mercy. Zhang Ming remained unmoved, and every move was aimed at taking lives. Suddenly, the surrounding area became empty. Those who besieged him were all killed. Zhao Yingchen and others stood at a distance, and with a raised eyebrow, he gestured and yelled, "Kill!" Chapter 26, The 4 Great Grandmasters. The bowstring collapsed, and arrows fell like rain, raining down in an instant so densely that there was nowhere to hide, nowhere to evade. Awe-inspiring. Zhang Ming raised his head to watch this scene and couldn't help but exclaim. He, indeed, didn't evade. Vroom. The next moment, the chi inside his body surged out, forming a thin golden light membrane outside his body, which was the golden bell shield. The arrows fell on it, causing the chi shield to continuously indent but remain resiliently astonishing, unable to be pierced. Vroom. However, at this moment, a succession of loud noises sounded, and long spears were seen shot down from the city wall. No, those were crossbows, only ever seen in military use. Fabled to kill grandmasters, extremely terrifying, they are incomparably powerful weapons. Currently, 9 of them were pointed from the city wall right in this direction. The powerful surrounding who observed this scene all changed their expressions. Using the arrow rain as a curtain, the crossbow is real, let's see if you can avoid death. Jia Yingcheng revealed a somewhat pleased expression. Even if you don't die, as long as you're hit by a single crossbow bolt, you will be severely injured, then killing you will be a joy afterward. On the other side, as expected of the Zhao family, running Mount Dependent City for many years, forging it like an iron bucket. Even though the Six Gates sent a constable to live here, they are still unable to suppress the dominance of the Zhao family. Looking at the current situation, the city defense army has become the Zhao family's private army, able to mobilize as they please, even using the restricted weapon, the crossbow. Isn't the Zhao family worried about the court's plight? He Qianshan frowned. They really aren't scared. Bei Yunfei crossed his arms. The Zhao family practically controls the city defense army, which represents the officials. And Commander Zhang? He's been labeled as bandit. In a fight between officers and bandits, what could be more justified? Brother Zhang is too arrogant. Facing an arrow rain without evading is one thing, as a master-level realm cultivation is unhindered. But these are crossbows, can he really block them? A few people silently watched. Zhang Ming naturally also spotted the crossbows. Can't block it. He immediately made his judgment in no time, yet still didn't dodge. If 1 layer doesn't work, then 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers. The golden light outside his body suddenly shook, and a second layer of golden light appeared, immediately followed by the 3rd layer, the 4th layer. The 9 crossbow bolts also reached close, shooting at the first layer of golden light, easily ripping it apart, then the 2nd layer, the 3rd layer. Layer by layer, the golden light was torn apart, but the 9 crossbow bolts eventually halted in front of him, then fell. The golden light continued to radiate, layer by layer, circle by circle, exactly 9 layers. The 9th layer of golden bell shield, my god, he actually cultivated the 9th layer of golden bell shield. Even the high monks of Dala Temple didn't succeed in cultivation, he actually cultivated it. Exclamations rang out one after another. Bei Yunfei, He Qianshan, Jia Yingcheng, and others all changed their expressions. The golden bell shield is an extraordinary defensive technique, very difficult to cultivate successfully. It's rumored that only the high monk who founded this method had successfully cultivated it. Other monks who practiced this method could mostly only cultivate it to the 8th layer at most. Even 7 layers are rare. But now, they witnessed the 9th layer of golden bell shield. The unyielding cannot last long, the enduring cannot defend. Zhang Ming seemed to have a bit of clarity. The golden bell shield consumes too much, is too overpowering. Once inside it, it's invincible and almost impenetrable, but it lacks flexible features. It can't unload power, it can only ruggedly defend. His face was somewhat pale, as if he had overconsumed. While Jia Yingcheng was somewhat frightened, he also let out a small sigh of relief. The 9th layer of golden bell shield, it's going against heaven. If this child isn't eradicated, my Zhao family will cease to exist. Fortunately, he has overconsumed. I was also given quite a scare. Zhao Yuanhai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The 9th layer of golden bell shield, even a master-level realm cultivator like me would struggle to break through it. Thankfully, he's fatigued. This is a good sign, a very good sign. Then continue. Jia Yingcheng waved his hand, the arrow rain descended like a waterfall, the crossbows blasted, and launched another attack. At this moment, a figure rushed forward, his face flushed red, sweat pouring down like rain, urgently saying, "Head of the family, the Black Iron Army is surrounded." Surrounded? By who? How are they surrounded? Isn't the people from the 6 Gates not moving? Jia Yingcheng's color changed and he hastily asked. It's the Tianwu army. Impossible. Zhang Ming is here, as powerful as the Heavenly Martial Army is, they only have Chang Qing, a first-tier realm fighter. The Black Iron Army consists of 800 men, each of whom is among the elite, with many first-tier fighters and an innate level grandmaster overseeing. Even if they do not besiege the Heavenly Martial Army, how can they be besieged instead? Lu Yuan took action. Lu Yuan? Damn, he dares to oppose our Zhao family, he's seeking his own death. Jia Yingcheng's face darkened, fire spewing from his eyes. Moreover, the Heavenly Martial Army is very powerful, each of them is like a bloodthirsty madman. Even so, they shouldn't be able to encircle and kill. Zhao Yingcheng shivered. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressed his inner rage, and turned to Zhao Yuanhai. Uncle, should we lend support? Killing Zhang Ming is priority 1, Zhao Yuanhai responded. If he's not dead, our Zhao family is in danger of total annihilation. If he's dead, everything else won't matter. The third wave of the Black Iron Army's besiegement won't work. Inform the Liang family to cooperate. Furthermore. He paused, his face contorted with rage. Let the city defense army join the fight. If we resort to that, we risk being exposed. We're at a life or death juncture, there's no room for other considerations. Moreover, to us, Zhang Ming's threat is greater than the court's. Afterwards, we can offer large sums of money, which should, in most cases, smooth things over. Understood. Zhang Ming saw this from the corner of his eyes. City Defense Army, Liang family. We can't wait any longer, otherwise it'll be an endless slaughter. With this thought, he brandished his hands, spinning them overhead, catching arrows flung at him and hurling them back, shooting the archers on the city wall one after another. The crossbow bolts fired at him were also caught and flung back, instantly blowing up 9 crossbows, but his face grew even paler. Their rapid breathing was shaky. Zhao Yingcheng, prepare to die. Zhang Ming leapt up, rushing towards the head of the Zhao family, midair. He raised his hands and shot out waves of sword chi towards Zhao Yingcheng. The sound of sword chi tearing through the air raised the hairs on people's necks. Brazen. Zhao Yingcheng could no longer hold it in. He drew his sword and jumped up to meet the sword chi head-on. Under the morning light, the sword glistened, the deadly intent clear. Clang clang clang. The constant clear sound of the sword chi making contact with the long sword echoed. Yingcheng, careful. Zhao Yuanhai shouted urgently. He had thought with Zhao Yingcheng's innate peak strength, shielding against the sword chi wouldn't be a problem, but he suddenly discovered that the sword chi contained a power that even made him shudder with fear. As he issued the warning, he also leapt into the air, but was inevitably too late. Clang. The long sword couldn't withstand the power of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword's sword chi. It was immediately shattered. Another wave of sword chi shot towards the throat. Although he dodged, the heart area couldn't evade. Dangang battle chi. Zhao Yingcheng exerted his ultimate technique. A barrier made of chi emerged, yet was easily pierced by the sword chi, peeling away and reaching his heart. What power? He looked down, his eyes filled with hatred gradually lost their color, and he fell from midair. Yingcheng? Zhao Yuanhai yelled in despair. He leapt up and summoned a storm with a palm strike. Zhang Ming, I will kill you. Zhao Yingcheng was killed in an instant. Zhang Ming engaged in another attack with Zhao Yuanhai. When he landed, he was staggering, his condition seemed very bad. However, he didn't stop and executed the meteor step with chasing wind and moon, leaving a trail of afterimages as he targeted the crowd from the Zhao family. There were several innate level fighters and quite a few elites from the Zhao family among them. Stay right there. Zhao Yuanhai was livid with rage, but he couldn't catch up. Ah! One after the other, screams rang out. In an instant, Zhang Ming killed more than 20 people, not letting a single one escape. Zhang Ming. With tears like blood streaming down his face, Zhao Yuanhai roared. If I don't kill you, I won't be human. Zhao Yuanrang, Liang Dashan, Liang Dehai, come out. The city shuddered with his woeful and furious roars. Chapter 27, Constable Jin's attack after a massacre. Zhang Ming stumbled again. It seemed he really had reached his limit. But even in this state, Zhao Yuanhai, a grandmaster, failed to catch up, watching his family disciples being slaughtered helplessly. The anger and hatred in his heart turned into flames that almost burned his sanity to ashes. However, he understood one thing, relying only on himself, he might not be able to kill Zhang Ming even if he had reached the end of his strength. Even if Zhao Yuanring joined forces with him, the two brothers would be dragged to their deaths. Since it had come to this, he would fight with all his might. Either live or die. Zhang Ming, I'll skin you alive. Zhao Yuanring appeared on the city wall, his eyes spitting fire, the sword in his hand humming, and the overflowing sword chi constantly cutting the wall. Powerful and terrifying. He was another grandmaster from the Zhao family who thought this battle was a sure win, so he didn't appear in a hurry and drank silently on the side instead. But by the time he wanted to take action, it was already too late. The two of them, one on the left and the other on the right, sandwiched Zhang Ming in the middle. Their momentum soared, and their killing intent was shocking. The overwhelming aura swept all the dust and debris around them into the sky, causing the mighty warriors watching the battle to retreat again and again. Everyone must be careful in a battle between grandmasters. I never thought the four of us would join forces. Liang Dashan leaped onto the other side, his white hair contrasting with his spirited eyes. He carried a long blade on his back, and the chi emitted from his blade cut through the air, its sharpness enough to split the sky in half. A little brat who hasn't even grown a full set of hair has turned Mount Dependence City into a joke. Liang Dehai also arrived, blocking the last escape route. He was tall and imposing, not angering himself. His eyes were filled with deep disgust when he looked at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, you're a young grandmaster. Ordinary forces can't cultivate someone as strong as you. Tell me, where do you come from? Liang Dehai asked sternly. Condescending and domineering. He must be a disciple of the Sun and Moon Demon sect. Otherwise, how could he help mountain thieves, kill Huijian, and slaughter villages indiscriminately? Zhao Yuanhai directly identified him. He is an executioner, a big demon head, and a wicked person who must be punished by everyone. Don't label me without reason. Zhang Ming revealed a smile, his body paused, his aura abyss-like, showing no sign of weakness. There was no need to pretend anymore since they had all come out. From the moment he started, Zhang Ming had made up his mind to uproot both the Zhao and Liang families, but he lacked an excuse if the Liang family didn't take action. So, he pretended to be weak and let Zhao Yuanhai think that he had reached the end of his strength, but still had the power to drag a grandmaster down to his death. So for safety, he had no choice but to call out the other few people. Feeling the change in his aura, Zhao Yuanhai and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. Mount Dependence City is a first-class city, yet there are 3 bandit villages nearby. Isn't that a huge joke? Without the support and secret maintenance of your Zhao and Liang families, how could they have existed until now? Zhang Ming's voice thundered, echoing through half of the city. I have learned a lot and saw bandits rampant on the mountain, so I decided to eliminate the bandits in the world. So, I led my men along the mountain, killing bandits and thieves wherever we encountered them. When I arrived here and found 3 bandit villages, I felt something was strange but didn't investigate further and just directly wiped them out. As a result, I found that Zhao Ming, the eldest son of the Zhao family, was actually colluding with bandits and leading the 3 major villages to eradicate us. In the end, they were killed by us. Eliminating bandit villages was only a temporary stop, and the Zhao family incited a large number of Jiang people to besiege us. People are foolish, believing rumors easily, so I had no choice but to fight back. What's more, the Zhao family even mobilized a Black Iron army they raised to besiege Bai'an village and invited powerful Jiang figures from all over the place to take action. Goodness, they were originally bandits, but they wanted to bite back at us. Standing on the side of justice, yet committing adultery. Am I right? Zhang Ming asked with a smile. Nonsense. Zhao Yuanhai shouted angrily, you're a bandit, a thief, a demon, a sinner who committed all kinds of heinous crimes, and a wicked person who must be punished by everyone. Other things aside, just look at these corpses around here, it's the best evidence of you being a big demon head. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Ming applauded and said with a laugh, well said. In this world where martial might reigns supreme and the powerful is respected, it all depends on who can stand and who will fall. The winner is the king, the loser is the enemy. Justice and truth lie in our fists. Your Zhao family has proven this point. Because you are powerful, you make the court apprehensive, making them reluctant to send even one constable from the 6 gates. Look, the city defense camp has been deployed, even the crossbows have been brought out, and the so-called constables from the 6 gates dare not make a sound like dogs. You have the Black Iron army in your Zhao family, doesn't the constable know? He can only hide in his doghouse and pretend not to see. Oh, right, and the 3 bandit villages, he didn't even try to eradicate them. Ha, interesting. The strong is respected, that's it. Come on. Today, either I will fall, or your Zhao and Liang families will be annihilated. Zhang Ming shouted loudly. He had completely lost hope in the 6 gates. They had already put the ladder in place, and the Zhao and Liang families had both jumped out, but Constable Zhang Tong still didn't appear to join forces with him to eliminate the 2 families. Did he want to watch us both be injured? What a wishful thinker. No matter if he wanted to sit back and watch the fight or if he had been bought by the Zhao and Liang families, I would make him utterly disgraced. From a spot on the city wall, Constable Zhang Tong, Constable Jin, and others were all there, watching the battlefield from afar. Zhang Ming's strength shocked them all. Sir, Zhang Ming is too strong, really too strong. Constable Jin's face turned red with excitement. He massacred more than 100 top Jianghu experts, including several innate strong people killed by him in one move. Is he going against the heavens? Zhang Tong revealed a look of fear. Sir, the Zhao family actually mobilized the city defense camp. What a bold move. How dare they? My goodness, they even brought out the crossbows. Are they going to stage a rebellion? Sir, they're going to rebel. Constable Jin became even more excited, his sword trembling in his hand. Humming incessantly. Silence. Zhang Tong snorted, his eyes shooting a sharp glare. Sir, don't you feel excited? This is an unparalleled genius. In the whole world, he's absolutely a peerless demon. There's no comparison. In the future, he will definitely reach the great Grandmaster realm, even comparable to Master Zhang. Constable Jin excitedly remarked, "My goodness, the head of the Zhao family was actually killed by him with a flick of his finger. A brilliant kill, an excellent kill, a kill that I wholeheartedly admire." Zhang Tong's pupils shrank again, and he looked at his subordinates. His hand itched to slap her to death. Chapter 28, Astonishing Cut. Sir, I know you're also excited. Should we recruit him to our 6 gates? Constable Jin seemed to have not noticed the irritated gaze of the constable, but continued, good fellow, look, Zhao Yuanring has come out, Liang Dashan has appeared, Liang Dehai has jumped out too. I've been saying that. The Zhao and Liang families have been acting for us, but you didn't believe it back then. Now do you believe it? They're one and the same, they're in collusion, they're wearing the same pair of pants. I'm not blind. Zhang Tong gritted his teeth angrily. Sir, this is a great opportunity, let's move quickly, join forces with Zhang Ming to suppress them. From then on, Mount Dependent City will truly be the court's Mount Dependent City, not the Zhao and Liang family's city. Our 6 gates will definitely gain more face, and we won't be called shrinking turtles by others. Constable Jin pulled out his long sword. Sir, this is a rare opportunity, let's act and suppress them all. The reason is very simple, the Zhao and Liang families are planning a rebellion. The other constables looked at him as well. Quiet. Zhang Tong flashed a cruel light in his eyes. One is a bandit, the other is a rebel, both are enemies of the court and of us. Wait for them to both suffer losses and capture them together. Sir, if Zhang Ming loses, do you dare to take down the Zhao and Liang families? Constable Jin paused for a moment, and his round face finally showed anger. His voice raised a few degrees. Don't forget, the 3 major villages have always existed and committed evil deeds. But what's the result? We still watch them commit crimes helplessly, making us a joke. Now with such a good opportunity, you turn a blind eye? Zhang Tong, is it true that, as rumors say, you have been bought by the Zhao family? Impudence. Zhang Tong was furious, raised his palm containing a storm of destruction, but saw several people behind Constable Jin draw their weapons and confront him. Good, very good. His face twitched. Indeed, very good. Constable Jin's face was cold, his usual slightly silly demeanor was gone. At this time, Zhang Ming's voice also rumbled over. Hee. Like a dog afraid to bark, lying in the doghouse pretending not to see, well said, very good. Constable Jin sneered, Zhang Tong, Constable Zhang, before long, everyone in the world will know that the people of our 6 gates are like dogs. Zhang Tong's face flushed red. The other constables all looked ashamed and angry. It was clear that they had divided into 2 factions. One with Zhang Tong as the head, and one with Constable Jin as the head. Battlefield. Clear grudges and misunderstandings, and let some people know the inside story. That's enough. At least not everyone will put the big hat on his head. Win or lose, decide life and death. Zhang Ming's voice fell, and he made his move directly. He moved horizontally through the air at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind after images as he killed towards Zhao Yuanhai. Shao's sword, Shang Yang's sword. The 6 Meridians divine sword was used in succession, the whistling sword chi and the powerful force it contained, making a defensive Zhao Yuanhai retreat continuously. His face changed again. How can you still have such a terrifying amount of chi after fighting consecutively? Zhao Yuanhai asked doubtfully. Not only him, but everyone else felt the same. Even a great grandmaster would get tired. You guess? Zhang Ming responded with a sentence, showing no mercy. However, the other 3 people also closed in, and for a moment, the light of swords and blades enveloped him in the middle. Unafraid, he expertly evaded and blocked various attacks with a flicker of golden light. Kill. His blood boiling, he displayed various secret techniques. 6 Meridians divine sword, dragon subduing kick, dragon subduing fist, dragon claw hand, suppressing air palm, etc. He used them at will, facing the siege of 4 grandmasters without losing any ground. The sword chi was rampant, and the palm wind was surging. The area within 100 meters was shattered. The city walls were torn apart, and even many spectators were affected, being dismembered on the spot. Only Bai Yunfei and other close figures could see clearly. However, they were also shocked by Zhang Ming's strength. That was 4 grandmasters. They leaped into the air, fighting in midair before falling to the ground and creating a deep pit. In the morning light, the shadows of the 5 people were submerged. The sky roared, and the ground shook. On the city wall, Constable Jin had already stepped out, looking at the direction of the battlefield in shock. Zhang Ming has actually become so powerful. He is facing 4 veteran grandmasters, and they are joining hands. Who can stop him? Even a great grandmaster would have to treat him seriously. Not to mention, he had killed more than 100 powerful fighters and resisted the rain of arrows and crossbows. Not human. His combat power is probably close to the great grandmaster realm. As he said this, she turned to look at Zhang Tong, her eyes containing an ambiguous meaning. Zhang Tong clenched the blade in his hand. Some hidden people were also greatly shocked. In the battlefield, in case of emergency, Zhang Ming had long formed a gangchi of protection around his body, tightly protecting him. Moreover, the light of the golden bell shield was continuously shining. At the same time, air of gang was swirling around his fists and legs, making his attacks incredibly terrifying. His feet, like a huge axe, almost split Liang Dashan apart. The force of his kick left a 100-meter-long crack on the ground. "Big brother!" Zhao Yuanhai suddenly shouted. Zhao Yuanring immediately understood what was going on. The two of them swiftly closed in, and sword chi surged like a cascading waterfall. Liang Dashan and another person suddenly intensified their attacks. In our Zhao family, there is the unparalleled sword skill of unparalleled sword. With two swords combined, there is nothing to compare, and the lethal sword cannot be avoided even by ghosts and gods. Zhao Yuanhai shouted angrily, "You have seen this sword, and it is worthy of death." In an instant, their two long swords interweaved together, and the endless sword chi gathered together to form a point of sword light on the tip of Zhao Yuanhai's sword. His long sword seemed to be unable to bear it as it let out a groaning sound as if it were about to shatter. Zhao Yuanhai suddenly shot out, his speed doubled, reaching an extreme speed, and the sword light aimed at Zhang Ming's brow. The sword chi tore through the void, causing the golden bell shield outside his body to shatter instantly. Even with the protection of the gangchi, Zhang Ming could feel a tearing sensation in his brow. This sword was strong, very strong. If hit, they wouldn't die but become crippled. Zhang Ming made his decision in a split second. At the same time, the Liang brothers completely sealed off the space for him to dodge. "Kill me? You're not qualified. Since you've brought out a lethal move, this battle should be over." Zhang Ming roared. During the previous fight, he had already figured out the four people's moves. Even occasionally infiltrating into their opponents, although it was quickly expelled, they discovered the trajectory of the operation, memorizing some rough routes which were not difficult to deduce in the future. The core foundations of the Zhao and Liang families were more or less in his grasp. At the same time, he also had an estimate of his overall combat power. Even if he couldn't reach the level of a great grandmaster, he certainly wouldn't be far off. Clang! The long blade on his back was instantly drawn out. It seemed as if a thunderbolt had struck through the void, splitting the vastness in an instant, landing on the tip of the sword. In an instant, the blade chi and the sword chi burst, turning into a frightening torrent. After a brief pause, the black saber continued to fall, the long sword shattered, the figure flew backward, blood spilled into the sky. Chapter 29, Lesser Yang and Lesser Yin. Despite having boundless chi like the sea, an invincible physical body, and profound wisdom, as well as mastering many ultimate martial arts skills, Zhang Ming still felt that he lacked a killing move. So, he began to attempt deductions. The first was to comprehend the saber techniques, using Thunderstorm 9 slashes, Thunderstorm 9 heavy slashes, and numerous collected saber techniques as a template. Finally, he understood a saber move, Thunderstorm Flash. The fierce thunder raged, and the lightning shocked the heavens. When the saber moved, it was as if the god of thunder had descended, and the vast chi transformed into an indestructible saber aura, giving his move an unparalleled sharpness and invincible demeanor. This move also broke the combined attack of Zhao Yuanhai and Zhao Yuanring on the spot. The sword shattered, and the saber tip fell, tearing Zhao Yuanhai's protective gangchi, slashing open his chest, and sending him flying out, blood spraying into the sky. Ah! Zhao Yuanhai let out a miserable scream, and without waiting to activate his cultivation, the incredibly sharp saber chi tore apart his internal organs. His vitality was gone. Zhang Ming felt slightly weak, and the chi within his danshan surged out, immediately dispelling the feeling of weakness and restoring him to his peak. With his foundation, he could fight for 3 days and nights without pausing for breath. At this moment, silence fell all around. Zhao Yuanrang was stupefied. Liang Dashan and his brother also stopped fighting. It was a lethal kill and ultimate move. 2 people joined the battle, which was a threat to a great grandmaster, and yet it was broken and even countered. Impossible. That was their first thought. Then came boundless terror. Dragon subduing fist. Zhang Ming didn't give them time to be astonished. He immediately attacked, and with a left punch, he sent Zhao Yuanring flying. Zhao Yuanring's chest caved in, and blood gushed out. He had clearly suffered a severe injury. Die. Zhang Ming turned and killed towards the Liang brothers. The saber light cascaded like a waterfall, surging like a tide. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they would have been suppressed. Let alone now when he had unleashed his true power. In just a short while, Zhao Yuanrang almost died on the spot. Liang Dehai was cut down. Liang Dashan had his arm severed and kneeled on the ground spitting blood. As he was about to kill Liang Dashan, a voice carried over, "Stop, stop." Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man quickly arrived and knelt down in front of Liang Dashan before Jiang Ming. "I am the current head of the Liang family, Liang Han. I beg for your mercy, young Master Jiang." Liang Han bowed deeply, then quickly said, "The Liang family is willing to offer 300,000 taels of silver." "Interesting." Jiang Ming laughed and asked, "If an enemy isn't completely eliminated, it will come back to life. What would you do if you were in my position?" Liang Han opened his mouth, revealing a look of bitterness. "Do you really want to kill everyone?" Liang Dashan, with great difficulty, uttered, "Don't involve our wives and children, our families. Haven't the Liang family destroyed countless homes and lives? Now you talk to me about not involving your families, it's truly laughable." Jiang Ming said coldly. His whole body was filled with an aura as vast as the sea, and the black saber unleashed its cutting chi. Liang Dashan flashed a ferocious expression, but when he saw Liang Han beside him and the fearful Liang family members in the distance, he showed a hint of sadness and said to Jiang Ming, 300,000 taels of silver notes, 3,000-year ginseng, the Liang family's treasured cultivation techniques, and... Seeing Jiang Ming's indifferent gaze and unmoved expression, Liang Dashan finally gritted his teeth and said, "Shayan scripture." "Shayan scripture?" Jiang Ming's expression changed slightly. The Nine Yang True Scripture was divided into several parts, as was the Nine Yin Divine Art. When he had heard from Lu Yuan before, the Shayan Scripture was one of them. He didn't expect it to be in the hands of the Liang family. "Moreover, you will abolish your cultivation," Jiang Ming still said coldly. "Fine." Liang Dashan agreed. "After the transaction is completed, give me 3 days. Not only will I abolish my cultivation, but I will also end my own life in Mount Dependent City. However, you must let my Liang family survive." Jiang Ming nodded and saw Liang Han take out a scripture from his arms and pass it over. "This is the Shayan scripture. As for the other things, I will have someone go and fetch them right away." "Interesting." Jiang Ming laughed and took it over. It was evident that the Liang family's master had considered both victory and defeat, pondering how Liang family could survive and continue if they were defeated in this battle. A disturbance arose from afar. That was the rumored ultimate skill Shayan scripture. No one could have expected that the Liang family, which had always been suppressed by the Zhao family, would possess such a powerful skill. Thinking further, the Liang family, with the Shayan scripture, produced 2 grandmasters, but they still faced the risk of extermination and couldn't help but sigh. Feeling a burning gaze, Jiang Ming ignored it and quickly flipped through the pages, memorizing the contents. In his mind, the flame of wisdom ignited, and in a short while, he comprehended the essence hidden within. A crescent moon seemed to appear in his eyes. It was then that the ground shook, and a group of people rushed over from a distance. Leading them were Chang Qing and Lu Yuan, as well as several masked men in black with slim figures. They were covered in blood. "Greetings, Commander." Chang Qing quickly approached and knelt down on one knee. "Greetings, Commander." Hundreds of people followed suit, kneeling on one knee. Jiang Ming glanced around and noticed that Heavenly Martial Army's casualties were about 1/3, but fortunately, most of the old members were still there. "You owe me a big favor," Lu Yuan said, looking at the masked woman next to him and glancing at Jiang Ming without introducing her immediately. "Thank you." Jiang Ming couldn't help but laugh, then said, "General Chang, take your men to rest." "Yes." Chang Qing took his men away. Only then did Jiang Ming walk towards the severely injured Zhao Yuanrang. "Do you want your family to be wiped out, or do you want to offer the things to save your family?" Zhao Yuanrang's face was full of hatred, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. His younger brother was dead. His son was dead. His grandson was dead. Moreover, 80% of the family elites were killed, and the Black Iron Army was finished. What was left for the Zhao family? Continuing their lives? If he himself couldn't survive, the Zhao family would definitely perish, as they had too many enemies. Even the previously cooperative Liang family would not let them go and would uproot them completely. Not to mention the forces within Mount Dependent City, such as 6 Gates and many other powers. He knew very well the circumstances they would face in the future. "Grandfather." A young man staggered over, hugged Zhao Yuanrang's legs, and cried, "Grandfather, the Zhao family must not perish. My son, your great-grandson, was just born. Do you want him to die as well?" Zhao Yuanrang raised his hand, his expression twisted. The young man suddenly turned pale. "How can someone like you continue the Zhao family?" Zhao Yuanrang said bitterly. He stared at Jiang Ming with a determined look. However, he eventually sighed. With a deadly gaze, he stared at Zhang Ming and said, "How can you spare the Zhao family? 500,000 taels of silver notes, 5 pieces of 1,000-year ginseng, the Zhao family's treasure of martial arts, your life, and—" Zhang Ming said indifferently, "The Xiang scripture. Don't tell me the Zhao family doesn't have it. The world is rumoring that the Xiang scripture appeared in Mount Dependent City, but you placed the blame on Bai'an village. Being the biggest local snake here, it must be in your hands. You're trying to exterminate the Zhao family completely." Zhao Yuanring's pupils constricted, and his expression twisted again. Without mentioning the Xiang scripture, the Zhao family would still have a slim chance of survival. But now, we have none. Grandfather? Why? We can satisfy all these conditions. The young man next to him hurriedly said. Fool. Even if we hand over the Xiang scripture, the Zhao family would still be targeted by the powerful people all over the world. Without a grandmaster to sit and watch over it, and the innate realm members almost wiped out, tell me, can the Zhao family survive? We will be crushed and swallowed, bones and all. Zhao Yuanring continued, shouting, Zhang Tong, I know you are watching in secret. Come out. Chapter 30, Killing Two with a flick of a finger. Most of the powerful people watching the battle came for the Xiang scripture, but who would have thought that the Xiang scripture would appear first in Zhang Ming's hands? Suddenly, countless people were green with envy. But even though they were itching to seize it, not a single person dared to step forward. That person is a killing god. Even the combined efforts of the 4 grandmasters resulted in one dead and the others grievously injured. Such strength simply drove others to despair. Today, the Xiang scripture also made an appearance, which made people like Bai Yunfei take heavier breaths. Many people couldn't help but take a step forward. Both Xian and Xiang have emerged, something big is bound to happen. Lu Yuan on the other side revealed a solemn expression. Indeed, something big is going to happen. A black-clothed woman next to him said lightly, even Lenayu Palace, Chunying sect, Sun and Moon Demon sect, and others will not sit idly by. In the face of the overwhelming tide in the world, they may even join forces to exterminate the demon sect. Brother Zhang may be in danger? Exterminate the demon sect? Lu Yuan paused and couldn't help but shake his head. It's absolutely impossible, they still need face. Face? The black-clothed woman lightly laughed. Firstly, Brother Zhang comes from Bai'an village, which is a group of bandits. Secondly, in this blood-soaked battle here, he has killed more than 100 martial arts experts, and each of them has a large group of supporters behind them. Under their clamor, Brother Zhang would be labeled as an evildoer and an enemy of the righteous path. Thirdly, no matter what, the Zhao and the Liang families represent the world of martial arts, but he destroyed them, causing those families to naturally nail Brother Zhang onto the pillar of vice. Fourthly, the numerous powers in the world of martial arts definitely do not want to see another powerful force emerging, especially a genius that can grow to a level comparable to Elder Zhang. Fifthly, the Sun and Moon Demon sect will fan the flames, claiming Brother Zhang as their cultivated genius, making him the enemy of the righteous path. Sixthly, it is rumored that the 9 Yin and 9 Yang scriptures contain hidden secrets to achieve higher levels of martial arts. You tell me, can the world of martial arts not be moved? Can they not take action? This. Lu Yuan was speechless and anxiously said, doesn't that mean that Brother Zhang will become the center of a huge storm if he gets his hands on the Xiang scripture? Most likely. The black-clothed woman's voice became more ethereal. Facing the siege of the entire world, he only has one way to survive. You seem to be calculating quite a lot. Lu Yuan immediately understood the other party's meaning and laughed lightly. Be careful not to lose both the lady and the soldiers. On the side, Constable Zhang Tong arrived from afar, and as soon as he appeared, everyone understood that his light skill was unparalleled. He landed lightly beside Zhao Yuanring and bowed with a solemn expression. Brother Yuanring, what's the matter? Brother Zhang, my Zhao family has been a loyal minister of the great Yan dynasty for generations. We have been diligently guarding Mount Dependence City, and we have contributed a lot to its prosperity. Zhao Yuanring's tone was cold. Now, we are facing a great disaster. I beg Constable Zhang to protect my Zhao family. Zhang Tong raised his eyebrows, a hint of killing intent flowed deep in his eyes, and he sighed helplessly. How can I intervene in this martial competition between you people? Zhang Tong. Zhao Yuanring's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, revealing an undisguised threat. The onlookers all revealed curious looks. If anyone still couldn't see that the Zhao family had something on Constable Zhang, then they were fools. Zhang Ming was not in a hurry. He wanted to see how Zhang Tong would jump about and ponder the conversation between Lu Yuan and a black-clothed woman. He also noticed something. Constable Jin seemed to have secretly saluted the black-clothed woman from afar. Zhang Tong showed no expression and turned to Zhang Ming, bowing. Commander Zhang, too many people have died today, even the city defense camp has suffered numerous casualties. If I didn't know better, I would think you were attacking Mount Dependence City. Give me face and let this end today, alright? Attacking Mount Dependence City? This was clearly a threat. Are you stronger than the court? Then he asked Zhang Ming to give him face, which was obviously giving him a way out. Give you face. Who are you? Do I know you? Is your face that big? Zhang Ming snorted coldly. I've said it before, today's battle, whoever stands on the side of the Zhao family is my enemy. If you're an enemy, it's either death or total defeat. Do you still want to stand here? Zhang Tong's face immediately turned red, and he shouted in anger, Zhang Ming, I am a constable of the Six Gates and represent the Six Gates and the court, while you are nothing but a mountain thief. Do you really think your strength alone can defy the court? Are you trying to plot a rebellion? You represent the Six Gates and the court? Zhang Ming sneered. The dignified constable of the Six Gates sits in Mount Dependence City but ignores those three mountain thieves committing all sorts of atrocities nearby. He turns a blind eye to the Zhao and Liang families killing and wiping out entire families. Do you still have the face to say that you represent the court? People who are idle and incompetent and collude with evil, how dare you come out shamelessly? Zhang Tong, where did you get that shameless face? You're looking for death. Zhang Tong was furious, his eyes spitting fire. Although any discerning person would think of what Constable Zhang was doing behind the scenes, it still wasn't exposed on the surface. As long as it wasn't exposed, he was a good constable of the Six Gates. But now it was uncovered. Zhang Ming, you are gathering people to plot a rebellion and attack Mount Dependence City. Your crime is unforgivable and you must be executed. Zhang Tong said, while his thoughts raced quickly in his heart. Although this one was terribly strong and desperate, there must be a huge consumption after continuous battles. Even though he looks fine now, it's likely a pretense. If he kills the opponent, today's matters can be settled. Otherwise, his end would definitely be disastrous. Constable Jin will surely add fuel to the fire. Let's gamble on this one. Brother Yuan Rang, I swear here that if you die in battle, I'll protect the Zhao family, and ensure that its heritage never dies out. Constable Zhang roared, kill. Good, kill. Zhao Yuanring knew that this was the best outcome. If he takes action with Zhang Tong, there will be a glimmer of hope for the Zhao family, otherwise, the Zhao family will surely die without a burial place. 7 sections break vessel skill. He kept tapping on himself. Both hands danced, reaching the extreme speed. Zhang Ming could see it clearly that every falling finger of his opponent was tapping on the acupuncture points along the meridians, causing the chi to boil and the aura to surge. This is the destruction of the meridians, allowing chi to be unrestrained and rampant within the body. Although it will cause irreversible consequences, even death, it will explode all the chi in the body for a short period, forming an extremely strong combat power. His eyes flickered and immediately understood the whole situation. At the same time, he memorized the order of his opponent's moves, fingertip pressure, and so on. This is a very good forbidden law, although the side effects are unbearable. Exasperatingly, Zhao Yuanring's aura formed a whirlwind around his body, instantly boosting his power to its peak. Great chaotic origin hand, die. His eyes were bloodshot, and he suddenly pounced on Zhang Ming. Like a human-shaped nuclear bomb, the wind rolled out the clouds wherever he passed. Triple air-splitting slashes. Zhang Tong took action immediately after, apparently letting Zhao Yuanring take the lead. Liang Dashan, who was not far away, was itching to make a move. Powerful people who were secretly spying also started to operate their chi, ready to make a move. At this moment, the tense atmosphere once again enveloped the outside of the western gate of Mount Dependence City. Even Bei Yunfei and Lu Yuan, who were watching the battle, were extremely nervous. If Zhang Ming were killed or seriously injured, a chaotic battle would surely follow. Do you really think I've weakened after these continuous battles? Zhang Ming snorted coldly, and the sea of chi in his danshan boiled and surged as rivers of chi rushed out, increasing his aura again. At the same time, his eyes suddenly became bright as lamps, reflecting the opponent's killing moves into the sea of heart and discerning their weaknesses. Die. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Ming's sword in his hand struck Zhao Yuanrang, with the deadly move Thunderstorm Flash. The raging thunderstorm was shocking, and the fierce flashes tore through the air. Drop rain one sword. At the same time, Zhang Ming's left hand drew the long sword from behind him, flicked it in midair, transforming it into countless sword shadows that stabbed at Zhang Tong. The sword shadows divided and resembled dense rain hitting banana leaves, but they also appeared illusory as they suddenly converged to form a single sword tip, penetrating falsehoods, piercing through time and space, and abruptly passing through Zhang Tong's sword shadow into his throat. Choke. At this moment, Zhao Yuanring was also chopped and thrown away. In midair, he suddenly split into two, scattering blood rain,